Mama. 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 Hi, Mom.
Point is active. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point. Go time. Capture the objective. Locked down.
They've got an Archangel.
Hardpoint identified. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
Hostile spotted!
Hostiles captured the hardpoint.
My thirst for vengeance is
UAV inbound. Hardpoint is secure.
tossing class! Incoming stun! Semtex, front! Enemy located!
Hardpoint located.
Incoming tactical! Hostile impact!
Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint locked down.
Subject, front!
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point identified. Hard point is secure. Hostiles have the hard point. Enemy sentry turret detected in your AO. Hard point locked down. Hard point active.
Requesting
Hostiles
recon
have
above.
captured the hard point.
UAV established overhead.
Enemy rearming. Get down, front!
UAV FPL. Confirmed. Check.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Knock it down.
Scout post available.
Eyes on enemy.
Thanks for the radio override terminated.
Using scout pulse.
Hard point located. Hard point is active. Hostiles have the hard point. Multiple enemy UAV contacts. Hard point is secure.
Enemy down.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point locked down.
That's the sweetest beat spot. Sweet and beat. Very sweet and beat. Yeah, I'm sweet. I'm sweet.
Hostiles have the hard point.
Can't be beat.
Check ball. Napalm strike inbound. Hard point identified.
Tossing flash.
Hard point active. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Planting spring mine.
What the fuck's going on out there? Tighten up the shields and fire. Hard point is secure.
Scout post standing by.
Hard point located. Watchdog helo incoming to your location. Hard point is active.
Requesting recon
Hard point
above.
locked down.
UAV returned.
Using scout pulse.
UAV flight time 50%. My mount.
Hostiles have the hard point.
Tackle. Flying on. UAV returning to tank.
Get down, front!
Hard point
Tossing
identified.
flash.
Hard point active. Hard point is secure. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point locked down. Enemy UAV inbound. Hostiles have the hard point. Enemy CUAV inbound.
Dropping new neutralized.
Hard point located. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hard point set. Hard point is secure.
Watch your fucking fire.
I'm on your side.
Planting
Hostiles
spring
have
mine.
captured the hard point.
Enemy
Tossing
down the
flash.
line.
Hard point locked down. Hostiles have the hard point.
We feel the bitter shame of defeat. Back row. Tango eliminated. Head on a swivel. You almost got smoked.
Bowling out.
We got the lead. Now hold it.
Transfer available. UAV standing by.
Sniper eliminated.
Done.
Requesting recon above.
UAV commencing surveillance operation. Your UAV has been destroyed. Scalpel standing by.
Using scout pulse. Eyes on enemy.
Scalpel available.
Using scout pulse. Enemy
Falling
using
behind.
trophy. Tossing flash. Enemy located. Tossing flash.
Enemy scout pole protected. Hostile counter UAV established above. Enemy UAV inbound. Hostile UAV established overhead. Enemy
Hostile
UAV
spotted.
inbound.
Enemy down. My thirst for vengeance is the only thing keeping me alive.
Heads up. Hostile care package inbound.
Listening line was disrupted.
Using scout pulse. Enemy spring mine. Enemy using trophy. Throwing frag.
Scout post available.
Enemy care
Using
package
scout
above.
pulse. Enemy package.
Net call. Enemy watchdog Delo inbound.
Take out that watchdog helo. Take out that watchdog helo. Get down, frag.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Tossing flash.
Backup's not coming. You want to get out of this alive? Better step up.
Sniper, stay low.
Enemies have disarmed your spring mine.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Enemy using trophy. Drive them out. Target down. Hostile source being spotted. My thirst for vengeance is the only thing think
I don't
keeping me
believe in bad
alive?
luck. Just bad aim.
We
Get
feel
the
the
extra.
bitter shame of defeat.
Hey. Hey. Mom, what are you wanting right about now? I don't think you should.
STEM slide trap attracts and traps bugs 24/7.
If you misplaced your card,
Slide to the right and the card's locked. Unlocked. Locked.
the Chase mobile app has card lock, and it has encryption technology to help you keep your data safe. That's peace of mind from Chase.
What is the smallest four-digit number?
Smallest? 0, 0, 0, 0.
No.
Smallest four-digit number.
Smallest four-digit number. It won't be 0, 0, 0, 0.
So what is it then?
100.
Okay. What about capital of Italy?
Whoa. Take you some Italy. I generally haven't. I don't even know.
That's for R.
An R.
It's there.
R-O.
Oh my god.
Romania.
Sorry?
Romania.
Roman.
Romania.
Name one element in the periodic table.
Don't know what that is.
The periodic table.
What's that?
What about you? Do you know what the periodic table is? Have you heard of like helium?
Yeah, I know what helium is.
Yeah, you know what helium is.
Yeah.
You ever heard of gold?
Yeah, I know what gold is.
They're in the periodic table, you know?
Oh yeah, so that's, I know what you mean. No.
So name one element in the periodic table.
So gold, innit? Like you just said, innit?
Yeah.
I know what you mean now, though, innit? Kind of thing. But it's like another thing. Diamonds.
What's the name one country in Africa then?
Yeah. One country in Africa. Oh, I don't even know, man. Yeah, let me think. I do.
Name one country in Africa.
Just
Zimbabwe
one.
one.
Wait,
I swear my mates told me it's
Uruguay?
gone. The Zimbabwe one. I swear my mates told me it's gone there before. I don't know if that's in Africa though.
What language do they speak in Argentina?
You what?
What language do they speak in Argentina?
Argentinian. They speak Argentinian, innit?
Is he correct?
Nah, bro. I don't even know it, but bro.
What do you think it is?
Nah, I swear it's Portuguese.
Yeah, what's the lowest 4-digit number?
Lowest 4-digit number? Yeah. Oh shit, 1,000. How, nah, because that's the lowest 4-digit number, bro.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
What do you think it is?
999.9.
Is he correct?
Nah, because 0.9 is not a digit.
What is 4 times 4 times 0 times 1?
1.
Cool. What's the past tense? What's the past tense for the word go?
Boy.
Huh?
Boy. It's boy, innit?
What's the past tense for the word hold?
Held.
Sure?
Yeah, of course I'm sure.
Yeah, what's the past tense for the word leave?
Come. Pause. Come in.
And what's 7 times 7?
Nine.
I haven't finished yet.
Oh, shit.
What's the plural term for the word shell?
Well, the stupid answer will be shells. But I don't think it's shells. I don't think there is one, is there? It's because it's a trick question. Is there? I don't know. Is it a trick question?
What is the name of the public event where goods or property are sold to the highest bidder?
What?
What do you mean, what?
Mate, you're talking like... Mate, you're talking in riddles at this point, I'll be honest. You're speaking riddles. I don't know what you're trying to say. What, events, like sales? Yeah, events.
Yeah.
So, in a public event, you trade goods. It's just got an event in it.
What is 0.75 as a fraction?
The fraction? 75%.
What's 7 times 7 times 0 times 1?
49. No. 7 times 7.
Times 0 times 1.
0. 7 times 7, 49. 49 times by 0. It's 49. You're playing with me, man.
Spell the word discipline.
Discipline. D-I. S-I-P-I. I've lost it. I've lost it.
Now, what's 4 divided by 4?
0.
What is the scientific name for humans?
People.
Sorry?
People. That's a human.
Name one country in Asia.
In Asia.
India.
Is India in Asia? It's not, is it? It's Pakistan in Asia. No, I don't know, innit? I don't know.
What about you? Name one country in Asia.
India.
Huh?
India.
Correct. Name one country in South America.
In South America?
Yeah.
Florida. That one's there. It's Florida there, not?
Okay, what about North America?
Los Angeles.
Sorry?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, yeah? What's the capital, yeah? What's the capital of Italy?
Rome. Capital Italy. I ain't got it still. Milan.
Capital of Australia.
New Zealand. No. Yeah, New Zealand, yeah.
It's New Zealand, you was right.
It was New Zealand?
Yeah.
Is that actually New Zealand?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Sick.
How many full weeks are there in 2 years?
How many weeks are there in 2 years?
Yeah.
48? Is it
In 2 years, bro.
In 2 years? Oh, 134?
134.
Something like that.
What do people often stand for and sometimes sing before international sport matches to represent their country?
National anthem.
Come on, correct. What type of animal is a dolphin?
It's a mammal.
Okay, yeah, correct. And spell the word optician.
O-P-T-I-C-I-A-N.
And how many syllables are in the word education?
Education. 4.
Okay, bro. Yo, okay.
Diamond in the dirt, you get me?
What do you call the figures in geometry that can be acute, right, obtuse, or straight?
Angles.
Swear down.
Yeah.
And how many angles are in a straight line?
180, come on, man. Bro, it's not year 5, bro. What's this?
What part of the body can be fractured or broken and are studied? What vitamin does the sunlight give?
Vitamin D.
What's the capital of Australia?
It's not Sydney, it's Canberra.
And for you, how many full weeks are there in 2 years?
Full weeks?
In 2 years.
12 times, 2 times that? You can do the maths.
What's the plural term for the word shell?
Shell.
Yeah.
Shelled. Shell. There is no plural for shell.
When you're watching the other football, but don't want to ask your friends, what's offsides? And how can I sound like I know a lot about...
In 1991, the tourism rate in New York City rises 400%. The once great city of New York becomes the one largest tourist attraction for the entire country. A line of street vendors spread along the New Jersey shoreline, across the Harlem River, and down along the Brooklyn shoreline. It completely surrounds Manhattan Island. All bridges and waterways are crowded uncomfortably. The homeless population, like a plague, is encamped around the island. There are no guards inside the tour, like crowded uncomfortably. The homeless population, like a plague, is encamped around the island. There are no guards inside the tourist trap, only tourists in the worlds they have made. The rules are simple. Once you go in, you come out slightly disappointed.
Once you go in, you come out slightly. That sounds like New York.
rules are simple. Once you go in, you come out slightly disappointed.
So you just want some Dunkin' Donuts, man? This is fucking New York, man.
New York. If you make it here, you can make it anywhere, dude. I've never been, Trevor.
I have. This first time, man. Fucking Dunkin' Donuts every single corner. You got pizza. You got some fucking pizza and souvenir T-shirts. Like, are you kidding me, man?
I'll make you a deal. We're only here for like 36 hours. Let's pack an entire New York City tourism visit in one video. Can you handle this? Everything you want. All your dreams coming true.
Can I get some vape?
Oh, you can vape. Vape Nation was born in this city.
Oh man. Why did that happen?
Let's smoke and vape. Let's smoke and vape. Smoke and vape. A little coil porn. A little toasty, helps fun, vape scent. Ooh, French dude. That one.
French toast?
Yeah. No, pancakes. What do you like more?
Pancake
French toast or pancakes?
I like French toast more, man.
French toast it is. It's got to be French toast. Stay true. You want this one? Yeah. How much is this? Doesn't matter. 300. You don't. It doesn't matter. See how long it takes for our cards to stop working in New York because we're just at vape shops.
So just press the power button and pull.
That's it?
Yeah.
Hey, thank you. You want to puff, man? All right, ready? Suck in. It actually does taste like French toast. Stop! Dude. Wow. Hey, thank you. You want to puff, man? All right, ready? Suck in. It actually does taste like French toast. Stop! Dude. Wow.
Second hand. That's fucked up. You wanna go down that way? you with some slick New York duds, mark you as a tourist, so somebody mugs you on this trip. What do you say? Pretty good? We're gonna go in here?
Yeah, man. Excited.
I love New York. I love New York. I love New York.
I mean, it's the classic. I mean, you gotta
It's
go
gonna
with
fit?
over the hoodie, maybe.
Yeah, I'll take
Try it. Try it. Okay. I'm gonna get an extra one.
Oh, shit. I didn't realize.
Well, you're gonna need that for sure, dude. Put your head through it. No, vape.
I can't.
All right, Trevor, you gonna go with that shirt and the hat?
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
It fits really good.
Get him.
I'm sorry. You'll never see me do this again. Never. Never again. I'm just an example. You'll never see me do this again.
You gotta read the words, dude.
Yeah.
You gotta read the words.
Did you know that New York was established in 1625? No, I didn't. Well, I mean,
That's good news. Trivia. Boom.
right there. Was America even alive then?
All right. All right, we got our boy here looking real all-American. How's it feel?
Good, man.
Top of the world, right?
Part of New York, yeah.
All right, let's get some food, some of that good East Coast food in that belly of yours, all right? Sound good?
Pizza. Pizza.
Pizza.
Pizza.
Pizza.
I don't want to play this game anymore.
What's up, man? That hurt. Please stop. What happened to you, Trevor? What happened?
Man. Just hanging out.
It's fucking New York, man. Fucking New York. Trevor, no. What happened to you, Trevor? Fucking New York, baby.
Listen, drink this. Take a deep sip. You just got off of work at the docks, trying to provide for Marcy and the kids.
Up. Hot, man.
Yeah, it's hot.
Hey, what's that?
All right, and we got this classic New York bagel with cream cheese. You know, everybody knows New York bagels.
It's got like grease on the
Are
bottom
you
of
gonna
that.
fucking help me? It's burning my hands. Take a bite. Now get that cream cheese. Get that cream cheese.
In the mouth.
In the mouth. And then your favorite for the
You didn't
a delicious
swallow
slice,
yet.
a tasty cheese pizza. Just kind of rack it up. Get that grease rolling around. Now wash it down with the gel.
You'd like this. The cow chop goes to New York. Yeah. They open the video with like this epic saga thing. New York rules were made. Go with it.
Welcome home, mama. Welcome home.
Yeah.
Really greasy. I don't like it.
Wash it down with the gel. It's a fucking
You get a napkin or
sleazy
something?
slice, you
You get a
know?
napkin?
No, wipe your hand on the back of the pizza. We want to get a picture with.
All these mascots, take your pick. There's Spider-Man, there's a couple Elmos.
What's Spider-Man, man?
Oh, guys. What just happened here? New York, baby! It's alive! Thank you so much.
On my couch.
Thank you. It's gone.
All
Do you have
right,
any
got
more?
you. Got you.
Oh, man, I'm
Yeah, we got fire.
Yeah.
Look at this guy, bro. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
So much.
That was iconic.
Greatest city in the world, baby. Get some, James. Want some more? Want some more, man?
I want to go home.
Take some more. Take some more.
I want to go home.
Don't be a pussy.
New York is chase you.
Please, I've been carrying your bags all day. I want to go home. I don't give a fuck, man. Take some more.
We're going home. We're going home. We're going home.
It's fucking New York, man.
Hello, oh fuck it. Thank you for watching this vape-tastic video where I almost give myself cancer, lung cancer, stage 3 probably at this point. Yeah, I still haven't really fully recovered from that trip, but we had fun. I'm sure you guys enjoyed it. If you want to see more stuff, you got a video right here. You got a subscribe button below it. You want to buy some merchandise, buy some shirts, a hat, a bottle, anything you want, down in the description, alongside our Twitter and other links. As maybe sometimes we mention, sometimes we don't. You go ahead and check all that stuff out. I believe in you. I believe you can do it. Thanks.
Oh shit, you wanna come and get some?
What's in that vape, Trevor?
Oh, it's just so good weed, man.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that.
You try talking when you fucking.
I don't think it's gonna be as deep.
You gotta take in a lot and talk as soon as you breathe out.
Or else you...
First one suck in, and then as soon as you.
This is a big hit.
Oh, I saw a little blood there.
You sound like a what? You just talk like you just normally talk.
When you go.
Like just normally talk.
Yeah, it's just like you literally flow out and you just talk. It's like more dense, so like your voice like does some fucking geometry shit.
Oh, honestly, oh shit. Okay.
You gotta talk as soon as you do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Trevor, tuck in your shirt. What's wrong with you?
Stop.
Trevor, it's your underwear.
See my ass crack? I got swamp ass. That shit's sweaty, dude. Ew! Just your finger. I've been sitting on my ass all day. Yeah, I can deal with my own ass smell, man.
Can you?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Stop. That was an advanced one.
I have to be careful because just a little bit of residue.
Yeah, I know. You gotta
get into my eye.
You gotta like wash your hands.
I gotta wash my hands immediately after placing these. So, all right. So this is already on my finger. I have to be careful with.
It's in my eye.
The placement of the chip. Perfect. These little plates are gonna go in here for now until they are ready for the big finale. These are, of course, the Carolina Reapers, the one chip challenge, the deadliest chips in the USA right now. You do not want this in your mouth, anywhere around your kids, your dogs. Human beings are gonna be eating those.
It's not good.
No, it's not. Not that anyone's ever gonna eat these, like, just casually, but... What do I feel today? Killing myself? Sure. Easter egg for all the things. Fuck!
You don't need that one. Just leave it down.
Fox, help me out here, but there you go. Oh, wait. Make this a dipping bowl.
Well, what kind of dip do you have?
What kind of dip? Tabasco. Oh, Jesus.
You're gonna have to clean that up, make it nice.
Well, yeah. You might ask yourself, okay? What completes a perfect dip?
A leaf?
A leaf? Excedrin, Trevor. See, this looks more like a tomato bisque, you know?
Looks good. And then
what's going on here? Now you're thinking with your head.
Oh fuck! Ew.
That doesn't look as good as.
I thought maybe it would like not turn like that.
I think that leaf will be the least of people's problems.
Some more. Can't help but notice there's something floating in the bisque this time. I don't really know what this is.
I don't have that. Are these any different?
What is this?
Why don't I have
Excuse
that?
me, manager?
Voila. Cure your headache and give you a headache all at the same time. Basically, no headache, all the taste.
Smart thinking, man.
That's all cooking is. It's just additions and subtractions and fractions, and sometimes you multiply, divide, parentheses, you know. This is a gift for Trevor. Who? Trevor. Works here. Hey, who? Why are you looking so grim? I'm looking happy right now. This is my happy face. Oh, I got you a gift. Yeah, it's actually a gift. Why would you think I'm lying to you? It's a car and home massage pillow, and it has thermal therapy and magnetic therapy. Look at all the different positions you can put it in behind your neck, on your back, on your dick.
You might be this
more on your dick.
Is this long enough?
Don't you have like 13 plugs down there?
Yeah, but I got like a bad back, so I mean.
Oh, you want me to do it? Yeah. Well, it's a good thing I got you this. There's like chips down here.
Oh my god.
Oh, dude, it's like making a sound. What the fuck? What is this? What is that?
Is that chip?
It's under your desk. Is that like a carrot?
Ew, dude. That's not a carrot.
What is that?
It looks like a wet Post-it note. Like it's like wet paper.
You think of Post-it note when you see that?
Well,
it's
look,
like a
deep,
dried carrot.
Like deep inside, it's like orange.
Taste it.
Taste it.
That's not a Post-it note, dude.
What is that?
I don't know. I found it. Great.
It seems kind of distracting.
You're doing the neck massage right now. That's called. I think it's supposed to make that sound. Like you hear that noise, and I don't think it's supposed to make that noise from the adapter. I think the adapter is supposed to sound like it's short-circuiting. You know.
There you go.
Look at this. It hurts. The fuck am I looking at?
Alex.
Trevor, there's no picture for this method.
It's giving me a headache, man.
Where's the pictures for this method? What are you doing?
It hurts, dude.
What's happening? He's using a massager, but he put it on as like a headband. Ooh.
It's like putting pressure into my temples.
Loss of oxygen in your head here. That is actually that's the thigh massage right there. Maybe that's an abdominal massage. I'm not sure which.
Ooh, stop and rotate to a different side.
Ew. Why does it say Asian number 1? Because Asian number 1.
Why is there no Asian lady on the picture?
How do you know she's not Asian? That's PewDiePie's girlfriend, you fucking dumb shit. Sorry. Enjoy your gift, Trevor. Stop doing that.
Sounds like an alien.
Want to give it a try?
No, dude, it's been on your dick and your ass and your face. You had this on your dick and your ass and then you put it on your face.
It's not like I have poopy on my pants.
No?
No.
I don't believe you.
Wait, what's inside? Oh shit. That's some alien technology. Fuck, dude. Thanks, Alex.
What are you gonna do with that?
Leave it there.
You ain't gonna do shit with that.
It's gonna be...
Get rid of it.
For Alex.
Get rid of it.
It was a gift.
Get rid of it.
What do you want me to do with it?
I'm asking you to get rid of it. What the fuck? What are you doing in here? This isn't getting. There's no way to get rid of it in here.
I know how you have a bad back, so...
What am I supposed to do about this?
Wait, you're breaking it? Yeah, it was a gift.
Still a pretty good gift. Yeah, it looks like a controller.
Are you guys going into like hypothermic shock here?
Why am I cold?
Why are you cold? What's wrong? Your body's going into shock.
It's happening to people. Some people.
Is that dun 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 da da dun 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 da da dun. Is that mama? Oh my. Oh no. Oh. Is it mean mama? Or is it sweet-ish? Be honest.
Well, it's a little chilly in here.
Some people might just like lay in bed crying because it's like just too much.
It's too much. It's not spicy anymore.
Yeah, I
though.
know, but
It's good. But
I think it's the adrenaline that probably
I'm just like-
kick in and then.
Ooh, yeah, that's
I'm cold.
I'm hot.
Feel
I'm
my
sweaty.
Feel my hands like they're cold.
All the heat went to your stomach.
Probably. I don't know.
Your hands are
That's
cold.
weird. I thought it was gonna kick in immediately. It
kinda
no,
did,
it just
but-
ramped up and then it just fucking punched me in the face.
The way your body takes over, like even I was like okay, I'm gonna tough through it. My body's like, nope.
It kind
Wait, you're breaking it? Yeah, it was a gift.
Still a pretty good gift. Yeah, it looks like a controller.
Are you guys going into like hypothermic shock here?
Why am I cold?
Why are you cold? All the heat went to your stomach.
Probably. I don't know.
Your hands are
That's
cold.
weird.
I thought it was gonna kick in immediately.
It
No,
kind of
it just ramped up and then it just fucking punched me in the face.
The way your body takes over, like even I was like okay, I'm gonna tough through it. My body's like, nope, snot, tears, stomach, just like mucus, just pouring.
I think it's like more dense, so like your voice like does some fucking geometry shit.
Thanks for watching this great behind the scenes outlook on what we do in the house, in life, the misery we go through. Unless it was a good, good episode, then the great times we actually have, I guess it depends. Honestly, it's like day to day. You don't really know what's gonna happen to you. You may get a gift or you may get hell. It's whatever. But if you want to watch some more behind the scenes, you click this video right here, and like the subscribe button's like either right here or maybe right here.
That's a great quote. Trevor is a genius.
Right here. Have through. Unless it was a good in life, the misery we go through. Unless it was a good, good episode, then the great times we actually have, I guess it depends. Honestly, it's like day to day. You don't really know what's gonna happen to you. You may get a gift or you may get hell. It's whatever. But if you want to watch some more behind the scenes, you click this video right here.
Hell, it's whatever.
And like the subscribe button's like either right here or maybe right here or right here or right here or right here or right here. And then below in the description, we have a merchandising store on Rooster Teeth. You can get a bunch of stuff, a bunch of great stuff, a bunch of stuff. You can buy a bunch of great stuff. It's just a bunch of stuff. And then we have a Twitter where you can, sometimes we link to our merchandising store. You can buy a bunch of stuff. It's up to you. We don't have a link to Twitter on the merchandising store. It's more like, Twitter something. It's kind of like a one-way avenue kind of thing where you can just buy, a bunch of stuff. Thanks for watching.
My name is Alex Marchant, and welcome to The C Word. The C Word was established a couple years ago when I was watching a Gordon Ramsay special. I basically copied the name of his restaurant.
Oh yeah!
Might be asking yourself, what does the C Word specialize in? Good question. Hey, dog. Hey. Hi. I'm great with animals, as you can tell from this video right here. I opened up this restaurant here inside this house. Basically, I was evicted from my last venue. So now I'm operating out of my kitchen, but it's a good place. It's a good place. All right, real talk. A couple weeks ago, I had reached out to these guys called Paki, I think is the name of the company that makes these chips. Apparently, this is a Carolina-infused chip, and it comes in this box. Now, because of transit, they had to put it in a Ziploc bag, so I couldn't take it out of the box. But this is the chip right here. Basically, Scoville level, it's about 2 million. Very, very fucking hot. So today, I'm gonna convince these guys to eat a bunch of different chips because these guys sent us some tortilla chips, some nacho cheese special, the ghost pepper, and the habanero. So I'm gonna have these guys try these chips. At the end, they'll be eating this right here, and we're just gonna see what happens. Because honestly, who the fuck doesn't want to see somebody in pain and suffering, especially on this channel?
That was the video where you just shoot us in the dick right off the bat, right? Is that video? What is this? What are we doing?
Hey guys, welcome to the C Word. I'm not actually crippled. This was just a.
I believed it for a second.
It was a gag gift. So, C Word, brand new diner dash location.
C Word?
This is the
Can we guess what the C Word is?
No,
It's cunt.
no, the restaurant is called the C. Diner Dash. You guys are here. It's called the C word.
Diner Dash.
Quote, the C word. Unquote.
Quote, cunt.
I'm the head chef.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
I will be right out with your guys' appetizers. Just hang amongst yourselves, relax. This is a good experience for all of us here. And of course, welcome to the C word.
Thank you.
Like,
What's that?
What kind of food is at this restaurant?
You guys didn't tell them?
What kind of food?
It's the word of the day, we call it. It's chips. Chips. I'll be back with you.
Chip, like potato chips?
I love chips.
I do too.
These patrons are already pieces of shit, but, you know, here at the C word, we like paying customers because we don't get them very often, so we're gonna go ahead and start them off with the finest Italian Fresco available at the grocery store. When it does that, when it overflows, that's a good thing. Keep that in mind. Let's just go out there. What's the occasion, boys? What are we celebrating today?
It's his bar mitzvah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm a Jew.
Ah, another Jew, huh?
When does the pain start?
Excuse me? What pain, boys?
Very bubbly.
Very
So
bubbly.
don't drink that. Keep that in mind. Let's just go out there. What's the occasion, boys? What are we celebrating today?
It's his bar mitzvah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm a Jew.
Ah, another Jew, huh?
When does the pain start?
Excuse me? What pain, boys?
Very bubbly.
Very
So
bubbly.
Very bubbly.
don't drink that. Yeah, we're gonna toast.
I really appreciate the attentiveness of the
What's-
manager
what-
here to us customers.
And he didn't have to card us either, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
We don't actually have a liquor license, but that's okay. Cheers.
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 Skull.
You'll need that.
The water or this?
Ugh. Tastes like shit.
So far, so good, boys.
Ooh, yes. This right here, good start. This, of course, is the Paqui grilled habanero.
Do you like it?
It's pretty good.
Setting the plate is pretty simple. Everyone in one culinary school should know. You always want it slightly to the right side of the plate, 35 degrees.
The thing is, we've been waiting all day for it, so like it's been hyped up.
Do a cup.
Come on, you gotta fix that.
Well, I didn't even know we were going to a restaurant today or tonight.
No, we didn't know anything. I mean, I thought we were gonna have some fun.
This one here. That's for the big boys.
What if the surprise is we eat food because we were hungry?
This can't be good food.
Top it off with our exquisite Excedrin bisque. There we go.
There's a hole in my side.
Yeah, this restaurant isn't.
Let's go ahead and get these fresh dish. Thank you. All right, guys, here we go.
Oh, wow.
The word of the day, chips.
Chips.
Gonna try these out here.
Look at this tiny little fun fork.
Look at that little fork.
This is actually extra plate. That's not supposed to.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay.
I can't help it. Notice
Wait,
I have
wait,
3
wait.
chips and they only have 2
There's
chips.
shit in here.
Ah,
There's like
now these are very exclusive chips. You might find them to be a little bit.
Sorry. Go on.
It's fine. A little bit appealing. Might be a little tinge here and there. And of course,
It's the fork.
the fork is more like a decoration than it is like.
What am I supposed to dip the chips in?
You can. That's the option. The option is there for you to dip it into the exquisite bit of all of it, huh?
they're pretty spicy.
They're spicy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing's wrong with mine. Nothing's wrong with mine. What's wrong, Joe?
Nothing. I'm already.
I ate 3 chips, Joe.
You ate 3?
I ate 3
4.
chips. What do I have to eat 4? I ate 3.
Wow. All the bisque.
It was great bisque.
Great bisque. Good.
I just really want to enjoy the food at this restaurant.
Okay.
So far, so good.
Perfect. All right.
I like it.
Grab you guys' plates. Thank you.
Oh, that was really good.
Thank you, chef.
Of course. Thank you.
Chef, can I take this home?
Sure.
I need it. It's a little spicy, but it's
Yeah, no, I was like, I thought he was gonna do something to it, but it was a normal chip.
That's why it's coming.
Ooh, now this one right here. They will not expect this, but this, of course, is the elusive nacho cheese special.
Yeah, no, it was a good experience.
Great, well, whatever, fuck it.
Oh, yeah.
I bet these guys won't even like tip that well.
Somebody could die, though.
Somebody could die.
You really enjoyed the bisque, so we're gonna give them some more here. Oh, that's all right. All right, you guys.
Oh man.
The second course.
It is. Oh, more chips.
Wow.
I knew it. I knew it. The C word is chips. Thank you.
Some more.
Can't help but notice there's something floating in the bisque this time. I don't really know what this is.
I don't have that.
Are these any different?
What is this?
Why don't I have
Excuse
that?
me, manager?
Yes.
You have a piece of plastic floating? Is this, what is
That's
this?
a little bit of the foliage. You can just leave it on the
Is this a
side.
garnish? So...
This one, of course, basic flavors. We're going to the basics. Last one was a little bit of an appetizer. Get your guys' taste buds flowing.
Where are they from?
Guatemala. Guatemala.
But really put the sauce on it though, like put a little spice.
I didn't consider that.
Try it. Well, that was a good it was like a second appetizer.
Mm-hmm.
It was good. I'm liking the sauce.
Yeah, so far this restaurant's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. You guys are really diving into these dishes.
Yeah, I'm sure we won't regret it. Ever. Sure, there's nothing wrong.
None other than the haunted ghost pepper chip. Scoville level, pretty much like standing on Mars with athlete's foot and the sour warhead in your eye.
Really? If you're eating too much spice, you want to get some milk.
Right away. You can smell it. Can you smell it from here?
He walked in like he was crippled, so I don't know. What do we really know about this guy?
Maybe stick in my head.
The C word.
Okay, so they wanted some drinks.
Barefoot Contessa.
I know that show.
Deadliest Catch.
Almond milk, directly imported from Albania.
So.
Oh.
Drinks.
Oh, good.
We got drinks.
Perfect.
Oh, we
Got some milk.
Okay.
I'm a little bit colorblind. I'm guessing this one is for you.
Hey, colorblind. What is it?
Is it actually milk?
I don't know. You try it.
You try it. You're thirsty.
No, I'm not that thirsty.
What does it smell like?
Is it? That does not smell like milk. Is that milk?
Please taste
That
it.
does not smell like milk.
Okay.
It's milk.
Here we go, you guys.
This is the entree?
The entree chip.
Entree
You guys will like this one. There's a hole here. I'm not sure how that happened.
This is the
but
entree.
I think it was the spider.
spider.
Spider did it?
We do have a little bit of a spider problem here, but that's all
I
right.
noticed it's still
We
there.
have the C word. We don't have a health board letter grade yet, but
It's pretty hot, chef.
a little bit hotter than the first course.
Did we get refills if we? Oh, it's fuck. It's hot.
My tongue's on fire, chef.
Tongue is on fire.
Chef, can
Yes.
I send this back to the kitchen? It's a little too hot for me.
Mine's fine. What's wrong with yours?
What would you like?
Do you have anything more mild or
More mild?
for my yeah?
Okay.
Mine was perfect, chef. I really enjoyed it.
Perfect chip. I don't want to hover or anything, but
You're sending yours back?
I'm gonna go ahead and get you guys your dessert out.
Okay.
I would, out of respect for me, the chef, I would like all of you to eat this chip.
Okay.
Okay.
The dessert chip?
This is a dessert chip.
Okay.
Fucking.
So if you ever don't like your food at a restaurant, you gotta send it back.
Okay. Here we go.
You'd rather not speak up
Yes.
and eat something you don't like.
I can't look them in the eye until.
Okay.
Why is Trevor laughing?
Now these guys right here. The Packy Death Chip 1 chip equals skull and crossbones. That means you turn into a pirate.
I love the spice. Spice is life.
These guys are like standing on the sun with needles in your feet and a big dildo up your ass that's been turning in coal for 3 days. That's how hot this is. They will shit themselves, and honestly, good riddance. Now the quantity of these,
What? Why are they on oven?
Fresh out of the
they're
oven.
hot from the oven.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Don't interrupt the manager. He's explaining dessert.
I apologize.
I'm a chef, I'm a waiter,
You're all thanks.
entrepreneur.
You okay? Take a deep
Okay.
breath.
All right, here we go.
All right, chef.
All at once. I'm
Let's
very
see here.
excited. Look at the different color of these chips. I noticed that
A
they're
little bit of cinnamon, a little bit of some of that.
Let's all eat it at once.
We're gonna do it together. Ready?
I'm a little nervous.
It's gonna go.
Cheers.
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 Chew, 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 swallow. Ready?
Go.
Set.
Oh man.
Gulp. Oh, that was really good.
Oh my god.
That was really good.
Dude, I'm
Pretty?
sweating.
Pretty good.
You need to take your head off?
That's maybe like let the cool.
How my eyes are watering.
Let the cool air touch your top of your head.
Oh man. Oh man.
Just let the cool air touch the top of your head.
I'm gonna. It's really spicy.
Woo, boys! We're having a party tonight.
Do you gentlemen like some refills going on here? While we
A refill of the
situate
champagne
ourselves?
will be good for me.
Champagne?
I need more fucking milk. Cheers to the chef, to the greatest restaurant in America. I love cashew milk. I won't even touch it.
You guys are gonna want dairy products for this, not necessarily almond products, so.
So much spit in my mouth. I can't help
My
it.
eyes are.
Like, you jump in a lake, and the napalm doesn't stop. You come back up for air. Tongue's kind of like.
Every time I drink the milk, it gets better. And I think it stopped. It stop.
Not that this will help you boys, but here's some waters.
Thank you. Don't drink the water, it'll make it worse. It'll spread it.
Of course.
Really playing that long game. This chip has really got the stamina to keep on going.
So what you guys had today is called the Paki deadliest chip on earth.
I feel good.
Oh my god, look. There's blood that came out of my nose.
And this
got a
is
spike on it still.
and this is the challenge. This is the 1 chip challenge. So you guys are doing basically a challenge right now. Hashtag 1 chip.
You can't trick people into a challenge, man.
That's the challenge. You came downstairs, that was the challenge. Is the milk helping you? I feel like it's just
A little bit.
It's like a taste of heaven and then a plunge back into hell. I just don't want to participate in that.
If you just keep drinking it, you just can't stop.
It's good for your bones.
How do you feel?
Gotta stop eventually, right?
No.
Yeah.
Trevor, would you
No,
like?
actually, I don't.
Would you like some bubbly?
No, I'm
Would you like some bubbly, Trevor? Prepared this fine cup of champagne, homemade.
What the fuck you want from me?
I'm gonna make it cheers.
No. Fuck away. You fucking freak!
Joke's on you, Trevor. You sick son of a bitch.
What do you guys think?
It was great.
How did you enjoy this restaurant
Do we get
today?
to fill out cards?
Can we, we're gonna leave the Yelp review?
I'd like a nice tip.
What? I don't think I have any money.
I think drinking that might make me puke like a well done.
That's right, you guys.
Don't worry. You know what?
Nice meeting you guys.
You know what? Put it on my tab. I'll be back.
Put it on the tab.
I'm gonna be a frequent customer here at this restaurant.
All right, you guys. You enjoy yourselves. Have a good rest of the night. Happy bar mitzvah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're a man now.
Oh yeah,
How's that
I
go?
forgot about that.
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
I cannot believe how hot those chips were. My butthole was burning for a couple days after this. And yeah, it was pretty crazy. If you want to watch more videos, just click right over here. If you want to sub for more amazing content, just click right over here. If you want to get some beautiful merch.
Welcome back to Cow Chop. Today is another challenge video for only the bodybuilders at home. Everyone here knows of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, huge movie megastar. Actually just recently got named the #1 highest paid actor. Now I've been wanting to do this challenge for a while. I don't know how many people out there know, but The Rock eats fucking 7 meals a day. Everything here on this counter, he eats in one day.
What? Including that trash bin?
No, the trash bin is separate. This is actually, this was a present from Joe's grandmommy. Basically, what we're doing here for this challenge is we got our names are in the trash bin. We're gonna pull a name, and that selected individual is going to be taking The Rock's challenge. As in, 7 meals on this day, today, all in one day.
Dude, I already fucking ate.
That's okay.
Can we opt out?
Brett's in it. Stop being a pussy.
Yeah, but Brett.
I didn't even get to the.
Brett could easily do like this challenge.
I didn't even get to the punishment yet. This is just a challenge bit.
Why is there a punishment?
Because it's a
already
challenge.
a punishment?
It's gotta be a challenge.
You always complain about, oh, there's not enough free food. And here today, look. All the free food you could ever want, cooked by me.
This is
your
all
in-house
one day.
chef. That's a lot
This
of
is
fucking
fancy.
food.
Whoever gets picked out of here, if they do not complete The Rock's 7-meal challenge, we're gonna have to shave them bald.
Really?
Everybody's kind of like, other than Joe, his hair's been pretty
I've
much
been
the
growing
same
for
for
like
a long
two
time, dude.
years now.
Yeah, 2 years. That's a long time, ain't it?
Brain blast.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Should I show the camera first?
Show the camera
first,
dude.
Who is it?
That looks like a short name on there.
Man, you gotta look stupid as fuck.
I guess there's no guilt, really, because, you picked yourself.
Yeah. You put the noose in the tree and put your neck. So I have to go bald?
It's just 7 meals in
just
one
what
day.
The Rock eats in one day.
Yeah, it's just what The
While
Rock
training for Hercules. Shit.
We'd also like to give a shout out to The Rock. You can put his Twitter up here. Tweet this video to him, because we want to make sure that The Rock sees this and sees this wee little lad and his attempt to do the Hercules diet.
He's gonna ad block this shit, dude.
Alright. Well, yeah, I'll get to work. Get
Brad.
ready.
If you smell what The Rock is cooking.
Now that, I don't know much about that. Look at it go. Look at that sizzle.
You don't know much about that, but you're cooking it.
I don't know whose idea it was for me to cook the meat.
You said
I haven't cooked meat in like a decade, but I believe that my time to shine as a chef is today. Alright, James, we got an order up?
No.
Is that what they say? I'm gonna flip it in the air and you're gonna catch it.
No! It's gonna burn me! Stop! No! Dude, you can't! Did you measure this out though?
That was like, there's like room for a little like extra. I got a crazy idea. You know, sometimes you go to like a fancy barbecue and they're like, hey, we poured, Dr. Pepper batter on our steak. We think we should add a little something on this steak. Take that in. Smells like Halo 1. Smells like...
That's gross. He's gonna be like, why does this one taste weird? Oh, come on, dude. That's too much water.
I know, but look, I'm gonna sieve it just a little. I don't think this was done cooking.
Joe! Come down here! Alright, Joe. Meal number 1.
Alright.
Okay.
Let's try it. Oatmeal's good.
Okay, thank you.
I really like that.
Try the. I was the least responsible for the taste of the oatmeal of all 3 items.
Uh-oh, that doesn't look cooked, Brett.
Excuse me?
Dude,
excuse me.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna like.
Mine is the bottom one. James cooked that one.
I didn't cook any, man.
Try it, try it. I mean, if you're honestly scared, we'll put it back in the thing. I don't think it's bad. I think we cooked it for the.
It's not cooked. It's not cooked.
Bread.
I'll eat this shit.
I slave over a hot stove. It's not done. There's blood in it.
He just sent it back.
He sent it back to the
The first meal here got
You
sent
think the
back.
Rock? You think the Rock sends his food back, Brett?
That's your fault.
That's not my fault, dude. Oh, look at this side though. Now we're talking.
Meal 6 is
that good? Is that good?
That looks pretty clean to me, man.
Just the way you like it, right, Joe? That's what you said. James, what's happening with that chicken?
I don't know. You're the one that's in charge of it.
Sous chef, how does the chicken look?
Certainly looks like it's getting there, Master Chef.
All right, you finished meal 1. Good job, Joe. How you feeling?
Good. Look at that. Wow.
Clean plate.
Yep.
Good job.
Great work.
One step
Actually,
closer to being Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
I'm still pretty hungry.
You're still pretty hungry.
Yeah.
You ready for meal 2 then?
Yep.
Right off the bat, meal 2. You're going a little bit fast, like too quickly, but I mean that's fine.
I have the whole day.
The sooner you transform into The Rock, the better. So here is meal number 2. We have for you amazing cuisine with chicken, broccoli, and rice. This you might get through this, but this one might be this one might be your blockade right here.
I might have to like wait a little bit. I have the whole day, right?
Try a little bite of everything and make sure it's to your liking, and then you can take it back upstairs and we'll go about our day here. We didn't add any special ingredients to it. It's just
I put some pepper in it.
Yeah, and a little Himalayan pink salt.
Good.
All right. Hey.
That's a good rating right there. That's a good rating. He is 2 in, and we got 5 more to go.
Gordon Ramsay was right. It's hard to run a kitchen, man. You got bugs. You got unhappy customers.
I don't think most kitchens have like that kind of problem, but
Normally we don't get this like I don't get people making me food ever, so I'm kind of excited about it. I don't really need that. Kind of excited. So bloated.
You said you were bloated?
I'm bloated.
It was 2 hours ago.
I'm bloated. I ate
2 hours
that
ago.
was a lot of fucking rice.
All right, well, I mean, however, there is more rice in meal 3.
Oh my.
You have, I think it's 2 pieces of fish for the next one.
2. I could do 2. I could do 2.
A cup of asparagus.
Okay.
Some rice.
And some rice.
Fuck.
I think you can do it. I think you can do it. Look at the way he's cooking that asparagus. I don't know if he's doing it right. I don't think he's doing any of these right. I have no idea.
Sous chef.
I'm ready for the fish though. I've been waiting all day to eat the fish.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know how to
I've been
cook
waiting
the
all
fish.
day to learn how to cook it.
He doesn't know how to cook fish.
It smells pretty good. It looks pretty
Let
good.
me try it. Let me try it.
Okay.
Let me try it.
Okay. Don't burn your mouth.
Let me look first. Let me make sure that this is safe.
360 degrees. All right, don't burn. Just nibble it. Just nibble it. Just nibble. Oh wow.
Oh!
Or do that.
It's good.
He likes it.
It's good.
Hot fish coming through.
Damn, and he eats this.
Look at that. All right. La la.
This is a bonus that not even The Rock can fucking handle, dude. This is fucking cheese. You can use that cheese in this meal. You can use that cheese in the next meal. You can use that cheese in any meal.
Try a bite of everything and tell us it's bad.
Yeah, this is it.
Tell us it's
Should I
bad.
try the cheese or
No,
Just plain first.
try our natural Joe.
Fred, there's a lot of food.
It's a lot of food.
I gotta keep going.
You got
I
heart.
can't give up.
You were talking a lot of shit about this fish and that you're gonna do this.
I like it. The fish is really good.
This
Good.
was, you said 2 hours ago that you could take the fish, no problem. 2
Yeah,
hours
you said I
later,
hardly
you're
lived-
being a bitch.
That was before I ate like a pound of rice or whatever.
Oh, look at this, it's gonna come out.
Oh no. Oh no.
Mashed potatoes.
It's completely in the shape of the container. A good way to test. This
Stop.
doesn't look real.
It's not done. It's not even warm yet. That's still cold. What the fuck, Brett?
What's that?
Why did you do that in our kitchen?
It needs a little more time. That's not ready. That's not ready to eat.
You're supposed to be here to help. Dude,
What?
That fish is still there.
I know, I'm eating it. I'm eating it.
Come on.
I have to chew it.
Eat the fuck.
If
this was not a challenge, I'd be shoving it in your face right now. But I'm better than that right now because this is for The Rock. I'll tell you what, Joe, because it looks like you're having such a struggle here. What if we give you a proposal, okay?
What about?
What if we give you a helping hand? We'll call this lifeline a helping hand. So you can have a tag team partner, because The Rock always had tag team partners.
That's right. Yeah, you're right.
To help you take over these next, 4 meals, right?
4 meals.
However, the catch is whoever volunteers themselves is also up for the same challenge, which means if both of you don't do it,
oh, then they go bald too?
They go bald
okay.
as well.
I'm not alone.
Only fair.
Who's gonna wanna do it?
Aaron's been saying he's been hungry, dude.
Who's gonna wanna do it?
Aaron's been saying he's been hungry, dude. Aaron's been hungry.
If I help you, we're going bald. Like, there's no going around that.
No, dude, we could do
I'll
it.
do it for 20 bucks.
20 bucks? You're gonna pay him?
Why would I pay you?
You're gonna pay him?
You're going bald.
What do you mean?
20 bucks.
20 bucks is pretty, I mean, that's...
Why would I give you $20 to...
Because $20 could save...
My name is Alex Marchant, and welcome to The C Word. The C Word was established a couple years ago when I was watching a Gordon...
pound of rice or whatever. Who's gonna wanna do it?
Aaron's been saying he's been hungry, dude. Aaron's been hungry.
If I help you, we're going bald. Like, there's no going around that.
No, dude, we could do
I'll
it.
do it for 20 bucks.
20 bucks? You're gonna pay him?
Why would I pay you?
You're gonna pay him?
You're going bald.
What do you mean?
20 bucks.
20 bucks is pretty, I mean, that's...
Why would I give you $20 to...
Because $20 could save your fucking head, dude. Because Jesus Christ, dude, that shit ain't going anywhere. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
There's 3 meals left.
2
Keep
dishes.
in mind that Brett said that the last one is pretty easy.
Okay.
So that's 2.
I can eat 2 meals over the course of a couple hours.
You can do it? If you can't eat
2
2,
meals.
if you can't eat 2, I'm not giving you 20.
All right.
You have to eat 2 full
All
things,
right.
and I will give you 20.
Aaron has agreed to eat 2 of these 7 meals for him for $20. But because Aaron has entered himself into the fray, if he does not, if they both don't get these 7 meals done, they're both going bald now.
You ready to go bald?
Godspeed.
You just took a whole meal off your hands here.
I don't
So much rice!
I don't even like the fish anymore.
What's wrong with the fish? Brett, you hear that?
I know. No, I mean, he's a good cook, but like I just don't like the fish.
Head chef.
Yeah, what's up?
I got a message from a customer.
Yeah?
He's sitting over there. He says you're a really good chef, but your fish sucks.
We'll see how much it sucks.
You got shit in your hair.
We'll see how much it sucks.
You said, I can do that fish. I really want that fish. 2 fish. I want that fish.
I can do it.
And you got the fish, and now look at you. What's happening? You're breaking down as a human being. You can't even do it.
Joe, this nice crisp chopped salad's gonna pick you
Oh,
up.
come on. Just get a nice forkful of
You
this.
just advance to the next
Look
world.
at that.
It's
Come
like you're
on.
in a desert world and you want to go to
Come on. There you go. Come on, Joe. Look at this piece. Get this piece in there. There you go. Swallow that
Come on,
piece.
baby bird, swallow it, just force it.
You want some water?
Fuck, man.
Come on, Joe.
Fuck you.
Come on. What do you mean, fuck you? I'm helping you right now.
And then
Check this out.
There you go.
I saw yours, but then I was like, look.
Just spit it out.
Oh! Dude! Oh.
Joe, that's pretty
Oh, you actually
Clear
did.
that space. Clear that
Hey,
space.
you want some more soup?
You do have to finish the fish. Not
I can't fucking, dude, I can't fucking eat it.
You want some?
Put it in your mouth and chew it.
Oh,
Throw that in the
dude,
trash.
I look at the plate. That's so bad.
No, dude, fuck you. Fuck you, dude.
Oh!
I don't want that shit, dude. Fuck this challenge. Fuck it, dude.
Is that a tap out?
Are you tapping out?
Fuck this shit.
That's a tap out! That's a tap out!
How are you still eating, Aaron?
What do you mean?
Right, so Alex killed plate 6, right?
Well, I got the salad, but I gotta be honest, man, that Thousand Island.
That is plate 6.
Thousand Island doesn't do justice.
And Brett, the chef, has taken it upon himself to just go in for meal 7. So, and Aaron's still working on his here to get his.
Done.
He's getting his 20 bucks in. He's gonna get that 20 bucks. And we have the sad and depressing Joe in the corner. So I mean, well, collectively, I guess you could say that like everybody almost ate as much as The Rock, right? I mean, almost. We almost got there. Collectively, the Cow Chop team has eaten as much as The Rock on his Hercules diet. However, challenge-wise, which was the bare minimum requirement for this, you have failed The Rock's diet challenge. And you drugged someone else into it too. That's fucked up. Come tomorrow, it's gonna be a whole new day, and you guys are gonna be completely bald.
I look like a fucking freak. If I didn't have the beard, I would look fucking weird. Like, even more weird.
It's not done. There's blood.
Well, today we learned one thing, and that is nobody individually can engulf the amount of things that The Rock puts in his mouth on a daily basis. That's not an insult towards The Rock. He eats a lot. Nobody here could do this challenge, which means Joe is bald, Aaron is bald. What a day. If you want to see more crazy shit over there, like challenges and all this stuff that we do here, there's a video over there. You can click on that. Underneath that bad boy is a subscribe button. If you're The Rock and you want to subscribe to us, I mean, that would be great. If you're The Rock and you want to buy our merch and possibly wear something cool like this because you liked us, then there's a link in the description below. So if you're The Rock and you're watching, you know, do all that, please. And tweet us out. Tweet this to The Rock. He's got to see it. He's got to see it. Thank you. Thanks, Rock. Thank you.
If you slap me, you're gay. If you slap me, you're gay. If you slap me, you're gay. If you slap me, you're racist to every humanity. You're racist. Damn it! Okay, nature love me, nature loves me. 6467. Let's get out on the date. What is this kid?
Mama?
Lucky Rocked. 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 La vaca Saturno Saturnino.
MoMA? MoMA?
Los horcaléricos. Los horcaléricos. Lucky Rocked. Lucky Rocked. Lucky Rocked. Los horcaléricos. Lucky Rocked. Lucky Rocked. Lucky Rocked. Lucky Rocked. Lucky Rocked. Los horcaléricos.
Hey, you give the other kid a turn right now, or I'm telling your mom. Oh, your dad.
Tell your mom is crazy.
It's a good video? Is this a good video? It's got 236,000 views from 2 years. Years ago, man. Uber Haxer Nova, the last real YouTuber. I mean, I don't think that that's true, but I do want to see what this is like. There's been a lot of videos like this made, okay? It's usually filled with misinformation, but I'm not sure if this one will be or not. I want to watch this and see what this is like. I mean, look at the fucking comments first. You know, the comments are usually pretty good. There's some nice comments in here, you know? I was a literal child when I first started watching him. Now I'm in my 20s. He's been such an important part of my entertainment for so long. Look at that. See? That's nice. A story filled with love, drama, loudness, sadness, and a broken leg.
The gaming landscape resembles an active minefield. So how is it that one solitary figure has evaded these common hazards?
Why am I a witness protection?
Intact. This is the story of Uber Haxer Nova. Known for being a little bit loud and a little bit...
Hey! We gotta go!
Impatient. I wouldn't let him borrow your gaming controller. You may recognize him from the gaming crew The Creatures or the destructive Dream Team over at Cow Chop. But don't let this personality fool you. From Dead Island to Minecraft, WWE to Mario, you name it, Nova probably raged playing it. It may come as a surprise that in the beginning, Nova was not a man in search of attention. In fact, far from. Growing up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, never could he imagine that one day he'd be duking it out with the bro army, or slipping and sloshing in a bath of lube. See, like many fresh out of high school kids, he had no idea what to do next. Not a real fan of working for the man, he had always considered himself a creative. Initially applying to art school, and after filling out all the necessary paperwork, paying all the fees, and just outright excited to start his life, James was ready to sign up for classes.
That's true.
One problem.
I was going in to figure out my schedule, and it was filled up. The school was filled up.
Classes were full up, and since they wouldn't adjust his schedule, he said, budget. So with school on the chopping block, what was this young lad to do?
Fucking
Well,
Jacob
over here
edit.
at our barely legible Nova YouTube timeline, things weren't going according to plan. for
God damn
James.
it.
School was out of the equation, so what do you do next? Naturally, begin your life as a working stiff over at the local Twizzler factory.
Oh my god.
Now, James quickly discovered that becoming the Candyman wasn't exactly a sweet dream. And it was during this time of sticky uncertainty that one particular pastime would right this rudderless ship. Video games. The story of Paragon Nova is really the story of YouTube gaming as a whole. You see, in 2008, the YouTube landscape was a very different place. Gaming was a new entertainment attraction, and like anything shiny and new, there were those looking to make a profit out of it. Insert Machinima. One of the early multi-channel networks, Machinima began spinning a web of its own, forming partnerships with many a gamer of the time, allowing them to earn income for their videos. The caveat.
Hold on though, I gotta go back real quick though, because I don't think he mentioned about like the Twizzlers factory. What actually happened at the Twizzlers factory was that I spent a couple weeks there. I think I talked about this already. I spent a couple weeks there, and they hadn't gotten my ID yet. And you need your ID to clock in and out or whatever. At least at the time, you needed your fucking ID. At one point, I got tired of not having an ID. I went to the front desk and I was like, "What's going on with my ID? Because I don't have an ID yet." And they did this shit. They looked on the computer. They fucking turned it around, and they were like, "Well, that's weird. Like, you're in our system, but like this obviously isn't you." Then they fucking, he showed me the screen. And it wasn't me that was in the system. It was my fucking dad that was in the system. So they didn't have me in the system. It was my dad that literally worked at the same fucking Twizzlers factory as me. And they didn't have my ID because he had my ID and we have the same name. So I pretty much quit then and there. and then that's when I fucking left. That's what happened. It was like some real divine intervention type shit, man. That's what happened there. That it wasn't like just gaming just came out of nowhere for me or anything like that. That's what happened.
And it was with this partnership with Machinima that James' life really began to change. 5 words: Road of the Rising Dead. And while there would be many series that ultimately made Nova the internet sensation that he is today.
Oh god, you don't even include Happy Wheels in this? Like, I mean, if you're doing a 4-panel fucking thing here, I would say, yeah, Minecraft, Hard Time, Mario Maker. I think the last one should probably be fucking Happy Wheels. But I guess if you're gonna use anything, I guess, I mean.
To many, Dead Rising was a turning point. Despite being incredibly obscure and mostly lost, Dead Rising was possibly one of the most important series.
Oh my god, look at my old thumbnails. Oh god, I played Assassin's Creed Brotherhood for up to episode 69 at least, 72? What the fuck was I thinking then? Why? Why did I do that many episodes of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood? What the fuck was I doing?
To James' career. In addition, he was given an extra push when his videos were uploaded to Machinima and also featured on Machinima. Gumdrops and jelly beans. James was still working full-time selling his soul to the corporate Candyman. But when that first YouTube check came in from Machinima,
I was gone by then.
Twizzler and Co.
I was gone by then.
From that moment forward, it was only upwards and onwards.
I absolutely was gone by
then. It
then.
wasn't ultimately YouTube that changed Nova's life. As we'll soon come to realize, it was the friends that he was about to make along the way that truly made all the difference. Up until this point, James had discovered a great friendship with other YouTube creator Spoon, who under this Machinima umbrella had also been connecting with this other crew of quirky characters, eventually known as the Creatures. But you see, not every opportunity was all it was cracked up to be. After this so-called Creature crew began collaborating with James, it was only a matter of time before Nova was invited onto their aptly named podcast, Creature Talk, becoming an official member. This decision would set James on a new course, one that would ultimately change his life forever. But not all of it for the better. James' induction into the Creatures was truly a life-altering opportunity. Though to really maintain any group collaboration, you have to keep some sort of...
I just saw the Denver airport again on my way back, like from doing the tattoo stuff, and like I honestly did get kind of hit with a bit of nostalgia there because I got to see the fucking train again, and it was crazy. There was a lot.
Camaraderie and group consensus. Two qualities that at the time the Creatures had in spades. Their videos made you feel like it was just you and the boys hanging out.
Look at that quality. Oh my god.
So when talking about the Creatures, it's easy to forget that James was still an independent creator, and 2011 was a year of many firsts. From Try Mountain Survival to Draw My Thing, Nova brought his community a plethora of Mimi memories, including Yup.
I kind of want to skip this part because I fucking this shit fucking makes me cringe now.
A series of short rage videos that solidified James' off-the-rails attitude in the YouTube history books. This year also seeing the start of his dedicated WWE channel, Nova Pipe Bomb.
That shit died.
Now, it's pretty clear early on that Nova was going to be a key attraction to this gaming squad.
See though, like what people don't realize though about that whole deal was that in the midst of everything that was going on Machinima Respawn, because literally Machinima Respawn pretty much just became Call of Duty Central. That's all it was. And you got lost in the shuffle on that channel like crazy when you uploaded there. So like, I guess maybe it's not known, I don't know, but like I had to like do something to separate myself, I guess, at least a little bit. So the reason I was doing the wrestling stuff was because I could upload it to Machinima Sports, which was like, you know, it's a lesser channel or anything like that, but it kind of stuck out compared to all of the stuff on Respawn at the time, which was all Call of Duty. And I wasn't like 100% Call of Duty, other than when I would just make stupid one-off videos. So it wasn't like, I don't know, I wasn't like full in on the Machinima Respawn stuff, I guess.
After a few years of connecting via Skype, the crew wanted to get a little more intimate. That's right, going from just friends to business partners. And as we'll soon come to find out, business and pleasure can be a dangerous combination, especially when not everyone is on the same page.
Uh-oh.
You could argue that James didn't need the Creatures to be successful. And when the rest of the crew wanted to relocate to Colorado for better business opportunities, Nova was resistant to make the move. But another creature had something to say about that.
As I said, I was originally not planning to move out to Denver in the first place. However, I got pulled into a Skype call with Sly. He's like, if you don't go, this thing is going to fail. Oh my god, I remember that. Oh my god.
Without this push
I
from
forgot
Sly,
about
James'
that.
time at the Creatures could have ended right there and then. Thankfully though, it didn't. And with a hop, skip, and jump, James was off to the mile-high city, Littleton, Colorado. But if you thought the tension was over, in reality, it was only getting started.
Oh my god, no way.
This was no longer just a group of friends playing video games. It was now an official business, and with that, a line that everyone needed to toe. But for some members, not everyone was pulling their equal weight. The first bit of drama coming when original member Max came under fire for not pulling his equal share. Some of the members accusing Max of not showing up for work and overall being lazy. So it came down to a vote to expel Max from the crew. But Nova honestly wasn't having it. See, James was not the political type, and ultimately abstained from the voting process, leaving it up to the other members. Ultimately, Max was evicted at the hand of other members Kutra and Dan. But what this group didn't see coming was that this vote was a foreshadow for many future departures to come. But back here over on Planet Nova, he was in a war of his own. A war with PewDiePie. 2012 was a big year for gaming, but it was an even bigger year for Nova. Represented here by his favorite candy, Twizzler. Hitting 1 million subscribers was a huge milestone for any creator during this YouTube timeline. See, for Nova and PewDiePie fans, hitting it at the same time was a cause for war. a fan war. And at the tail end of 2011, one game by the name of Happy Wheels was taking over YouTube. And while today many of your favorite creators jump on the trending game of the day, back here when PewDiePie fans saw Nova playing Happy Wheels in their sub feed, they weren't having it. What ensued was an outright battle in the comments section. And well, let's be frank, this fan war was nothing more than a petty bit of fun between creators. It's a good example of just how influential James was with his audience. And while Nova never ended up winning the sub battle with PewDiePie, he still had a lot going for him over with the Creatures, who in 2013 were gonna ramp it up big time. The lease on their first house was up, and a change in scenery was decided. The second house was a content goldmine. In 2013, it felt like a true community, 500,000 strong, with no signs of slowing down. And neither, by the way, was Nova, who, just fresh off of surviving Telltale's Walking Dead, was making moves of his own. 2013, a critical year for one unforgettable bromance between one Nova James Wilson Jr. and Immortal HD. Their series Battle Block Theater being the sticky, gooey goodness that brought them so much closer.
Are you serious right now?
An epic collaboration that would one day
Battle Block Theater was a really, really good series, I will say. I feel like Battle Block was really good. I'll toot my own horn for that. I think Battle Block was really good.
Possibly their greatest creation. But I'm getting way ahead of myself. That's because everything good must eventually come to an end. And over the next few years, James, who had never been in search of this kind of attention, honestly getting quite a lot of it. His artistic contributions constantly pushing the envelope, 2013 ending in a bang. And while the Creature's success allowed James to experiment with skits and the creation of some unforgettable characters, by 2014, things would yet again take another drastic
Professor X.
turn. Remember, the Creatures were a business, and some members began to think that it was about time that they started looking the part. Naturally, moving up in the world, the crew decided to get an official hub, a so-called Creature Hub. Though these times weren't always easy for James. In fact, there were some rather hard times.
Please, you fight 52 days! 52 days!
Hey, don't do the crime if you can do the time. Meet Afroed felon Denied Anal, a no-good street-walking, leg-stealing, whacked-up criminal.
Oh my god! Oh my god, his leg came off!
Not only one of Nova's greatest works of art, second only to maybe Accepted Anal, but a clear fan favorite. A series so nice he was requested to play it twice. And while Nova's solo career was honestly going off without a hitch, back over at the Hub, this new move to a more corporate environment, while proving fruitful, also brought a whirlwind of changes. Some of them not so welcome. The first coming when fellow member Cy Foxhound became the first person to depart since Max's controversial ejection, leaving for family-related reasons. It didn't change the fact that the number of ex-creatures was growing, and that their corporate influence was growing along with it. Something that James would eventually come to not appreciate. That being said, bigger business brought more meaningful opportunities. Opportunities to make a child's Make-A-Wish dream come true. James' affinity for charity work, one of the sweet quirks of online relevance. And with their spirits high and pockets full,
really cool
it was
being
time
able to do
for
that.
another epic adventure. I'm talking about, of course, the road to E3. And after a long drive
My idea, by the way, the way he's gonna talk about my idea, just saying.
on the road, there's nothing better on the stomach than a little Del Taco. Meat so fine, you'll want to have it a second time. These were truly the best of times. Underneath this goofy friend group persona, a storm was a-brewing. Behind the scenes, some contention was growing yet again. James wanting to take more creative risks, and Kuchera less willing to experiment.
That was the
If
video
you were
right there,
watching
the
in
fucking
2015,
the
you
fucking bath
got
bomb
the
video.
feeling that something was a little bit off. Among all the familiar faces, someone had on and off disappeared. Seamus. Seamus would eventually call it quits with the creatures. With 3 major players down for the count, a theme had been developing. Even so, it seemed like things were business as usual. But that was the problem. It was becoming very business focused. And for 2 members in particular, they were quickly approaching a boiling point. It all came to a head when newer member Dex famously walked off of Creature Talk. At the time, possibly a bit of an overreaction, but later on, a catalyst. Eventually leaving the group altogether, it was later revealed that James was the only one to speak up for Dex during this situation. It begs the question, was there more tension going on behind the scenes that on camera we couldn't see? Throughout James and Alex's time at the Creatures, there had been a number of falling outs, with members joining only to leave, and not always on good terms. These frustrations adding up, leading to a channel's slow decline and differing opinions concerning creative direction.
Oh my god, a timeline.
Then, in a flick of a switch, everything changed.
That couch.
James and Alex
Oh my
announcing
God.
that they'd be ditching their creature digs for a decked out cow couch, leaving the corporate YouTube life behind. Or so they thought. Now, YouTube has seen the coming and going of many a group collaboration, but none of them have been quite as chaotic a story as Cow Chop. If you liked video games, skits, and destruction, this was your YouTube destination. And the house was something else.
Oh my god,
Though
they
after
fucking
a
showed
fresh
the
start,
house.
it wasn't
I swear.
always roses and rainbows. For one, you have 4 dudes working together. It was incredibly unsanitary.
Throw it on my nose.
From salt shotties and camping trips gone awry, they got kicked out of shopping centers. Oh, and did I mention that they lit things on fire? The entertainment was as endless as human stupidity, though it didn't come without a little pain.
Ow! I mean, when you look back on some of that stuff, though, some of that shit was actually pretty fucking bad. I mean, some of that stuff is like, I mean, yeah, we did destroy the house a lot, but like, I mean, there's some stuff that we probably should, like, I think that the fucking 1,000-degree knife video or something like that, a broken iPhone or something, and it like popped and like almost exploded and shit.
Whoa! Fucked up! What the fuck? Yo, that's still going! What do we do? Someone pick it up, throw it in the backyard! Yo!
There's some really close calls, to be honest. Yes, there was literal milk in the walls through the pipes and shit just because I filled the fucking... Well, okay, I say just because, but I filled up the fucking bathtub with fucking milk and cereal and then made Joe fucking lay in it. Like, yeah, that was probably not the best of choices, but, you know... I mean, it would have been different. It would have been different if we would have like owned the house, I guess. I mean, obviously, if we owned the house, then man, it would have been something, because then we could just like fix it or like get through it. We could just demolish it as we wanted to. But it was definitely not our house.
You see, what was more important about Cow Chop was the effect it had on James. Throughout their run, you could see a drastic improvement in James' physical and mental well-being.
God, I fucking
From the very
shifted in
beginning,
weight
he
so
made
much,
it clear
man.
who he wanted to be. And by 2016, 3 million subscribers on his main channel, and having begun what was probably one of their most successful group endeavors. James had a very
Pokemon
different
Go!
mindset about what success meant to him.
I've done most of what I've set out to achieve on my own, and my only goal now is to make sure that my friends are taken care of.
Wow. Now that quote is very telling of Nova's character. Everything got turned upside down when one snitch arrived.
A little over a week ago, somebody from the audience, I guess, decided to snitch.
This, in many ways, was the first nail in the coffin, and I'm gonna tell you why. Now, while the Cow Chop crew thrived on taking chances with extreme content, when one individual decided to take it upon themselves and let the landlord in on the group's activities, well, he didn't appreciate it. Kicking this herd out to pasture, forced to regroup in less than optimal filming circumstances. This clearly affected everyone. But what would come next affected James probably the most. The rise of CowChop came at an interesting time in the history of YouTube. It was kind of the calm before the storm, pre-apocalypse but within the shift of major YouTube policy changes. When many other creators had to pivot to meet the coming tides, no matter the mindset, the simple fact was, YouTube wasn't filling up their piggy bank. If it wasn't for their dedicated fan base, this story could have ended right there and then. Once again, setting off for greener pastures, this time heading for the land of angels, Los Angeles, California. A move that held a boatload of opportunity, but also a dumpster full of not so fruitful consequences. One more road trip and one final warehouse. Here in LA, we would see possibly some of James' most ambitious content. Now being able to collaborate with other Rooster Teeth associated channels such as Funhouse and Sugar Pine 7, bigger wasn't always better. The spotlight, which James had never really yearned for, was now becoming somewhat blinding. There were talk of TV shows and hosting gaming events, and though he kept a brave face wanting to slowly transition himself more into the background, roadblock after roadblock kept him front and center. And despite his best efforts to keep pushing forward, it would only take one slip up to push him over the edge.
I've never watched this back. Please don't show it. No, I don't want to see that. I never watched
that. The skills from Skate 3 not translating to real life. This injury would result in James taking a short leave of absence from the channel. A lacking presence that we would all soon have to become
I've never watched that footage back. I do not want to see it.
I am going to be leaving CowChop.
At the time, a shock for many fans, but behind the scenes, a decision that had been brewing for quite some time. The years of pushing through to pursue the dream simply wasn't fulfilling James' happiness any longer. And knowing James, he had to keep true to himself. In his own words, I felt like I had accomplished everything I had set out to do.
I'm sorry that it had to kind of just happen.
Oh, but if you thought James' story was over here, yeah, you would be wrong. That's because as we approach current times, in this post-group channel world, I think it's safe to say that he may be happier than he's been in a long time.
Oh
finding
my
a little
God, the
peace
chat.
and solace on a little streaming site called Twitch. Yeah, I'd say James is A-okay. In fact, maybe a little better than okay, having now made a name for himself in the no-pixel GTA community. And remember at the beginning when I said James had always remained true to his character? I wasn't completely telling the truth when I said he never really changed. Just like the world of YouTube gaming, this genre is a far cry from the simple Let's Play origins we used to see. With online censorship impacting more and more creators, James has weathered this storm of change, but in the process has gone through an evolution of his own. But to still be here, alive and kicking over a—
Yes, I am alive. Yes, I am alive. Full disclosure so far, yes.
You could say that James is truly one of the last real creators on the platform. Whether it was doing insane things for charity or simply just wanting to make sure his friends were all set up. I think if we were to ask James what he considers the most important part of his life thus far, he'd probably tell you to shut up and leave him alone. But I don't think it would be the numbers or the accolades. Rather, I think he would say it was inspiring the millions of people along the way that for him made this job worth it. Remember, I'm Ryan, and I'll see you in the next video.
I don't know if I would say that. I don't know if I would say that. I mean, I've just been happy that I've been able to do what I want to do and, like, you know, not have to worry about anything else, to be honest. That's all. I mean, it wasn't too bad. There wasn't a lot of, like, you know, misinformation or anything like that. So I guess that was all right. I'm actually surprised. I thought this was gonna be way worse, you know? Rate the accuracy. I'd say 79%, maybe. I would say it's pretty high up there. I would say. I think. I don't even want to look at these comments again. I looked at two of the recent comments, and it wasn't very pretty. These old ones are pretty nice though. The old ones are pretty. These new ones are fucking. These new ones are kind of more ill-informed than anything, man. Mostly streams on Twitch now, but the content he puts on YouTube has mostly stayed fairly consistent with how he did things back then. You see that? See this guy? They know. They know. This person knows. Yeah, I will say the one thing that I do kind of miss is just having I miss like creatively kind of coming up with concepts, even though like some of those concepts don't really fit the landscape of YouTube these days. I mean, that's the only thing is I feel like there was a lot of ideas still, a lot of series and stuff that like were starting to kind of get off the ground on well, at the tail end, I guess, of my tenure with Couch Up, like stuff like the fucking world records and stuff like that. Like I think we only did like 4 or 5 episodes of the fucking world record thing, and I had so many more of those like in my notes that I wanted to do. I just think the idea of like a regular Joe Schmo trying to fucking beat a world record and then just like failing miserably and just doing it really abysmally is still pretty funny. I still think there was a lot more that I could have did with that. God.
The summer has arrived, and with it comes a boatload that looks better, and I was worried about finding exam /
is the big day. Today is the big day. The new Indiana Jones movie is out. That's right, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. It's gonna be good. I have faith. It was only yesterday I was showing you all the games based on the classic trilogy, but now that it's a quadrilogy, I have a little surprise for you.
Of course, there's always going to be games I missed. I already showed you a few based on Last Crusade, but there's like 1,000 more. There's one on Commodore 64, which is basically like a shittier version of the Genesis game, which is pretty shitty itself. I remember that's the one where Indy pours from the Grail onto his father, like in the movie. Except, what is he pouring? That looks, questionable.
Yes, Cindy, right on my chest.
Then there's the PC version, which is actually good. It's a point-and-click game, made with a lot of care and attention to detail. The graphics and the lighting are really well done, but hang on, what's Indy doing with the water fountain? If he's drinking, he would be leaning over, so I can only conclude that since this game was developed and published by Lucasfilm Games, later LucasArts, it must be considered canon that Indy is a sink pisser.
But anyway, about that surprise, I'm going to do something a little different here. Usually, I take you back to the past, but this time, I'm going to play a new game. Yeah! They sent me an advanced copy of the new Crystal Skull game. I figured, before I go see the movie, I might as well check out the game.
I see it has that guy from Transformers. I don't know how that's going to go, but the big question, what console is this? Didge? Yeah, the Leapfrog Didge. It's a brand new handheld console coming this summer. It's quite an opportunity to be among the first to review it. It's geared towards children and is meant to be educational. Let's see. First, let's get this bastard out of the box. Ugh, you think there's enough packaging here? Son of a bitch. Come on. Oh look, they give you little stickers for overlays. Which one do you prefer? Well, obviously this one. Oh, I hate doing this shit. Get on there. Come on, smooth it out. Oh, wait. They give you this protective cover also. So you're not going to see the sticker anyway. Motherfuckers. Let's put the game in. You know, I have high hopes here. I bet this will be pretty decent. It can't be like those old games. I'm sure they learned their lessons by now. So Indy and Mutt are looking for the skull. Hang on. His name is Mutt? What kind of name is that? If they named the dog Indiana, where did Mutt come from? I have a bad feeling about this, Indy. Yeah, I do too. The game starts up and it's a self-explanatory side-scroller. You're jumping around and whipping snakes. But you also have the option of punching. Not sure why. Did Indy just punch a scorpion? And a big one! The scorpion's bigger than him. Imagine if you saw a scorpion that big and had the nerve to walk up to it and punch it. Who does that? Next, he's punching giant rats. It's as big as that thing George Clooney fights in From Dusk Till Dawn. I mentioned this was an educational system. Well, every now and then, you open a chest and have to answer a math problem. But the real problem is this game is a piece of shit. Sometimes you come to a series of platforms. You have to jump on the one with the correct answer, or else you fall through. Could you imagine that? Speaking from personal experience, I'm supposed to be good at math because I'm a nerd, but really I'm not. If this were real, if my life depended on knowing the math, I'd be screwed. Imagine that. I walk up to the platform and then someone asks, "Quick, what's 32 divided by 8? I'd be like, fuck! As for those treasure chests, the strange thing is, it's optional. You don't really need to do it, unless you want the points. Some kid could be playing this and they're supposed to be learning math, but instead they skip the chests and just play the action parts.
Let me ask you a question. If you were playing a game and you had to choose between solving math problems or not solving math problems, which would you choose?
Some stages you play as Indy, others you play as Mutt. He's in the jungle, fighting with a sword on top of trucks and jeeps. Next he's climbing on vines. And the funny thing is, I bet none of this even happens in the movie. What next? Is there going to be a bunch of monkeys? Not happening. When you beat the stage boss, Spalko, the game actually allows you to continuously whack her with the sword. Jeez, how cruel. Spalko? More like Spanko. The game is appropriately easy for kids, but damn, sometimes the clunky control can be frustrating and lead to many deaths. Just a reminder, this is not an NES controller.
It's so unfair! Ah! Fuck! Shit! Ah! Oh, you motherfucker!
The final boss is a statue come to life. That'll be in the movie.
Ah!
Now, this guy is tough. Man!
You motherfucker. You motherfucker!
Oh, man! Well, after finally beating him, Indy grabs the skull. It looks like he places it on a skeleton body. Don't look at it, Mutt. It unleashes its power, much like the Ark, and they escape.
I don't know about this game. I guess I have high expectations for anything new, but I am excited for that new movie. I mean, this is more than a movie. It's an event. Crystal Skull is going to be the last Indiana Jones movie. There's no way they're going to make any more. It's not like they can de-age Harrison Ford or anything like that. That'd be like if in 15 years I come back to this same episode. How crazy would that be? Anyway, fuck this Didge game. Didge, you know, it's a piece of shit. Ah, missed. Here, let me try again. Well, the thing's so small. Did you really expect me to hit it? Nice going, Ray.
So, before I head off to see the movie, I want to take a brief look through some of the other games to see ahead of time where the movie might take inspiration. For example, on the PC, there was a game called Indiana Jones and the Desktop Adventures. Wow, real exciting name, right? That would be like calling one of the movies Indiana Jones and the Movie Escapade. It's a precursor to Star Wars Yoda Stories. It's an overhead action-based game with a puzzle-solving element. The exploration aspect is great, it has some appeal, but the movement and controls are pretty awkward. Great adventuring, bad combat. But the reason I bring it up is because, keep in mind, this game came out in '96, but the Crystal Skull is in it. Of course, the Crystal Skulls are real-life artifacts with a lot of mystery surrounding them, but the fact they were already included in the Indiana Jones universe means that the new movie may borrow things from the games. It was long speculated that Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis from '92 might be the subject of the next movie. While that turned out not to be true, the game did a good job adding new lore to the franchise. It's another point-and-click game, and for its time, it was very cutting edge. A lot of thought went into the plot, and the artwork is great. The graphics and sound are excellent, it plays out very well, and gives you enough clues to figure out what to click on. Above all, it feels very cinematic, as if this could have been the fourth movie, but feels kinda sad to end all the fun speculation. Indiana Jones was of course inspired by many old film serials and movies that Steven Spielberg and George Lucas saw when they were young. They were also inspired by comics. most notably all the classic Scrooge McDuck adventures by Carl Barks. So getting back to the games, it's worth looking to see what other Indiana Jones... Wait a minute, that's not an Indiana Jones game! To see what else the fourth movie could draw from, we could check out the 3D games. Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb was fairly recent. It was on PS2, Xbox, PC, all that shit. Here, Indy has to find a pearl called the Heart of the Dragon buried with the first Emperor of China. Once again, it doesn't seem like the new film is based on it, but there's a great wealth of imagination and adventure within that could make for great cinematics. This game is another good one, except for some annoying camera angles. You get to use the whip in all the ways you'd hope for, the voice acting is good, the likeness of Harrison Ford is done pretty well, and overall, there's not much to complain about. But there was a game that came out before this one, Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. Infernal? The dictionary defines infernal as irritating and tiresome. Sounds like something the Shredder would say, like, "Blast this infernal machine!" Well, this was the first 3D Indiana Jones game. Came out in '99 on PC and 2000 on Nintendo 64. From what I heard, it was only available at Blockbuster Video. This one's set after the original trilogy. The Soviets are trying to dig up a legendary Babylonian engine that was used to contact an ancient god or whatever. Indy meets up with a member of the CIA who sends him on the mission.
You a famous archaeologist. I'm just a spy.
Yeah, a spy can't do dangerous shit. Leave it to the archaeologist. Makes sense. The gameplay is very much like Zelda Ocarina of Time. Pushing blocks, the Z targeting, and the on-screen item selection and button commands are almost identical. One of the weapons you could switch to is a pair of boxing gloves. Come on, really? Indy's carrying around boxing gloves? And when you switch to it, he punches barehanded anyway. I don't get it. Did you see that? I just killed a snake by punching the air above it. You better watch these snakes. If you get bit, the venom starts draining your health. You gotta use the antidote, but if you're not paying attention, you might not even realize it.
Having no understanding, the
Hey,
rabble
Indy.
had thrown down his work.
Indy? Snap out of it. Oh boy, Indy's talking to the wall again. That venom's making him feel funny. So you just go around solving puzzles. It is somewhat in line with the movies. He'll do things like climb on top of a truck, and somehow the enemies don't notice him. I mean, come on, there's a guy laying on top of the truck. You can't see that? Then you're doing these shitty leap of faith jumps. Of course, it is an Indiana Jones game. And one time I actually landed on a button which unlocked the next part. I didn't even know that was the goal. I'm just making this up as I go. Next, it's an icy winter level. Okay, so what do I do here? Piss Jehovah into the snow? I must say, I love when he swims, he takes his hat off. Because that would be unrealistic, to swim with his hat on. When he comes back out of the water, the hat reappears. So I can only conclude that every time he goes in the water, he loses the hat and puts a new one on. Yeah, confirmed. Indy has an unlimited supply of hats in his pants.
What in the name of ass? This game is so fucked it belongs in a museum.
The jumps in this game are insane. It seems 90% of the time all you're doing is jumping around, hoping to make it. Get over there! You motherfucker! Here, let me try again. Oh! Leap of faith? More like leap of fuck you! Ah!
McClunky.
I can't take this many references. Anyway, I've gone far enough down the rabbit hole with Indiana Jones games, so I'm done. And hey, guess what? You know what time it is? It's movie time. That's right. I'm off to see Crystal Skull. Well, I'll see you next time with some shorter reviews. You know, I need a little break here. So, Just stay away from all that foul shit. Go check out the movie, I guess, and I'll see you later. Oh, God! Oh, my God! I can't believe it's not as good as Raiders and Crusade! Who would have thought a movie made in the year 2008 would have any CG in it? Ah! If they make another Indiana Jones movie, I'm not watching it.
All right, I'm off to see the Dial of Destiny. Speaking of which, I happen to have found the real dial. Yeah. It has the power to change the course of history. It's a little old, it's a little smelly, a little muddy. Wait a minute. That's not mud. Oh. This isn't the dial. This is the diarrhea dial.
Oh, I need to cleanse my palate. I need to watch something else. I know. The Adventures of Young Indiana Jones. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
I have the new DVD set. I always meant to getting around to watching it. Let's open this bad boy. Wow, this is a lot of discs, and this is only volume 1. Look at all these. Oh, and look at all these special features. Yeah, disc 12 has an interactive timeline, historical lecture, Revolution interactive game?
No.
See if this diarrhea dial works. I guess you just push this.
Oh, is it possible that these games are getting even shittier?
Looks like the nerds got more work to do. Shorter reviews my ass!
Oh my god. The games are getting shittier because in the future, he's literally turning up the diarrhea dial. Turn off the diarrhea dial, get your shit shocking.
That looks nothing like Indiana. More work to do. Shorter reviews my ass! That looks nothing like Indiana Jones. Not Harrison Ford or Sean Patrick Flannery. And it's an educational game? Who wants that? It's a sad thing when you can say the best part of the whole game is playing blackjack. But if this is an educational game for kids, why would they teach you gambling? What were they thinking?
Huh. I don't know.
Actually, this isn't bad.
Considering it's just a DVD extra, they put a lot of effort into it. It's basically like an episode of the show made into an Oregon Trail type of game where you have to manage your supply of food and water. The dialogue is well written and the voice acting is good.
Maybe you gotta push it harder.
Oh, I died for no reason? Did I have a snake bite? Did I forget to drink water? I don't know. And you know what's worse? There's 3 of these games from each DVD volume. Revolution, Special Delivery, and Hunting for Treasure. And they all suck. The drawings look like a discombobulated mess. And when you're not having a lame-ass, confusing conversation, you're busy whipping snakes and murdering people and animals. You never have enough room in your inventory. Sometimes it's even full right from the start. I never know what to do, so I find myself just playing blackjack all the time. Because of that, I guess I lost all my money for food and water. On top of the crippling financial ruin, dehydration, and delirium, Indy apparently has broken arms, snake venom, malaria, and dies a broke loser. Since we're on a young Indiana Jones theme now, let's check out the Genesis game, Instruments of Chaos. First, you get a message from Agent Rolf. Rolf? Nobody's name is Rolf. The mission is to stop enemy spies from buying the latest weapon technologies from countries all over Europe. You can play the stages in any order you like. So, I'll try out England. The action starts on London's Tower Bridge. It's a basic side-scroller. Seems pretty average.
Oh, this makes all the other games seem great!
I keep getting zapped by lightning over and over! Every step I take, a bird or something hits me and knocks me back. Get over there! And these construction workers are always in my way. Who would be working on a bridge in the middle of a thunderstorm? Oh, I can just shoot them?
Indiana Jones murders construction workers? What kind of hero is he? There's no clear indication of where to go. Can I go over here? Fuck! Oh, I get it. You're supposed to bomb the gearbox. How are you supposed to know that? So Indy bombs a bridge and kills people. I bet you weren't aware of his dark past. Wonder if that's canon. Anyway, I could not beat this stage. After about an hour, I gave up and tried Tibet. Come on, give it to me, diarrhea dial, come on. Oh, goodness. Here, all you're doing is hopping across sheets of ice, and if you thought this game would have smooth platform jumping, you're wrong. You try to calculate your trajectory, but only end up falling in the water again and again. To make things worse, somebody left wooden crates laying around, and just when you start getting some momentum, a fish leaps out and knocks you back. Don't you hate it when that happens? When you're busy trying to jump across sheets of ice and a fucking fish hits you in the face? Then I tried the India stage. Alright, just gonna... Oh, what the fuck happened there? Alright, come on, whip. Oh, okay, never mind. Let's get the... God, come on. Die. Okay, let's go. All right, let's get rid of the snake first. Oh my God, I can't even. Oh, come on, die. The problem with this stage is there's too many enemies attacking all at once. It's as if you took all the enemies in the entire stage and crammed them all into one spot. Like the enemies got smart and said, hey, let's gang up on them. There's hard games, excruciatingly difficult games, but this falls to a whole new level of no mercy torture games. Get used to that end screen that says, we regret to inform you, Indiana Jones is dead. As if they want it to sink in.
Your beloved character has died because you failed. That's it. The character is dead. Harrison Ford's never coming back to do another movie, and it's all your fault because you got hit by a combination of birds, snakes, flying knives, and a monkey hopped up on drugs.
All right, just one last stage. This is it. Last try. You can't go to Germany till you've beaten the rest. And I can't beat a single one so far. But maybe in Egypt I'll have better luck. Let's see. Oh, diarrhea. Oh.
Whip the fucking snake! Fuck! Fuck!
I don't think I could take anymore, but our last hope is the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles on NES. Diarrhea, cha-cha-cha, diarrhea. Oh! This is the worst Indiana Jones game of all! This is below any human standard of decency! I can't even believe this is real! Why did they make level 1 so difficult? Right out of the gate, this game bullies you relentlessly. How were kids supposed to play this? There's games that just suck. But then there's games that seem to be made with ill intent. Like this was designed to punish your soul. As if someone hates you. Well, fuck them. They don't allow you to make any mistakes. You might be having a near flawless run, but oops, you get hit, you lose your weapon, and then you're down to your fists, which is useless. You come to a wall of gun turrets like the Contra Level 1 boss. Good luck trying to punch that. I've given every ounce of my gaming spirit, and I can't beat level 1! Urgh! Urgh! Urgh!
Oh! It's killing me. No, it's actually killing me!
Why did all these games suck?
power glove works perfectly.
That's it. I can't fucking take it anymore.
These Batman games are amazing.
This is fucked beyond belief! Big Rigs is one of the best racing games I've ever played.
I'm dying. There's only one thing that could save me. Oh shit! I should have known! It's a replica! Fuck!
Oh god. Oh, what's happening? Ah!
is it? Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Do you want the TV still on? Alright, honey. I'll be down in just a minute. I want to see if it's still on. burger on a Wednesday. Okay, well, hey. I don't want no grease by Honey Bunny, man. Or you're getting dusty and itchy. Nope. Not at all, really. Okay, sorry, but okay, Honey Bunny, I got a plate in my hand with two very warm burgers. Before I even touch them, do you want one? Do you want a bite of one? Do you want me to hold it for you? Because this is like greasy and I didn't bring no napkins. Sorry. Okay, make up your mind quickly. Be careful, it might be like really, really hot. I don't know. I put in, yeah, I can smell it. The others are wrapped, but I took them out of the bag and I put them at least in a container. Not refrigerated yet. We'll just keep eating the same one, okay? Better sense. Yeah. Oh my god, this is like...
Heavy grease. I made my shirt
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad I selected the cheeseburger one.
Chill, mama. I might have, I don't know, I might have liked a good quality one single burger from Breakfast. I really might have, but canned shitty burgers.
Oh, those two happen, but hey, it's okay. I just remembered. Cheeseburgers for $1.50. I wouldn't do the ponies. I'm not like a huge hot dog fan, really. But I always did like scrambled eggs with, well, you slice up the hot dog, you know, fry it a bit. Just scrambled eggs and hot dogs. And put ketchup on it and toast. Awesome. I haven't had that in years. I don't know how. Start eating this burger.
I thought we were taking off.
I'll finish this one.
Oh man, you're here. Mama, you know what you do sometimes. You take the food.
No. I'll just finish this one.
Nice and tasty. You gotta eat both. You're getting too skinny. You gotta eat all 10 braised burgers. All 8 that are left. You gotta eat all 8. One of the first nights I was smoking, I remember we were at Lucas Chamberlain's house and I had the bright idea. I remember I suggested it too and I fucking egged everybody on to get going and we ended up doing it. Walking our ass, I was like, guys, we gotta eat. I'll get a couple bucks. I got like $10 or $15. I'll be like, it's Wednesday. Let's go get some braise. And we got some shit ton of braise and we went to shithole Lucas Chamberlain's house. Angel. Oh, what else? We go to shithole.
No. am a white girl. May I request my 6:10 alarm, please?
No.
Well,
Well, when have I ever let you down?
I'm just asking. That's all. I'm just asking.
Break my knee. Yeah.
No, I feel the sharpness right now, honey. So when you started watching fellas in New York, you started from the beginning. Was anything familiar?
Didn't really go anywhere, Mom. That's the joke. They just hit a vape shop and then they like walked around the street. That's it.
Oh, all right. Well, I didn't really miss anything then. Yeah. I don't want to get up and go to bed. I have an empty plate.
No, you ate all the burger?
I did. I do need to get out. Mama. Oh, no, I want to lay down. I'm gonna set my empty plate right there, okay, honey? And I do need to rest my hands, so I might as well take the damn plate.
You should put
Well,
that plate in the microwave.
Would you like a burger?
Nah.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay. They were very tasty. And greasy.
Greasy burger. is it? I heard some people hollering. Is there a soccer game going on?
Thanks for watching this episode of Angry Video Game Nerd. But before we get into it, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is a virtual private network that gives you unrestricted access to all parts of the internet while shielding your data in a protective bubble against prying eyes. It's the highest rated VPN out there too, so it puts me at ease knowing ExpressVPN keeps my information secured. With nearly 100 servers from different countries to choose from, you can unlock thousands of hours of geo-block streaming content on apps like Netflix, all at the click of a button. Recently, a new Predator movie came out, so I wanted to watch some of the old ones, but it wasn't streaming in the US. So thankfully, I have ExpressVPN. I was able to switch my online location to Australia, and bam, the movie showed up instantly, all in glorious high definition, without any buffering. I'm always confident that I can find what I'm looking for with ExpressVPN at my fingertips. Find out how you can get 3 months of ExpressVPN for free by going to expressvpn.com/cinemassacre or by clicking the link in the description below. When it comes to movie-based games, you'd think I covered them all by now. But here's another one based on the Bruce Willis film Hudson Hawk on Nintendo.
What's Nintendo?
The film is a mix of action and slapstick comedy. Bruce plays Eddie Hawkins, who's just been released from prison after serving his time for committing robberies. He's supposed to be the most skilled burglar in the world. Yeah, so skilled he gets caught. Anyway, all he wants is a cappuccino, but he gets forced into doing another big heist when he's blackmailed by members of a mafia crime family known as the Mario Brothers. Wow, the Mario Brothers. And I'm sure it's a conscious reference because they mention Nintendo multiple times.
Play Nintendo, bone some chicks.
Wow. Play some Nintendo, bone some chicks? I'm surprised they were able to say that while having an official tie-in with an NES game.
Will you play Nintendo with me?
Wow, that should have been the commercial. Bruce Willis saying, "Would you play Nintendo with me?" Boom! Sold! But the marketing strategy on this game was so poor that as a kid, I never even heard of this game. But it definitely would have gotten my attention, especially if they just ran an ad that said, "Play some Nintendo, bone some chicks." How's that for a slogan? That would have sold some copies. Better than "Play it loud" and all that shit. You know, they should have done that since the early days of gaming. You know, for Atari, instead of this, they should have sang this.
Have you gotten laid today?
Big improvement. Okay, I might have gotten off topic there. So in the film, the bad guys force Bruce to steal the works of Leonardo da Vinci, not because they want them, but because they contain secrets. It's like the Da Vinci Code, but shitty. The secrets are that Da Vinci hid crystals in them. Crystals needed to power a machine that turns lead into gold. The criminal's master plan is to flood the market with gold so that it'll crash the world's economy. Do you even care at this point? All you need to know is it's a movie. It has Bruce Willis. He's screaming his head off. He's doing that stupid laugh he does. You gotta love him. He's as sarcastic as ever, like John McClane exaggerated as a cartoon. You want Die Hard with the comedy ramped up? That's what this is.
How am I driving? 1-800, I'm gonna fucking die!
Actually, I don't know what this is. I don't have any clue what's going on.
Anna Baragni came to play!
The slapstick humor is so dumb and so unfunny, it becomes funny again. Just as an example, there's a running gag where he keeps trying to drink a cappuccino and something always happens. So the film's a mixed bag, but let's see what kind of bag the game is. First, I need a beer. Well, the first thing to mention is the cover art. The PAL version has Bruce Willis's face, but the North American version does not. So what gives? Did Bruce Willis have a problem with one part of the world using his likeness? Did he find out how bad the game sucks and had the art pulled?
What is that?
That's a copy of Hudson Hawk on the NES.
Is this funny? You think this is some kind of fucking joke, huh?
But check out his in-game character. Wow. Flat top, super suntanned,
Not even close to Bruce Willis. Seems the movie made more references to Nintendo than Nintendo actually made references to the movie. The first stage, you're trying to rob an auction house, which actually does follow the film, although your main weapon is throwing baseballs that fly in an arc over everything. Okay, in the movie, he does throw a baseball. In like one scene, but it's to break a window in order to use a grappling hook. So instead of the grappling hook, we get the fucking baseball? You have to use the baseball to distract dogs. There's tons of dogs always ready to drag your ass off a building. Are there dogs in the movie? Well, yes, but I kinda have the feeling it's a coincidence. Could they be referring to the one that tries to eat his crotch? Or that really weird scene where he launches the dog out the window? Anyway, it's only a minute and a half into the game when the true fuckery begins. There's a window you need to reach, but you can only get up there by stacking 2 crates. So you take one of the crates up this little elevator, you push it on top the other crate. Ugh, that's sloppy. Let me straighten it out. Oh, shit. Now I gotta hop up there again, bring the elevator back down, take the crate back up, push it right on top. Push it back to the elevator, bring the elevator down. Oh, motherfucker. Push it out of the way, bring the elevator down, take the crate up. Okay, got him stacked. Now all I gotta do is jump. Fuck! Do it all over again. And finally, I made it!
Whew, boy. I need a beer after that.
Next, you're in a hallway guarded by what looks like security cameras, except they shoot lasers. Jeez, that's some intense level of security. Not only are the trespassers caught on video, but they're immediately incinerated. Wonder if your home security package offers that. Fry people to a fucking crisp. This level's so unforgiving that if you fall down a hole, it sends you back to the beginning. You know how much I love that shit?
You certainly do.
The game's so bad, they give you an option to quit. Oh, and anytime you want to see your health status, which are Zelda hearts, you have to pause the game. What the shit? That would be like driving a car, and anytime you want to see how much gas you have to pull over and turn off the engine. Another crate. Just gonna push it over here. Whoa, did you see what happened? The crate just said, no. It doesn't even feel like playing a game. It feels like you're just pushing buttons and hoping something happens. You have to trick it into being functional. The next section sends you down a bunch of slides. This is where the torture really begins. You're sliding down, down into hell. You're going through a maze of ductwork, avoiding steam and electrical charges. Just try not to die. Just try. On top of the death traps, you have to navigate in a certain order, flipping switches to turn off fans that block your way. Not to mention, it was released by Sony ImageSoft, the publishers of Dragon's Lair on NES. So it makes perfect sense that everything should be weird and cryptic. I mean, look at this part here. You have to make it all the way around a loop just to get up here so you can hit a switch. But you have to hit that switch on your way down, or else you need to do the loop all over again. Plus, it's timed, so you have to run past the fan real fast. But if you run real fast, you get killed by the steam. Fuck!
Just 2 more minutes. I was so close.
Fuck! Ah!
Oh, your mother.
Ah, fuck!
This is how I go out. Like a hunk of frozen Play-Doh. like a...
Finally, I made it to the next part. Just gonna hop off this crate, grab the wire. Fuck! Back to the beginning! Ah! Finally, I reached the end of stage 1, and may I emphasize, stage 1. I steal the first item, Da Vinci's horse sculpture, the Sforza, which in real life was never completed, only a clay model was made which was destroyed. If only the same could have happened to this game. Shit pickle.
You know, since you're here, I've been meaning to ask you this for the longest time, but how'd this shit get on your head? Were you shat on? Were you up somebody's butt? Were you dipped in shit that's already been shat? Or have you always existed that way and there's no fecal origin?
Shit! Pickle, 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 shit 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 pickle, 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 shit pickle, 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 shit 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 pickle.
Wow. Not what I expected at all, but thanks for sharing that. Well, there you have it.
In stage 2, your mission is to rob the Vatican.
Robbing a freaking Vatican.
Yeah, I bet you didn't know that underneath the Vatican, there's a network of sewers with floating brown orbs, steam traps, and spears that go up your ass. These sewers are patrolled by nuns that don't fuck around. They're pushing around these old-time cannons that will blast you to oblivion. So, they have cannons, but all I get is a baseball? That's real fair. Oh, wait.
I can punch? All this time I could punch?
Tapping B throws the baseball, but if you hold B, it punches. Well, I suppose there's lots of ways that could have been programmed. You could hit select to switch back and forth, or hold up while hitting B to throw the ball. But damn, holding B would have never been my first instinct to jab an enemy. Not to mention we're punching nuns in the fucking face. Next, we're on top of the Vatican, which actually happens in the movie. Now, if only they included the part where the TV antenna gets damaged while the Pope is trying to watch Mr. Ed. Yeah, Mr. Ed. Now that's a fucking trip. And now the nuns are dropping the bombs from parachutes. Man, these nuns are out of control. And just in case you make it inside the Vatican, they're ready for you, because the floor is equipped with electrical traps. Man, there's a lot of electricity in this game. In the movie, I can only think of one instance where he gets zapped. By the end of the stage, it does follow the movie closely, where he steals what they call Da Vinci's sketchbook, the Codex. And if you really care, it's not based on any specific manuscript of Da Vinci's, even though they include an image of the Vitruvian Man. It's just mashed together, made-up movie shit. The third stage, they don't even bother, because in the movie, it's what they call Da Vinci's helicopter, based on his conceptual design of the aerial screw. But the game just says fuck it and makes it the mirrored crystal. But the movie ends with them sailing on an ancient flying machine, I guess built by Da Vinci, but it comes out of nowhere. I'm surprised they didn't have a flying stage in the game. Instead, you're hopping around on disappearing platforms. Honestly, I can't tell if it's a glitch or not. Next thing, you're trying to climb across a rope, but there's a sloth in the way. At least I think it's a sloth.
It's anybody's guess what that thing is supposed to be. Are there any sloths in the movie? I don't think so, but I wish there was, because wouldn't that be great to see Bruce Willis yelling at a sloth?
Want more, Jumbo? Kick your big flabby ass.
But in case you can't tell already, we are heading deep into the territory of, remember that from the movie? Because there's guys throwing guitars and TVs, guys hanging from balloons, tennis players on the roof. Why are they playing tennis on the roof? And what, there's kangaroos now? And giant mice? How did this amalgamation of characters come to be? Did they just grab a bunch of athletes, circus performers, zoo animals, and lab experiments? Every enemy on this stage could have come from a different game. Up till this point, it sort of followed the movie, but now they just gave up. In fact, level 3 is the last stage.
No way!
Wow. Only 3 levels. Even Karate Kid had 4. Did they run out of ideas? Did the deadline approach and they had to just shit it out? Or could it be that 3 levels is all the movie had to offer? Well, that's one way to do it. If it gets to the point where you're adding kangaroos and shit, you might as well just end it there.
Even if it was a really good movie like The Breakfast Club, how would that work as a game? Level 1, you're sitting in detention. Level 2, you're sitting in detention. Level 3, you're sneaking around the school. Write the letter, the end.
So maybe you can say that what they've done with Hudson Hawk is commendable. They didn't stretch it out into 10 levels and fill it with all kinds of bullshit. No, this is a 3-level movie, so it's gonna be a 3-level game. Done. Ingenious.
The final boss, if you'd call it a boss, is the crystal-powered gold-making machine from the film. It's that certain type of boss that doesn't really fight back. You might as well be fighting a washing machine. All you do is go around the room, hit all the switches, then grab the crystal, and it's over. Congratulations, Hawk. The gold machine has been totally destroyed, together with the alchemy project. You may have saved the economic fate of the whole world.
Wow. You may have saved it. It's not 100% confirmed, but we think you've won. Imagine if you beat Contra and it said,
congratulations, you've possibly destroyed the vile Red Falcon and maybe saved the universe. You can consider yourself a hero, though it's debatable.
Well, this is the part of the episode where I give a final judgment on this game. I go off on a big epic rant and tell you all the things I'd rather do and all the different types of feces that come out of different animal anuses. But instead, I'm going to look on the positive side. Yeah, just for once, because there has to be something good about this game. Well, it functions. It didn't freeze. It follows the movie somewhat. It only has 3 levels. It has a pause button. It doesn't have high-pitched shrieking music that makes you want to rip your brain through your ears. It's not The Last Ninja. It's not made by LJN. It may be shit, but it's not actual shit. I think that's a good thing. You can't die from it. Probably not. It doesn't give off any odors. It tastes like nothing compared to the liquid ass of a gasoline-guzzling gorilla, nor is it as repulsive as a hagfish, which can produce gallons of snot on cue to choke its predators. It doesn't completely suck so bad that it'll make you rip your balls off and shove them in your eye sockets. It's not the goddamn motherfucking apocalypse. It's just a game. But the best thing about this game is that it's easily destructible. Well, the movie has a happy ending. Eddie Hawkins finally gets to have his cappuccino. Looks like they could have used that shot in a Folgers commercial.
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
As for me, I'm finally gonna have my beer. Cheers.
Best part of waking up is getting all fucked up.
Thanks for watching. Free by clicking the link in the description .com/cinemassacre.
Easy. Angry. video game nerd.
You ever have to take a shit so bad you twisted your ankle? I suppose I should explain that. It's when you're holding in for so long, the shit's pressing against your sacrum, and to counteract it, you push your hips out, turning your leg in this awkward position. It feels like getting fisted in the ass, except you're getting fisted out the ass, and it's a fistful of shit, but there's no fist. That's what this game reminds me of. So, to hell with it, watch it go! Oh, damn. The review didn't even begin, and I already broke the game. Oops. I guess I can't play it then. What a genius idea. I should have been doing that all along. Well, we have some extra time now. I don't know, what do you want to talk about? How about my shirt? That sounds real interesting, doesn't it?
I started wearing it in 2020. That seemed like a good time for a fresh shirt for a new decade, a new generation, like how they always updated the Star Trek uniforms. But some say I should go back to the old shirt. Okay, no problem.
All right, there we go. It's missing some buttons here. It's a little baggy. It's got some blood stains and shit stains on it, so it is old. And you know what? I'm also wearing my old underwear right now, too. I'm just playing around. But I do agree, this old shirt is very comfy, and when you wear something for a long time, it becomes part of you. You know what? I'm also going to try my old glasses. Yeah, here we go. I can't see shit. Huh? What? Ah! It's that magic leprechaun that always puts my games back together. Well, I guess I'm not getting out of this one.
The Rocketeer for NES was based on the 1991 film about the biggest jetpacking flyer since Boba Fett. It was based on a 1982 comic, which was a throwback to 1930s comics and film serials. As a kid, I loved the movie, and as an adult, I now appreciate how it celebrates old-time heroes and Golden Age Hollywood. It's a little bit like Indiana Jones and a little bit like the Michael Keaton Batman. You know, the one where Batman wears a new suit, but I think they should have wore the old Adam West suit. I'm just kidding. The Rocketeer's true identity is stunt pilot, goofy but endearing Cliff Seckard, who, after a thwarted attempt by mobsters, stumbles upon a prototype jetpack created by Howard Hughes. Wait a minute, what's this odd-looking contraption? This right here is a pink jetpack. So he uses it for heroic deeds, but must keep it out of the hands of the Nazis who want to use it as a weapon. The film ambitiously tried to be the next big superhero franchise, but fell short like Socket the Duck after Sonic the Hedgehog. But that didn't stop it from landing on the NES.
He has got to be kidding.
The only thing faithful to the movie are the colorful and appealing cutscenes, but once you get into the gameplay, it's a clusterfuck of infuriating mazes and backgrounds that look like throw up. There's something about the overall look, the graphics, and the text, especially during the cutscenes, that in some way reminds me of another game I've reviewed, Dick Tracy, which had good intentions but was butchered by poor decisions. And not at all coincidentally, both these games were published by Bandai. Well, they also published that other one, but let's not get into that. It's a basic, self-explanatory game made up of 6 side-scrolling stages where you walk around dodging bullets and punching people in the dick in awkward crouching positions. You collect weapons, and ammo is maxed at 99, which you can cycle through and use whenever necessary. So nothing terribly unusual, until you get to these long jumps. If you miss the platform, you fall back to the area you were just at. So you have to retread your path over and over till you get it right. Get over there! Fuck!
Get over there! They give you just barely enough distance for it to even be possible. Who likes having to be at the tippy-toe edge? Why do so many games force you to do that? Don't you just want to... Get over there!
It also really bugs me that all throughout the game, there's tons of open doors, but you can't go inside any of them. At least they're consistent, so you learn pretty quickly not to try going in them. But it just begs the question, why do they have to be there? And what's supposed to be on the other side? A bathroom? A closet? People banging in an alley? And they really ran out of ideas for enemies. Miniature tanks? Really now? Are they remote control toys?
Did they run astray from a Godzilla movie set? What are the standards here? The enemies are throwing more advanced tech at me than the actual jetpack. Like this shit. It's like a dildo had a baby with a transformer. And guess what else? Really, take a wild guess. Bats. Bats. It's easy to get numb to it, but stop and actually think about it. Somebody, somewhere in the world, thought, hey, you know what the Rocketeer game needs? Bats. I'm starting to think Top Gun actually had bats and I missed it. The funny part is when you punch the bats, they explode in what seems like a splash of blood. Long before the Mortal Kombat censorship, the Rocketeer was fucking shit up. No, this game does not need bats. I'll tell you what it needs. The rocket jetpack.
Where is it?
Where's what?
The rocket.
You do get the rocket, but in order to use it, you have to collect gas. Oh, look, there it is. There's the gas. There's the gas. Oh, I'm dead.
Game over? One life? No continues?
Oh, you get a code? Unlimited continues? Okay, my bad. I got a little too bent out of shape there. So there I am, almost about to get the rocket. Yeah, fuck! Well, I flew for a couple seconds. So finally, I start flying. But the thing is, you have to keep that gas meter from running out. So you only want to use the rocket sparingly. So while the rocket was included, it's not as prominent as you've hoped. One of the biggest failures of any game is when it's not fun to fight the enemies. To punch them, you have to get close, naturally, but if you get too close, the punch goes through them.
Punch him! Punch him!
And it's real fair that the enemies can shoot through the walls, but you can't. Classic. Do they have some kind of special ghost bullets or something?
Oh, that's just piss!
Then there's these little red spaceship things. You have to go near them to trigger them, but they shoot shit, so you have to get away, and then they respawn! Oh, come on! What it boils down to is that this is a game where trying not to get hit is too frustrating. So a more tolerable strategy is to just run through and hope you don't get hit too much. To hope you don't get beat up too much.
So that if I get beat up tonight, you know.
And rely on the confidence that a heart will show up. Is that a fun mindset? No. Take a good game, for example, like Contra. Doing a flying somersault through a bunch of bullets and successfully avoiding them feels rewarding and satisfying. But not here. The boss fights are uninspired and flat out absurd. At the end of level 5, you actually fight Griffith Observatory. Wow. What next? Do you fight Bronson Cave? The final boss is Sinclair, the main villain, played by James Bond, Timothy Dalton, who honestly carried the whole movie. But he looks just like one of the generic enemies, and he's stupidly easy. Then you get this half-ass ending with just one screen that says, "I love you, Cliff," and that's it. In the movie, the climactic fight takes place on top of the Nazi blimp, and it's between Cliff and the henchman, whose look was actually based on actor Rondo Haddon, who appeared in Universal's Sherlock Holmes and Monster series. How does this not seem like a stage for a video game? In short, The Rocketeer might be better than lots of the games I reviewed on the NES, but that's actually a sad thing to say. All these years, I'm coming to realize the NES has less games like Contra and more like The Rocketeer, and when you want to add up all the really bad ones, it's a pretty shitty library. You know what? I can't believe I'm saying this, but the NES sucked. On that note, let's move on over to the Super Nintendo. Yeah, The Rocketeer in 16-bit. This one has to be better. I mean, how could it not? Really, I'm not joking here. A more advanced console, learn from their mistakes. This one has to be better, right? Right?
What were they thinking? It's worse than the NES version. It might even be worse than Wizard of Oz or Hong Kong 97. This might be the worst fucking Super Nintendo game I ever played. It just started and I can't even figure out what to do.
This seems like a deliberate attempt to waste the player's time as much as possible. And not just waste your time, but to straight up insult you. You expected to get the Rocketeer, jetpack flying, hand-to-hand combat, gunplay, action and adventure. But no, instead, you're immediately forced to go in an endless circle like a dog chasing a turd stuck to its anus. I'm holding down the speed button, but I keep losing the race and bumping into the fucking towers. Of course, there's something I'm doing wrong and need to figure it out. The fact you go in a circle pisses me off to no end. They couldn't even design a horizontal side-scrolling stage. Why even include this in the game? As the first level? And I know, this was a scene in the movie, but this is one instance where they followed the movie a little too much. Imagine if you were playing an Indiana Jones game, and right when you started up, you're in the classroom teaching. That would have been great. So what is it you actually have to do here? How do you catch up with the other planes? Well, honestly, I don't really know. But what eventually worked for me was instead of looking at the main screen, I'd look at that little screen at the bottom. Never mind the speed meter, that thing that looks like the transporter lever from Star Trek, specifically the original series. You know, the one where Captain Kirk wore the old uniform, not before they changed it. I'm just fucking around. Anyway, that tiny screen is what you should be looking at. That's how you avoid the towers, and by sticking close to them, you can keep yourself closer to the inner circle and outrun the other flyers. I think you could also use L or R to steer. I really don't know, and I don't care. So what kind of back-ass way is this to program a game? Imagine if you were playing Doom, but you have to stare at a tiny box, while the main screen was just, I don't know, a picture of a demon on a toilet or something. Even when you kinda know what you're doing, it's not fun. It's just an endurance test.
Oh, thank God I won the race. All right, let's see what's next. No! No way!
You have to do it all over again? This is Superman 64 degree of bullshit. How hard was it to make a game where you're just the Rocketeer flying around?
I want to be the Rocketeer, not Cliff in a plane. I want to be the Rocketeer. The game just mocked me. So now I'm the Rocketeer, going in a circle with fucking planes! It's like as if the game actually said to me, you want to be the Rocketeer? Well, now you're the Rocketeer, asshole!
It's pretty much the same thing, just a sprite swap. But between these races, you're abruptly thrown into a shooter game.
Whoa, what the hell?
It's weird because it's not a POV. You're behind the Rocketeer, yet you're controlling his aim. It's one of those type of games where you just move the crosshair around to take out the enemies. For what seems like eternity. You can fly, but where to? The ceiling? The third level, or should I say the third level that looks different, is a side-scrolling shooter. Finally! This is the bare minimum of what we'd expect from a Rocketeer game, and that's the sad part. This is the best it has to offer. You can blow up your health, which really sucks, so you can't be too trigger happy. But if you let these guys get behind you, you're screwed, because you can't shoot to the left. That's pretty common, but the part that's not fair is they sometimes sneak along the bottom of the screen, so you can't help but get in front of them. Even when you have a straight shot, you can hardly hit them without getting hit yourself because they shoot in these downward angles, so you get stuck in these impossible geometric patterns. They just keep coming. It's too fast. They just gang up on you, and when you die, it's game over. No continues. I feel bad for anyone who played this. Imagine the kids who got this from Toys R Us thinking, yay, the Rocketeer, only to get this poor, lousy, steaming pile of garbage.
Let's take care of these games the right way. I got 2 Rolling Rocks, which I turned into the Rocket Beer. Let's strap these fuckers on and send them off.
Now, let's literally watch it go. Yeah. Now, one last thing about the shirt. I understand nobody actually wants me to literally go back to the old shirt. I just need a new one that everyone can unanimously approve of. So starting now, I'll be wearing a new shirt. Well, this is it. This is the new shirt. I hope you like it.
seemed really quiet. I was like, ooh, is anybody up or no? Not really. Okay. Alright.
There is somebody up, Mama. It's me. Hi, Mama.
Someone here eating watermelon?
Doober 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 doober. Yeah, Mama, you should eat some watermelon. You're really scamming us.
That's when I seen it. It's like, well,
I usually, Mama, you god dang it. Mama, warm up 2 burgers, cause I'd like some.
I know, I'm not. Well, I had a burger.
Well, I have another burger, Mama, real quick. Real quick, real quick. You know what they say, real quick, 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 quick. Burger, give me the burger real quick. That's what they say. Alessio. Alessio. Love you, Daddy. stole this guy's Carnival Tralalero Tralala, which makes $400,000 per second. Yeah, that is a lot. That's an absurd amount, really. Did you warm up some burgies, Mom? I see that microwave open. Oh my golly. Mom. You want a burger, Mom? Yeah, you do. You do? Do you? Mama. Don't lie. Mama. Why don't you ever eat foods? You gotta eat the foods at the temperature they're designed for. What? Did you just pick up my... It's right there next to it. Am I blind? Okay, I'm blind. Sorry. It's right on... You picked up my drawers. I did. I'm just gonna do some science. I'm gonna see what happens if you just throw the burger in the microwave. No plan, no nothing. Lazy scum. That's what I am. For 6 minutes. I'm gonna microwave burger for 6 minutes. 1 and 2 and 3. No, 6 minutes is too long. I know. So you gotta stop eating stuff. Okay, I love you. I was whapping you lightly. Light whapping. I know. Yeah, I know. You and your eating. Yeah, I know. I know you know, and you know I know, and you know that you know I know, you know, I know, I'm just doggone vibing so much. Oh! I think. Oh! I think. Oh! Oh! I love you. I think. Oh! Oh, I love you, sweet mama. I do love you, mama. Did you warm me up a burger or just yourself? You just said that you wanted it room temperature if you want a burger. You bum. You bum. You bum. No, I asked whether you wanted one, and then you said, "Did you warm me a burger?" I should. I was just asking. Mom, there's some people going outside. Should I whap them? Should I suck them off? Should I take some dog shit and fucking ram it down their guts? Warm up, man. You said you want your ass beat? I'll beat your ass. Dimbus Marimbus. Can you throw me a fork? Fork? Yes, please. I said Spimbus Barimbus. Yeah. You know me, Mom. Taking care of my dadgum.
You're very welcome. Not at the moment.
What is the capital of Russia? Alright. What is 4 times 4 times 0 times 1? Mama, are you sweet? Or well, sometimes you're not sweet. Mombito, Momblibo, Zabibo, Zabibo, Libo, Bibo. Chef Crabra Cadabra. Crabara. Instead of abra. You get it? Crabara Cadabra instead of abra. They were setting up a super robbery on me. Use the ancient technique. What? Why? What do you mean why? Play the game. Why? Why? It's like asking a fish why he's breathing water. It's like, what the fuck? Why? What? Why?
The sound of the babies crying, the sound.
Whoa, I never thought I'd see that. That's...
You're going to jail for what you did.
Gaming. So how could it fuck that up? Let's find out. Our journey begins, innocently enough, with the Atari 2600.
He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
Atari, ah yes, a name so dearly loved from the golden age of history. A magical time when there was no internet, no cell phones, just electronic video games. Okay, it was the Dark Ages, but life was simple. Atari, ah yes, a name so dearly loved from the golden age of history. A magical time when there was no internet, no cell phones, just electronic video games. Okay, it was the Dark Ages, but life was simple. Atari was the prime innovator in video arcades, home computers, and home video game consoles. The Atari 2600 revolutionized the game industry. It made popular the use of changeable cartridges and plug-in controllers. The games were primitive and choppy, but back in those days, they were fascinating. But then there came competition. The Odyssey 2, Intellivision, ColecoVision, Everybody was trying to take advantage of the video gaming craze. It wasn't like today where you have a choice of only 3 consoles. Back then, there were so many fucking video game systems it made your head spin. Also, there wasn't any way to know which games were good and which games were bad, so consumers were alienated by an overblown market. So Atari made another console, the 5200. It replaced the TV game switch with an automatic switch box. It also tried to eliminate the use of wires by plugging the AC adapter directly into the switch box. But that only made it more confusing. The controllers had a pause button, which was new at the time, but the joysticks were faulty and unreliable. What it all came down to, the 5200 was an oversized piece of shit. I made a whole video about it, that's how much that sucks. Following the video game crash of 1983 and 84, Nintendo and Sega would rise from the ashes, once again revolutionizing the market and ushering in a new generation of gaming. Atari threw their hat in the ring again with the 7800. This one resolved all the issues with the 5200. The controller ports allowed you to use the same controllers as the 2600, and it was also backwards compatible with the 2600 games. The 7800 games featured better graphics, but didn't have much to offer in comparison with Nintendo. So, once again, it bit the dust. Afterwards, Atari stopped naming their consoles after numbers and instead started naming them after cats. The Atari Lynx was the first handheld console that was in color, but it found itself sandwiched between the more successful portable game systems, the Nintendo Game Boy and Sega Game Gear. Though the Lynx was pretty cool, gamers found it to be a little bulky, even with the Lynx 2, the new design model. The Lynx 1 took more batteries and drained them faster than the Game Boy. Also, it didn't have the same third-party support as the others, so it lost again. Meanwhile, Nintendo and Sega were in steady competition, but whether anyone preferred the NES library games or the Sega Genesis games was a matter of opinion. However, the debate amongst the fans and Sega's marketing campaign came down to one simple fact. The Genesis was 16-bit and the NES was only 8.
This started a little trend I like to call the bit wars. Nobody ever talked about bits before that, and nobody ever talked about bits since. And what are bits anyway? Nobody knew, they're just bits. Try explaining that to your parents. Oh, I want a Super Nintendo for Christmas. Don't you already have a Nintendo? Yeah, but this one's 16-bit. What's that? I don't know.
Other than it meaning the graphics were better, that's all we cared about. But the bit wars brought down our sense of gaming to numbers. People began to care more about the graphics and less about the actual gameplay. It was to the point that some consoles even used a number of bits in their name, like the TurboGrafx 16 and the Nintendo 64.
But in 1993, one console would come along to remind us that bits aren't everything. It was the Atari Jaguar, and it was announced as the first 64-bit game system. We were like, damn, 64? That's like 4 times the bits. Even the official advertising slogan said, do the math.
But beyond its vicious exterior and rotating Jaguar cube on the startup screen, it had little to offer. Gamers who were suckered in found a mediocre library of games and graphics that failed to impress. The controllers were huge and they had keypads, much like the ColecoVision and Intellivision. And like those, there were overlays which sometimes come in handy, but for most games, they're unnecessary. The cartridges don't have end labels, so I had to make my own. Seriously, is there any good reason not to have end labels? I guess instead to have these weird handles. What's the point? Do I really need that extra grip? None of the other top-loading consoles had that. It's like, oh god, I can't get the game out. Oh god, I need a handle. Man, I just can't get a grip. Gotta have a handle. And speaking of top-loading consoles, notice how they all have a door. That's to protect from dust. That's a good thing. But the Jaguar doesn't have that. Why not? But before I can review any games, we need to discuss the graphics. This is Zool 2. Now, without criticizing the game, it's a typical side-scroller, but look at it. The graphics don't look any better than Sonic the Hedgehog, and that was 16-bit. Maybe a bad choice of game, so let's give it the benefit of the doubt and try something else. Brutal Sports Football. Another okay game. Once again, the graphics aren't too impressive. Where'd the other 48 bits go? Let's try Checkered Flag. This showcases the graphic capabilities a little more, just the fact that it puts you into a three-dimensional environment. But compared to F-Zero on Super Nintendo, 48 bits less, but a million times more appealing to the eye. Now look at Cybermorph. It's a flying game with polygon graphics. Going back to Super NES one more time, look at Star Fox. Are we missing something here? For a game console that claims to be 64-bit, it really doesn't show a whole lot of improvement.
This caused a lot of debate amongst gamers whether or not it really was 64-bit. It's a topic that usually overshadows the Jaguar itself, but it's something that we just need to get out of the way.
Well, we do know that Atari was originally planning a 32-bit system called the Panther, but decided to skip it and leap ahead. The Jaguar still used a 32-bit graphic processing unit, but through a combination of other processors somehow added up to 64. It's technical and confusing, but the point is the Jaguar was a rare species, not built like most game consoles. That made it harder for programmers to develop games on it, and as a result, many games didn't utilize its full capabilities, whatever they could have been.
So I've given you a little history of Atari and how it tried to win the bit wars. Now that we got that out of the way, check in for part 2 and we'll actually play some Jaguar games. Or if you want to be cool, you say play some Jag!
Alright, let's play some Jag. We've already established that the graphics weren't much of a leap for 64 bits, but graphics aren't everything. Take a look at Tempest 2000. It's an arcade-style game with a three-dimensional feel. It's really addicting and fun to play. Basically, you're in space with a bunch of 3D shapes, just shooting stuff and collecting power-ups. Funny to think that something so simple happens to be one of the best games the Jaguar has to offer. It even has some good kick-ass music. So kick-ass that there was actually a soundtrack on CD. But what's this monster on the cover? Does that ever happen in the game? Let's check out Alien vs. Predator. It's a first-person sort of survival horror thing. You can play as not only the alien and the predator, but as a marine. And with each character, your objectives are completely different. Surprisingly, it's most fun to play as the marine because you have a gun. But with the alien and predator, you have to sneak up on people. Not much to say, but it's another memorable game on the Jaguar. Next up, the big motherfucker of first-person shooters, Doom. This is one of the best console ports of Doom that I've played. It comes as close to the PC version as it gets. But they had to ruin it with one thing. There's no music during the gameplay. Really? Was there any reason not to have music? Did they run out of time? Some might consider it scarier that way, but it would have been nice to have the option. I call this one Silent Doom, so just put on some Slayer and you're all set. So I think I covered most of the real famous Jaguar games, so now let's look at something more obscure. Attack of the Mutant Penguins. I gotta admit, the name alone got my attention. But what the hell's going on? From what I understand, there's a bunch of penguins walking around. They buy tickets and then go into a transformation booth where they become evil mutant penguins. And from there, they go to the Doom scale. Yeah, the Doom scale. They jump in the mouth and then appear on the scale. So you gotta stop the penguins by using a weapon, for example, a baseball bat. How do you get the bat? You gotta collect letters that spell the word bat. Where do you find the letters? Inside treasure chests. But how do you open the treasure chests? A key, right? No, gremlins. Yeah, you collect what they call gremlins, and supposedly you drop the gremlins inside the treasure chest and then it opens. But no, it doesn't open right away. It takes like 10 seconds. The more gremlins you use, the faster it opens. But it doesn't open, it like explodes. When you get the bat, you gotta kill all the penguins, but they don't die if you hit them. Instead, there's a bunch of power orbs that scatter all over. You gotta get all the power orbs to power up your bat so you can kill the penguins. But you only kill the penguins wearing hats because the ones that don't wear hats fight the ones that do wear hats. If the mutant penguins on the Doom scale outweigh the regular penguins, the Doom scale starts screaming and going apeshit.
This is the weirdest game I've ever played. I mean, it's not bad if you're drunk or high or something, but how did they come up with this shit? I got it. I could come up with a game like this. How about you're a shark and you gotta shake palm trees till trains fall down, and you put the trains in an apple, and then turkeys come and eat the apples, and then the turkeys go up waterfalls, and to get them down, you have to collect monkey butts. So you drop the monkey butts on power lines, and then... Alright, what's next?
Kasumi Ninja! A fighting game, and a really bad one. Most fighting games have a character select screen. In fact, all of them have that, right? Well, not this one. Instead, it's got this weird first-person sort of thing. You walk around and touch statues to pick your character. It's so awkward. How did they fuck up something as easy as the select screen?
Entering the combat zone.
Even worse, when playing the one-player mode, you only get a choice of playing as 2 characters. You have to beat the other characters to unlock them. That alone makes it more of a pain in the ass than it has to be. The game itself is pretty much a Mortal Kombat clone, with every hit making pools of blood fall down, and it even has death moves. But it's also one of those games that wimps out by censoring the violence. You have to put in a parental password just to turn the blood on. Basically, it's just a 6-digit code. But what's the chance of kids not figuring out the code before their parents do? But once it's unlocked, you still need to set the level of blood. So in case you want there to be a little bit of blood, but not too much, like who the fuck cares? Just turn the goddamn blood on. The control is horrible. It's almost as bad as Shaq Fu. I'm not kidding. The attacks are sluggish, there's not much strategy, and you'll never guess how to do the special moves. You try everything, back forward kick, down forward punch, half circle back punch, you know, the typical stuff. But none of that works, so you gotta either maybe have the instruction manual or go on the internet to get the moves. You gotta hold the C button, like instead of down forward C, you gotta hold C while you do it. Why couldn't it be something more common? I think one basic important thing in any fighting game is being able to pick it up and play. And the special moves are ridiculous. Like, what is this? He shoots fireballs at his dick? Or maybe it's a gaping flame vagina? Who the fuck knows? Somebody was not right in the head. This game is fucking horrible. How do you wash down the bad taste of one shitty game with another? Cybermorph. I already mentioned that this one looks worse than Star Fox, but let's give it a chance.
Good luck. Where did you learn to fly?
What's with this green face? It's disturbing.
Where did you learn to fly?
Stop talking to me.
Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly?
Every single time you hit something, it says that.
Where did you learn?
Knock it off. God, the mountains come out of nowhere. They just pop up, giving you no time to react. When you die, it picks you up right where you left off. Sometimes I complain about games making you start back at the beginning, but this one literally puts you right back where you are. Imagine if in Super Mario Brothers you run into a Goomba and die. Okay, then what? Does it start you right in front of the Goomba again?
Where did you learn
that voice just never stops.
Where did you learn to
Shut
fly?
up.
Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn
Come on! That's enough of that.
Where did you learn to fly?
Oh, gotta get out of my head.
Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly?
Oh, I gotta get out of my head.
Where did you learn?
I gotta get out of my head.
Where did you learn to fly?
Stop!
Where did you learn to fly?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Where'd you learn to be an asshole? Jaguar, I've had all I can take. You're the most fucking... Did you just growl at me? Oh god! What do I do? Take death, kitty! Sick him! Yeah, that's the real Jaguar! Well, okay, we played a few Jaguar games. We played a sports game, a side-scroller, a first-person shooter, a fighting game, a racing game, and a flying game. We played some good games, some bad games, and overall, makes me want to puke. Like a cat. And then what do? They make a CD add-on. Yeah, the fucking Jaguar CD. There's something about this that perplexes me. You have a game console that not many people owned, so you make an add-on that requires owning the game console. What were they thinking?
It should have just been its own individual game system. Besides, the fucking thing has its own AC adapter, so that's two. One for the Jaguar and one for the Jaguar CD. And that's some cool looking design. It looks just like a toilet. Yeah, it's a fucking toilet. What a perfect analogy. I would review some games, but there's one problem. Fucking bastard doesn't work. Not even the cartridge slot, so I can't even play my regular Jaguar games while this thing's connected. I tried using different AC adapters, but nothing worked. It simply won't read the disc. So I sent this broken piece of shit to my friend Richard to see if he could fix it. He invented the Nintoaster, a fully functional NES made out of a toaster. He also made the Super Genentari, which plays NES, SNES, Genesis, and Atari 2600 games. So game mechanisms are his specialty. If he can't fix it, then it's fucked. Here's his diagnosis.
Yes, the Atari Jaguar CD. What a steaming pile of fucking shit that was. I want to make sure there's nothing wrong with the console itself first, just to rule it out. So I plug in a game, push the power button, the Jaguar logo comes careening towards me in the foreground, and after a particularly hilarious fucking startup sequence, I'm playing some Tempest 2000. Whoa! So now I know there's nothing wrong with the console itself. Time to move on to the CD unit. So I plug it in, hook up the additional 47 cables that came with it, push the power button, the logo comes careening towards me in the foreground, snarls, and the red screen of death indicating a connection problem. So, the first thing I did was deep clean every single contact point on both the console and the CD unit. I turned it on, red screen. Then I went back and made physical adjustments to every contact point in both the console and CD unit so it'd make a more solid connection. Turned it on, red screen. Finally, I just said fuck it and directly wired those two sons of bitches together, completely bypassing any and all cartridge ports and ruling out the remote chance of there ever being any kind of connection issue between the two systems. I turned it on and guess what? Red screen! So at this point I pretty much just gave up and shipped everything back to him along with a Pong machine, which pretty much just says, I'm sorry man, this thing is just too shitty for me to work on. I think between the flaming fuck you middle finger red screens and getting snarled at the same time, this machine has become self-aware and does not want to be repaired. That is my diagnosis. Richard out.
Well, thanks for trying. And thanks for the Pong console. Would you believe that a 30-year-old Pong console attached to a cell phone adapter would work, but a cutting-edge snarling Jaguar doesn't? There's something wrong here. And you know what? I blew $250 on this thing. So, you know what I did? Bought another one. Yeah. And guess what? It doesn't work either. So that's about $450 total I blew on two dead Jaguars. And these things are rare. So when the only two that I can manage to get my hands on just don't work, that leads me to believe that these things most definitely are self-aware. They don't want to work. You can't make them. They just refuse to be reviewed. And I've never had that happen. So, the end. I gotta take a shit.
If they move, kill them. Yeah, shoot him, shoot him. That's what you do. Kill everybody on the screen. Don't let anybody live. That's what games were all about. You see somebody, you pump their motherfucking ass full of lead. But then came along a game on the Japanese home computer, the MSX2. It was called Metal Gear, and it was a fresh new idea. It was about survival rather than blunt force. Instead of running up and killing everybody, it was all about getting by undetected. It was an epic, revolutionary idea, and it paved the way for the stealth genre. Snake would become one of the classic video game characters, and of course it was one of the most popular names of the 80s, next to Michael. I always think of Snake from Escape from New York, or the wrestler Jake the Snake, and his full name is Solid Snake. Might as well just be Erect Cock. There were so many sequels it gets confusing, maybe even chronologically confusing. There was Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid, and Metal Gear Solid 2. Could they have come up with a title that sounded different? Like, which one's the real 2? Well, if you want to get technical, the first sequel was Snake's Revenge, but that was only a sequel to the NES version. The original game's developer, Hideo Kojima, wasn't involved in either of the NES versions, so Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake was the first true sequel. But again, it was on the MSX2, so unless you lived in Japan, chances are you weren't aware of it at the time. Metal Gear Solid was basically the third in the series, but it was the first one that most people played because it was on the PlayStation. It was also the first one to utilize 3D environments, first-person views, and cinematic elements. Today, there's so many Metal Gear Solid sequels and so many versions of each game, it's out of control.
The point is, today, Metal Gear is a franchise. But forget about all that for just one moment. Pretend that it's 1988 and we don't live in Japan. To our knowledge, the only game is Metal Gear on the NES. I remember renting it from the video store and thinking, wow, that looks pretty cool. But there was something about the cover that was really familiar, which I never realized till now. It's Kyle Reese from the Terminator. Yeah, without a doubt.
It also has the fastest title screen in video game history. Watch how long it stays. Then it goes to the demo. Seriously, it's only up there for 2 seconds. I'll time it. There you go, 2 seconds. It's like the game saying, oh, well, you're not going to push start? Well, fuck you then. So you drop from a parachute, and who the hell are these other 3 guys? I don't even know if you ever see them again. Then you get a briefing from your boss. He says, first attempt to contact missing our gray fox. Great, there's a typo on the first message. So then you walk over, you could either just go up and fight this guy, or wait for him to fall asleep. Or feel asleep. I guess if he feels asleep, that's good enough. But even then, when you go near him, he just wakes up. So what's the difference? Then there's all these dogs. Your first instinct's to sneak by. But look at this. I can't fucking go through. What's blocking me? If you really weren't intended to fit through, couldn't they have put these Jeeps closer to the grass? You can only move along a grid, so basically you can't go near anything. Bad game design at its finest. So I punch out all these dogs, and then I just go to the next screen. Just keep walking down, walking down. Oh, fuck. What was the point of that? You know what the point was? To waste my fucking time. Now the dogs are back? Of course, it's the classic respawning enemy bullshit. So I gotta punch the fucking dogs again. And you know, who the hell goes around punching dogs? Alright, come on, you mother bitch. Come on. Ugh, damn it. Alright, now I'm gonna get in this truck here. Wow, this truck's the size of a fucking house. And it doesn't make any sense. You stay the same size, so how does the truck get bigger? Oh well, whatever. What's this? Binoculars? Alright, gonna go back out here. What the fuck? That was ridiculous! The enemies respawn if you go in the truck. It's not like I left the screen, it was just a sub area. And once you get out of the truck, you're immediately open to enemy fire. That is so fucking cheap. You wanna play dirty? Alright, you fucking goddamn piece of shit. The one thing that's cool, I still have my binoculars, so I don't gotta go in that truck again. Just gonna punch this motherfucker. Die! Asshole. Go to the select screen here, choose the binoculars. Okay, so let's try them out. Alright, I'm using the D-pad. Looks like I'm scanning the environment. Just a little handy way to see what lies ahead, I suppose. Now I'm going back to the select screen, turn it off. Okay. What? You son of a bitch! The enemies respawn if you use the binoculars. You can't do anything. Was this a glitch? Or were the game designers deliberately trying to be fucking assholes? Seriously! And this whole jungle scene wasn't even in the original version. Like, let's see, what kind of stupid shit can we add? Let's take a great game and just dump an ass-load of diarrhea all over it. Now where the fuck am I? It's the same screen being repeated. Is it like in Zelda, where you have to go northwest, southwest? But no, you just go down. Whenever you go left or right, it just takes you back to the same spot. Then let me ask a perfectly legit question. What were they thinking? Why not just have one path? Thanks for tricking me into thinking I'm going somewhere when I'm really not. Alright, you bastard. Fuck! Oh my god. I gotta go back to the beginning every time. Are there any checkpoints? Am I ever gonna get to continue? And where's my fucking gun? Is that all I get? Just my fist? Oh, I have a pack of cigarettes too. Wow, hey kids, smoke up. The menus suck. Check it out, here's how it works. Select brings up the main menu. Now, select does nothing. B goes back to the game, and A chooses a submenu. Now, select goes back to the game, and B now does nothing, and A chooses the items. It's so inconsistent. Until you get used to it, it takes so fucking long to navigate. I'm not trying to find flaws in this game. This is honestly how I felt the first time playing this 20 years ago. I hated it. I wanted to know two things. When do I get a gun? When do I get to continue? I kept dying over and over again, and seeing that first screen so many times left a permanent mental image in my brain for the rest of my life. But once you learn how to get by, you go in the first building, and soon enough you get the gun. Once that happens, the game gets a lot easier. But still, every time you die, you go back to the fucking beginning. But like I said, you get to keep your weapons, so once you have the gun, you're all set. And some of the trucks drive you around, kind of like a warp zone, but you have no control over it. You just step into a random truck and off you go. Uh-oh, the truck have started to move. Man, these translations suck. Couldn't they get anybody to proofread this shitload of fuck? Anyway, each time I play it, I seem to get one step further, but there's always going to be something unexpected. Like that right there. How was I supposed to know there'd be a trap door? It's all about trial and error, and just because of that, I gotta start all over. I've heard that if you use the transceiver, it makes the trap door go away. Which it does, but you still die. What the fuck? Anyway, you go around collecting items, key cards, and rescuing hostages. But if you want a chance to read any of the dialogue boxes, you better be careful not to touch the D-pad. Yeah, you know how in most games you can cancel out the text by pushing A or B, or sometimes start, but never the fucking D-pad? Naturally, when you get an item, you're using the D-pad because you're walking toward it. So you have to remember to let go right away. That is some mixed up buffalo bullshit right there. And sometimes the dialogue box can actually get blocked. They can't keep the objects in the game from getting in front of the text? Or maybe it's to hide their inability to proofread. I have located some plastic explosive. This game's a mess. How did they fuck it up so bad? There's so many spots where you just walk into a room and drop dead. Like here, I have to switch on my gas mask. Of course, if I don't realize that, I only have 1 second to react before my health's drained all the way. And then the fucking boss calls and says, I forget to tell you something. You will need your gas mask. Oh, no shit. You're a little fucking late there, asshole. You think you could tell me before I step into the room? Not after? I mean, if I survived long enough to get his message, I would have already figured that out. But you want to know what else sucks about this room? To get in, you need to have your key card selected. Then, right away, you need to select your gas mask. So, unavoidably, you lose some health. And then once again, to get out of the room, you have to select your key card. So, twice you take damage. And as far as I know, there's no way to avoid it. Probably my favorite fucked up part is right here. See this truck? It's too close to the edge of the screen. So if you want to go in there, you have to leave the screen twice. You go right, go up, and go left. What game would ever make you do that? And it's so annoying when people gang up on you. Like, oh my god, get off me! Get off! I can't get them off! Fuck! But anyway, it's a pretty epic game, so most likely you won't beat it in one sitting. That's why there's a password system. But, like you'd expect, it's horrendous. Is there any reason why these passwords have to be so fucking long? Even this would be overdoing it. Why do we need this little extra part? Like, for the love of fuck. Well then, guess what? If you use the password, it starts you at the building where you left off. Why couldn't that happen just by continuing? The whole purpose of having a password is if you turn the game off and want to come back to it later. Not just to continue. Imagine every time you die typing in this password. It's either that or start at the beginning, so pick your fucking poison, motherfucker. This game is the fucking crust between your balls. It's terrible, and yeah, I know it's a classic game, but when something's fucked up, it's fucked up. So if you want to rip me a new asshole, that's fine. I have like 12. Yeah, I got a Charlie Brown ghost ass. And it's not just me. Hideo Kojima himself said it slurped anal grease through a warthog's dick hole. Well, he didn't say it like that. He said it wasn't faithful to his original game. The stealth element wasn't there, and Metal Gear wasn't even in the game. Yeah, that's right. The final boss is supposed to be a robot named Metal Gear. So if you're gonna call the game Metal Gear and not have Metal Gear, that's like having Legend of Zelda with no Zelda. If the original Metal Gear was Kojima's baby, then the NES version is his deformed grandchild. Now, I know, it's still a classic if you look past all its flaws. It's like digging for gold underneath a pile of horse shit. Or perhaps it's a gleaming silver turd. It might not look like shit, but it sure smells like it. The Magnavox Odyssey was released in 1972, making it the world's first home video game console. So when it comes to going back to the past, you can't go back much more than this. Look at this thing. Looks like a spaceship. What's the top for? The controllers are even stranger. You get a reset button and two knobs on the sides, one to move vertical and one to move horizontal, and then one more to do God knows what. But tell me, how are you supposed to hold these things? Or do you just put them on a table? The wires are bulky and not flexible at all. They're short too. If you're sitting on your couch, the wires don't reach. However, the wire that connects the console to the TV is long as shit. Alright, I guess you're supposed to play with it on your lap or on the floor. Alright, now we're ready to play some Odyssey. Oh, of course, I forgot one thing. We need a game. These are the games. Pretty elaborate, right? The titles are the best part. Like, what are some of the games you grew up with? Maybe Wrecking Crew on the NES, or Afterburner on the Sega Master System, or how about Game Number 1 on the Odyssey? There's no power button. When you put the game in, the console starts up. Pretty efficient, I guess, but half the time, it doesn't work. You gotta keep fucking around till the picture comes in. And after that, what do you get? Just a dot, or a dash, whatever the fuck you want to call it. The only thing we need now is someone to play with. Sorry, but these are two-player games, so I really don't have much of a choice. Alright, come on out. This is the Nerdy Turd. I cloned him from my own shit. Alright, Nerdy Turd. You ready to play some Odyssey? Bet your ass you are. Alright, where you at? Oh, there you are. Whoa, oh, there you are. Oh. Whoa! 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 Woo! Let's play hide and seek, alright? I won't look, okay? Hide somewhere. Right, you ready? Okay. Alright, are you here? Oh, I was close. What are you doing? Oh, I get it. It's like taking a shit. Let me try it.
Oh, let's both do it. Like, go with me. So it's like the shit's getting thinner as it comes out. Oh, it broke off. Let's make a popsicle. Yeah, it's a popsicle. You're raping me. You're raping me. Let's just go all over. Woo, woo. Man, people in 1972 must have been bored out of their minds. You really got to use your imagination because the Odyssey doesn't have sound. And when you think about it, it doesn't have graphics either. Yeah, check out all the stuff that comes with the system. You have chips, cards, dice, a scoreboard, and most important, the overlays. This is the substitute for graphics. They come in 2 different sizes depending which kind of screen you have. The games themselves are all the same thing, just 2 dots on the screen, but they're all programmed slightly different. The instruction manual is absolutely imperative because without it, you wouldn't know the right combination, which game and which overlay. Let's try some tennis. You just stick this son of a bitch on the screen here and you're all set. Now isn't that exciting? Yeah, you just gotta make all your own sound effects. You can cheat too. If you turn this little knob here, you can steer the ball. Yeah, that's not fair, is it? We're playing dirty now, motherfucker. When in a tennis game would the ball ever fly around somebody? It's surreal because you can move wherever you want. It's not like you have to stay on your side of the net. So the players have to keep their own rules and their own score. That's right, the game doesn't even keep score. It's a fucking free-for-all. Now let's try the skiing game. All you do is move the light through the slopes. And with these controllers, it's harder than it looks. The only goal is to stay in the lines and see how fast you can get to the end. It's up to the other player to keep time. Now that is what you call a desperate attempt at a video game. Now we have Simon Says. You just do what the card says and see who gets there first. Simon says go the wrist. Simon says go to the pet's ear. Now this is some A-class entertainment. Look at the dog's tongue. Oh look, he's got a nuclear boner. Nuclear boner! She's giving birth to a solar baby. Here it comes. It's time for football, and all I can say about this one is that for the first football game on a home video game console, it's fucking horrible. There's a board, a football marker, and pages of instructions to explain it all. You gotta do all kinds of math, calculate the wind and shit, so the hell with that. Hockey, this one's more fun. You just try to drive the puck into the opponent's net. If you keep tapping the reset button, you can change direction. Anything goes in this game. Gotta keep it away from the net. Keep it away from the... Ugh, you bastard. This one's called Anal Logic. Yeah, that sounds fun. It's like the logic of your ass. It's supposed to take place in outer space. You each start on your own planet. I guess maybe your anus and my anus. The idea is to get to the other player's planet by following a pattern of numbers. You figure out the patterns by adding the numbers of the last player's move into some fucking math equation. It might sound like a complete waste of time, but that's because it is. Cat and mouse. In this game, one player's the cat and the other player's the mouse. The cat tries to catch the mouse and the mouse tries to get to the hole. The blue squares are supposed to be furniture, so you have to go around. But there's nothing preventing you from passing through, so naturally both players are going to end up cheating. Besides, why can't the furniture look like furniture and the hole look like a hole? Instead, they're visual representations of what they may have looked like if this game had graphics. But it's an overlay. Draw some fucking furniture. Next is Haunted House, the first horror game. You're a detective going around picking up clues. The second player draws the cards telling you what clue to get. Also, the second player's hiding as the ghost. Oh, there you are. No matter how many times I've read the instructions, I just don't get it. Submarine. Player 2 has to follow a squiggly line and dodge torpedoes fired by player 1. But the torpedo never seems to go in the direction that it should. And whether or not player 1 is supposed to move, I can't even say. It's just, you know, yeah. States. Okay, this one's just a name that state game. You draw a card, you move the cursor on the state. But what about the little states? How are you supposed to point at them? I guess you could just point with your finger. This doesn't need to be a video game in any way. I also love how the instructions tells you that Alaska and Hawaii aren't really down there. Hey nerdy turd, did you know that Hawaii isn't really south of Texas? Last game, roulette. For this one, you get out the roulette board, you get out the chips, and you play roulette. The wheel is the overlay. Whoever spins the wheel just closes their eyes, moves the cursor all over the place, and then you just look where it landed. If it goes off the wheel, which it does often, you line it up to the nearest number. But most of the time it goes off the screen, so you're never sure where it landed. If you want to play roulette without blowing money on the casinos, then get yourself a roulette mat and a wheel. A wheel and a ball is all you need, not a sheet of plastic with a glowing square on your TV screen. In conclusion, yeah, you said it. Primitive isn't even the word. It barely qualifies as a video game. Master Shake would say, it's like if I want to play Tetris, I draw it on a flip book and animate it. You might as well be playing with rocks. But to be fair, the Odyssey lived up to its name, an Odyssey being a long and eventful journey. It truly was. For the first video game console, we went skiing, played tennis, went around the world, went to the casinos, went to outer space, submarines, cats and mice, and a haunted house. But there's one thing that makes it badass. Check this out. This is the Odyssey gun. But let's talk about guns. You're all familiar with the Nintendo Zapper, right? Originally it was gray, but later they changed it to orange. It's pretty clear that video game and toy manufacturers have become more sensitive. They don't want to give kids something that looks like a gun. Remember Megatron? He transformed into a gun, but later they gave that orange tip at the end, and then he didn't even change into a gun at all. So now, let's see what the Odyssey gun looks like. Well, the Odyssey doesn't fuck around. I mean, this is what you call a gun. I mean, look at it. It's a gun. It's a fucking rifle. I mean, they could never get away with this nowadays. You could never, ever... It just blows my mind that there could exist a video game console that has a gun like this. Let's try it out. I remember one time in school, I had an X-Men coloring book, and the teacher looked over and said, X-Men, huh? There's women in there too, aren't there? That's kind of sexist. And I said, well, what's wrong with being sexy? No, I didn't say that. But I've always remembered that because it's a good point. I guess X-people just doesn't sound as good. Well, anyway, here is the NES X-Men. Say that 3 times fast. NES X-Men, NES X-Men, NES X-Men. Well, anyway, with a concept like X-Men, you'd expect a great game, or at least a fairly decent game. All the characters and powers and shit, how hard could it be? Well, we are doomed from the very start. Take a look. Somebody makes an X-Men game for Nintendo. Why, in the love of fuck, does it have to be LJN? You take one look at that logo, and you just know there is no gold at the end of that rainbow, because this, my friends, is the unholy stamp of death. And I'm about to do the unthinkable. I'm about to stick this abomination in my Nintendo. Rather stick your dick in a piranha's mouth.
Here we go, Marvel's X-Men. Is that the official title? The label calls it the Uncanny X-Men. I say screw that, file it under X for X-Men, plain and simple. First, you select the stage. Couldn't there have been something a little more interesting than just plain text? Any other game would have had some kind of visual. Then you select 2 characters. Even if you're playing a 1-player game, the CPU feels the need to join the fun. This is the most sensitive select screen in the history of games. You have to gently tap the select button, or else it flashes through all the characters faster than you can say fuck. Here we go. Wow, look at this mess. It's all coming back to me now. This is one of those games I rented from the video store and wasted one of the weekends of my sad, pathetic life. Look at this. Cluttered pixels, scrambled textures, shit flying everywhere. It's a disaster. The characters look like stiff, mangled, colored shapes that barely represent who they're supposed to be. Cyclops looks the same as Storm. All they did was recycle the same character and color them all different. They all play the same too. There's minor differences. Some can take a little more abuse than others or go slightly faster, but these differences are barely noticeable. The only major difference is that some characters shoot and some don't. The ones that don't shoot are stuck with this indefinable lunge attack. Look at it. What is he doing? If you pause it, you'll see it's the same position as when he's walking. It just jabs forward. It's embarrassing. And what character would you pick? Would you pick a character that shoots lasers? Or would you pick a character that just goes around nudging everything? So here's my strategy, and I think you'll agree. You pick a character that shoots, and for the CPU, you pick a character that nudges. Then, as soon as possible, you let the computer get killed. Yes, the sooner that worthless bitch bites the dust, the sooner you can be free. Because the computer does nothing to help. It just wanders around and runs into walls. You end up getting stuck, having to wait for its stupid ass. You could do better if you play the game blindfolded. That's no exaggeration. Clearly, nobody tested this game. How could this have passed? And whatever you do, don't ever give the computer a character with a projectile. Because look, it's like giving a little kid 10 pounds of sugar and a super soaker. It goes apeshit, and it never, ever stops. Oh, thank God. All you want is the computer to die so you can get some peace and quiet. When you're playing the two-player mode with a real live human being, it's fine. But when I'm by myself, why do I have to pick two characters? It's a complete waste. The stages are just jumbled bullshit patched together into a disarray of madness. It is a Nintendo game and you're supposed to use your imagination, but had the game been designed well, you would at least know what you're doing. Right here, I can't pass through these tiles, even though they appear the same as all the other tiles around it. If all this clutter at least had some consistency, it would be somewhat acceptable. What's this right here? A hot dog in a bun? Or more like a pig in a blanket? And what's all this? Where am I? Spaghetti zone? Okay, what's happening now? I'm frozen? What the hell? Oh, that's nice. Isn't that fair? That's like tying my hands behind my back. And how can I be frozen with a character that's called Iceman? I'd be better off with Iceman from Top Gun. Now what's this shit? A laser barrier? Oh, fuck. I've had enough of this shit. Well, after that disgrace, I'm happy to say there's an alternative. Yep, another X-Men game on Nintendo. It's just called Wolverine. They didn't call it X-Men 2 or anything like that because I imagine they're trying to distance it as much as possible from that other piece of shit. Because the NES deserves one good X-Men game, and I bet this one's going to be much better because after all... What? Are you fucking kidding me? Both of them? They made both of them? God. You think with a franchise like X-Men, they'd give somebody else a try. I don't want to play this. I really don't want to play this. But I might as well get it over with. It's like getting a needle. Might not be too pleasant, but it'll be over before you know it. This is the Wolverine title screen. Looks promising, and here's the game. Well, it's a side-scroller, and as you may predict, you can only play as Wolverine. That's fine. I'd rather have one character done well than have a bunch of shitty characters that are all the same. Wolverine looks more defined. When he punches and kicks, it actually looks like it. So we're almost there. But isn't there something missing? Something you'd expect Wolverine to attack with? His claws, right? Yeah, well, the select button brings out the claws. From there on, you can just slash everybody like you'd expect. You may be wondering, why in the hell would you not want to have the claws out the whole time? Well, guess what? I'll tell you. Every time you use your claws, it drains your life. So that kind of defeats the whole purpose, right? So just forget the claws, it would be nice to use them, but you can't. The ducking is incredibly delayed. When you push down, it doesn't just duck like any other game, it goes into this little animation. It's unnecessary and it makes it hard to avoid getting hit by something. For power-ups, we have burgers. Yeah, what else could they be? They're fucking burgers. And we also have bottles, which could be anything, but I'm gonna assume they're beer. That sounds about right. It's an X-Men barbecue, burgers and beer. Oh, fuck you, how cheap is it to put the burger right on top of a propeller? What's up with the vocabulary? I've heard of an extra life or a one-up, but free game? But now, it's time for the enemy roll call. We have green rotary dial telephones, Silver Surfers in flying wheelchairs, Silver Surfers air guitaring, John McClane from Die Hard, the Green Reaper throwing skulls, Frankenstein monsters wearing metal masks with visors like Geordi from Star Trek, and bubbles. The hit detection is so bad. I try to punch the bubble, but I can never hit it before it hits me. Don't mean to burst your bubble, The boulders are another thing that's a pain in the ass. They deliberately follow wherever you go. Not only is it annoying, but it doesn't make any sense. Are these boulders self-aware? Do they know where you're standing? Or is there an evil elf inside the hole chucking shit down at you? The levels are designed to be as frustrating as possible. There's so many times when you need to jump down, not knowing if you're going to land on a platform or just fall to your death. You just gotta take a shitty guess. When you get hit, there's no recovery time either. One simple mistake can drain all your life in only a matter of seconds. It's as cheap as it gets. The graphics are okay, but uninspired. These platforms remind me of those things from the casino stage in Sonic 2. You go around jumping on hoverboards and these things which look like blue candy canes. But the swimming stage is when I really start to lose my mind. It's confusing at first that you use B to swim, when in most games it would be the same button you use to jump. But the hard part is when you have to dodge these little propellers. It's worse than Ninja Turtles, where you can't touch the electric seaweed. But that's not enough. They have to send bubbles after you too. Look at this. It's fucking impossible. Almost dead. Gotta get the beer. Ugh! I've had it up to my ass with this piece of shit. In conclusion, this game's way better than the other one, but it's still a pile of donkey dicks. The X-Men game I remember most fondly is the arcade by Konami. Some versions had 6 players and a double panoramic screen. It was extremely monotonous, but satisfying as all hell.
Welcome to die.
Welcome to Die? Okay. It was a classic style beat 'em up and one of the best in that category. Only problem, it was never released on a home console. It suffered the same fate as Konami's Simpsons game. Some might say these games would have been butchered on their home counterparts, but if you look at how well Turtles in Time fared on the Super NES, it only raises the question, why the fuck not do the same to X-Men and Simpsons? But oh well, at least we got a couple decent X-Men games on Sega Genesis. But there's a few things about them which are fucked up. Let's take a look. Well, the first game, you see it's a side-scroller again, but with good graphics and a selection of characters to choose from. One minor thing I don't like is with Wolverine, you still have to get out your claws. What's the big deal? Why are the claws so taboo? Fortunately, you don't lose health when you use them, so it's a step in the right direction. Another thing that's really weird is the stage select code. On the title screen, you do the code like normal, but after that, you'd expect to see some kind of stage select screen. But no, instead, the game starts up like normal. You have to walk over to these panels in the background, which now suddenly represent the stages. You have to go through the effort of counting the one you want, crouch down and hit C, and then it warps you to the desired stage. If you know the code, what's the point of having to do all that shit? But the worst thing is that there's a stage where you're supposed to reset your Genesis. Yes, you actually have to hit the reset button to beat the stage. But how are you supposed to know? All that happens, there's a big blue computer in the air. You destroy it and then walk around like a dumbass trying to figure out what to do next. If it would have said reset your Genesis, or at least give you some kind of fucking clue, that would be okay. It would still be weird, but at least you would know what to do. Not to mention, if you were playing it on the Sega Nomad, you wouldn't even be able to do that because it has no reset button. And the reset button on my Genesis Model 2 is broken. Good thing I have more Genesises. Genesises? Is there a plural for Genesis? Should I say Genocide? At last, we have X-Men 2 Clone Wars. Clone Wars. George Lucas have anything to do with it? You pop the game in, turn the power on, and before you know it, you're playing the game. That's it. No title screen. Not even the Sega logo. That doesn't happen until after you beat the first level. You don't even get to pick a character. It just randomly selects it for you. What kind of game does that? Other than that, it's pretty damn good. It's side-scrolling action on the Genesis at its best. And guess what? Wolverine's claws are out. Now doesn't that kick ass? We went from having no claws to having them hurt yourself to just having them retractable to just having them. It took us a long time to get there, but this one finally got it right. When it comes to X-Men games, that's the one I recommend. But the 2 NES versions, stay away. Stay away as far as possible. They suck. They suck balls. This one sucks my left ball. This one sucks my right ball. Welcome to Die! What a piece of fucking dog shit. Making a game based off the first Terminator movie had a lot of potential. The movie was like film noir, action, science fiction, and time travel all thrown together into a blender. But the game was like taking that same blender to put cat piss, horse dump, and pig vomit. Yeah, now that's a shake you don't want. So if you played this game, you're probably traumatized. But don't worry, because now is the time to purge those inner demons, because the battle for the past is going to be fought in the present, right here, right now. Man, that's too dark. Let's just start the game. As far as the plot's concerned, you're not the Terminator, you're Kyle Reese in the future, which seems like the best possible concept. But look at the graphics. This is what you call 8-bit barf. You're jumping around on half-disappeared blocks, Q-tips, and pipes. What is this, Super Mario Brothers? The backgrounds are just a random mishmash of gray bricks. It's so depressing to look at. Am I not mistaken? Wasn't the NES capable of a more versatile color scheme? The top bar is monochrome, it's just black, white, and green. Look at the life meter. The black part's the amount of life you have, and the green is the empty part, which is real confusing because when I look at it, I can't help but feel it should be the other way around. The music is unacceptable. Listen. What do you call that? It's just a 5-second loop that repeats forever. There aren't many sound effects either, so it really fails in the auditory department. If your ears could puke, they would. Now you want to talk about the controls? My God, is it busted. When you try to jump, first he goes into the squat, probably the most delayed jump I've ever seen. The gun is even worse. When you push A, you go into this crouching position. Let's call it gun mode. When you're in this gun mode, A shoots, and up and down on the D-pad controls your aim. So let me put this in a nutshell. You can't shoot when standing, you can't shoot when ducking like normal, and you can't shoot when jumping. It goes against every natural instinct you would have in a side-scrolling shooting game. Did the game designers ever play fucking Contra? Can you imagine how much of a problem it is that you can't shoot while you're jumping? But the nail that seals the fucking coffin is that there's no continues. If you die 3 times, the game starts over. Simple as that. That first level, you better get used to it because you're gonna see it a whole fucking hell of a lot. Another big problem, whenever you try to jump on something, you fall through. It is an awe-inspiring joke of legendary bad game design. It's almost as bad as Wizard of Oz. The hit detection is also fucked. If you try to shoot something, it goes right through unless you're dead center. This game is like a cheating, spoiled, rotten kid and you have to let it win. For taking out these automated guns, your best bet is to use the grenades. But up till this point, you can only find grenades in the first part in the sewers. After that, once you run out, you're fucked. This part here, you're faced with 2 guns at the same time. You can only take them out one by one, so unavoidably you're gonna get shot by the other one. No matter how far you get, there's still no continues. To my knowledge, there's no code either, not even for Game Genie, nothing. The only way to beat it is to not fuck up at all, which would be outrageous. However, every time you get 50,000 points, you get an extra life. So fair enough, I'm gonna sit here and shoot this fucker again and again till that happens. The enemies respawn, so it's not a problem to stay in one spot and just keep racking up points. The only real sacrifice is that you're gonna be doing this for a long time. There we go, extra life. Now I'm gonna be real careful because you don't want to lose all that hard work. This fucking slime here, just gotta watch out. Oh my fucking god. The only hope you have is to spend hours and get as many extra lives as possible. You'll lose them fast, but at least you'd have enough to keep going for a while. But who has the patience to do this?
And we're not talking emulators or save states or any of that. We're talking real life, sit in front of your TV, holding the A button. Sounds like fun, right? Yeah. Well, check it out. I got an idea. Get yourself a wrench or something like this here, and you just clamp it down on the A button, just like that. And there you go. Just sit back and you don't gotta do a damn thing. I'll be back. Look at that, I have 6 lives already. So I'm just gonna go to bed, I'm gonna come back, and it's gonna be all maxed out. Now, isn't that a good idea? Well, guess what? I have an even better idea. How about have some fucking continues? Make me have to put a wrench on a controller? Is that what you want to do with your life? That's senseless. But that's what happens, man. Alright, I'm back. I'm all refreshed, ready to play some more Terminator with all new extra lives. All 6 of them. 6? Only 6? Okay, I gotta be honest. It's only 1 digit. I didn't expect more than 9. But why a random number like 6? That means that some fucked up masochist actually programmed it that way, made a decision, let's see, well, anything more than 6, that's too much. Fucking asshole. The only thing I can think of now is to wait till you die 5 times and do it again.
But then all of a sudden you're in a truck getting showered with fireballs. There's little you can do to control the truck, so all that's gonna happen, you're just gonna die and die and die. You can't hit it either, because your bullets just scatter all over the place. Eventually, you outrun the fucking thing. But next, you're being shot at by some metal tank monstrosity. At this point, you're just taking it in the fucking ass. All that's gonna happen, you're gonna get shot again and again and again. The next part of the game is just another death trap. Now, do you see what happened? All those extra lives? Gone. And there's still no regular enemies. So I have no hopes of getting any more. If I die, the game's over. But this is the most frustrating thing I've ever seen. The spears don't have any clear pattern. They just pop up at random, so I gotta get lucky. Now look at these platforms. Could they be any smaller? Realizing before how hard it is to make your mark, imagine how insane it is to land dead center on a space that's more narrow than the character itself. If you land on your feet, it doesn't count. You have to land on the empty space in between your feet. Ah, fuck! Okay, 0 lives. That means I have 1 more chance. Jump. 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 Ah! Fuck!
Too fucking small! Too fucking small! Ah!
You're terminated. I can't believe that shit like that could have been released on the NES as late as 1992. December 1992. By then, Super Nintendo was out. Speaking of which, let's check out its 16-bit counterpart. Thankfully, it's not just a graphical enhancement of the same game. This one's entirely different. I wonder why they recreated the title sequence from the movie, but not used the music. Instead, it's the music from the final battle. That's like if you use the opening Star Wars title, but use different music. So if there's anything these games are missing right off the bat, it's the Terminator theme. Again, you're Kyle Reese, but instead of being in the sewers, you're in the battlefield, just like the flashback scenes in the movie. So we're definitely a step in the right direction. The gunfire is way better. This time you can actually shoot like normal, rather than going into that stupid crouching mode. You can even shoot on the ladders, which is kinda cool. But the only thing that sucks, you can't shoot straight up or toward the ground. There's no other perfect example than the Contra series. You can shoot in any fucking direction you want, and they're still challenging games. But here, you're stuck with all these enemies that you can only hit with grenades. Once you run out of grenades, you're fucked. If you're gonna make a game where you can't shoot the ground, don't have enemies that are on the fucking ground. The foreground graphics always get in the way. How is it fair when I can barely see the enemies? And what the fuck are these things anyway? Decepticon dildos? Look, I just hit my head and died. Surprisingly, this game is really hard. Now I can imagine what Kyle Reese and good old Johnny C had to go through. Just running out into a wasteland full of maniacal machines shooting bombs and lasers at you left and right. There's shit shooting from the sky, shit on the ground, there's shit everywhere. You'd get annihilated. Those movies are very unrealistic. There's no way they could have survived. But the time travel concept, that's okay. Look at the bullets, they have no pattern. It's like there's a second player controlling them. Before you have any time to react, Terminators pop out and shoot you. It's not easy to take it slow when your character can do nothing but run. My only strategy is to step and duck. But even then, half the time, I still get hit. I don't get hit that often, but apparently enough to die, and you actually get 5 lives. Once they're gone, you guessed it, no continues. But it doesn't matter because I can't even beat the first stage. It doesn't look that hard, but good lord, it just goes on and on and on. Even with 5 lives and health power-ups, I can't last any further. I got to this truck part, which is still part of the first stage, but this is even worse than the truck stage in the NES version. You can only shoot in 3 directions, which means you can't hit this thing when it goes between. And there's not a damn thing you can do to protect yourself. You can't move, you just keep taking hits from these exploding bowling balls. Finally, it goes away and you're back on foot. After such a long sprint, you think that thing was maybe the boss. But no, how naive. So you keep running this everlasting shitty marathon, shooting shit and getting shit shot at you. Eventually, you come to the boss, right? It's certainly big enough to be the boss, and it certainly took long enough to get this far. I'm gonna say it's the boss. Come on, die, die! Yeah, alright, that's it. What now? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy mother and fucking god shit, holy mackerel, gosh damn, how is it not over yet? How long could this first level possibly go? Unless maybe the whole game is like this. I just can't fucking believe it. So I died, like anybody would. Game over, first level goes on forever, can't beat it, end of story, the game's impossible. Real quick, let's take a look at the Terminator on Sega CD. I already mentioned it in my Sega CD review, but I have to say, looking back, this is a really great improvement over the other ones. There are some annoying things. Like the other games, there's certain directions you can't shoot. This makes it really hard to find a feasible angle to hit your enemies. I don't know why, but only Contra, it seems, got it right. And sometimes it's confusing trying to figure out where to go. It has those unwatchable cutscenes from the movie which characterize the Sega CD. Never would we dream that one day you'd be able to watch videos in better quality on the internet. But you can skip these scenes, and aside from it, the game itself is a pretty good side-scroller. It even has the Terminator theme, as well as some great original music of its own. God, is that fucking awesome! It's a little better than the NES version, don't you think?
From here on out, things can only get better. The second movie was even better than the first, so we can assume that's the same for the games. I believe there's a light at the end of this tunnel. We've made it through the storm, and at the end of the storm is a rainbow. Oh no.
The movie Terminator 2 is a possible candidate for the best sequel of all time and best film in the action sci-fi genre. Any way you look at it, it's a masterpiece. Naturally, video games feeding off its success started popping up all over the place. The one most people were familiar with was the arcade shoot-'em-up by Midway. It was ported to the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. The gameplay is just as mindless as ever. Move the cursor around the screen and shoot everything in sight, except for your comrades who just get in your damn way. You know, I wasn't aware they made Terminators in gold. Fighting the boss is the most redundant thing of all. It takes more bullets than anything you'll ever see. All you do is shoot, shoot, shoot. In the Genesis version, it looks like Rob the Robot. Otherwise, it's basically the same game, but with slight changes. Some of the sound effects are better. In the Super NES version, when the soldiers get hit, they yell no, which is stupid, but in the Genesis version, they just scream. Big improvement. But some of the animation is lacking. Look at the barrels. The flames don't even move. Unlike the Super NES version, you get items on the first stage. They come in what looks like a little fridge, and it seems they never run out. How many items could there possibly be in this one little box? The worst part is where you have to protect John Connor. All that happens, he gets killed, and you lose. It's a senseless game, but it was a novelty at the time. The home consoles tried to take advantage of it, with the Super Scope and the Sega Menacer. But the only real way to play it was in the arcade. It was even ported on Game Boy. Now that is pathetic. Now for Terminator 2 on NES. It's all about that little rainbow of death. I swear I don't even plan this. It just so happens that LJN holds the monopoly on shitty games. They were also behind every home console version of Terminator 2, even the arcade ports. LJN proudly presents, oh I bet. Now this of course begins an alternate series of Terminator 2 games that differ from the arcade version. Level 1, you're the Terminator going around at a truck stop punching people. It's just a monotonous button masher, and it takes so many punches to put him down. All you want to do is run past him. But you can't do that, because guess what? The whole objective of this stage is to punch everybody out. The sound effects suck ass. It's just boom, boom, boom. There's no difference to when you're punching the air and when you're hitting someone. Couldn't there be at least 2 distinct sound effects? Oh god, this takes forever. When you're in between them, you keep getting hit. But even if you keep them all on the side, they all bunch together and still you take a lot of hits. It's the first part of the game and already I'm fucking sick of it. Then you go in the tavern like the first scene in the movie. Once again, you gotta punch everybody out. They keep coming out from under the bar. How many guys are back there? Then you come to the boss. Now who is this guy? He's taller than you, and aren't you supposed to be the Terminator? Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger? It does tend to underestimate the hugeness, doesn't it? Look, I'm dead. He just took out a Terminator, a machine, with his bare fists. This is absurd. If I crouch down, he can't hit me, so I can just punch him all I want. But it goes on forever. In fact, I don't think this hurts him. So why have the character in the game act like he's getting hurt when he's clearly not? Looks like I'm jerking him off. He can be killed, but it just takes a little patience. Level 2. This is the only stage where you're on the motorcycle. One thing you need to know, you gotta shoot the gate to open it, otherwise you just crash. Even after the fact, you can still hit the wall, unless you're perfect. It reminds me of Bart vs. the World when you're on the Great Wall of China. Hate that shit. But the most annoying thing is the truck. It keeps coming up from the bottom of the screen and it sucks you toward it. Like, what does it have, a magnet on the front? The first time I played this, I had no idea what you're supposed to do. I figured you'd have to accelerate, but couldn't find any way to do so. Turns out you can shoot back, so all you gotta do is shoot the truck and then it like bounces you forward again. But trying to shoot the truck and pay attention to all the other stuff at the same time is really frustrating. Then you rescue John Connor, and he makes you swear not to kill anyone. So here comes level 3. You're going around the hospital trying to rescue Sarah. You're not allowed to shoot anyone unless it's in the legs, which is simple, but it makes you feel foolish having to duck all the time. I mean, this is the first side-scrolling stage where you have the gun, and you can't kill anyone. Level 4, you're in Cyberdyne on a mission to blow the place up. You go around collecting bombs, which look like, I don't know, a headless chicken holding a dead rat? What, you don't see it? Oh, I don't know. You take all the bombs and deposit them into this thingamafucker, and you think that's it, right? No, you take the bombs back out and lay them in designated spots. Okay, well, what was the point? Why couldn't you just collect the bombs and put them where they go? I can only imagine what they were thinking. Duh, you put these bombs in this thing? Alright, what next? How about you take them back out and you put them somewhere else? It's treating us like a fucking dog. Go get the ball, bring it back, go get it again. Fucking dickwads. Level 5 is a nightmare. Everywhere you go, you gotta jump on moving platforms. Your accuracy better be perfect or else you're dead. Fuck. It's next to impossible. It teases you by thinking the chain's gonna go lower, but it doesn't. It's as wide of a jump as possible, and the platform doesn't even stay down long enough. You only get 1 microsecond to hit your mark, and there's a fucking fireball. So this jump is one of the most grueling things you could ever accomplish in your life. There's another jump that seems to have a glitch or something. Like, come on, that killed me? I landed on the pipe, not the lava. Well then, if landing on the pipe kills me, why can't it just look the same as the lava? And what about this right here? That's not a platform? Well then why the fuck does it look like a platform? There's some serious issues here. At last, you fight the T-1000 with your fists. Unless you still have some ammo left over from Cyberdyne, that's because there's no ammo on this stage. Not at all. So if you're down to your bare hands, then that's all you're gonna get. If anything, they should have a whole stockpile of ammo to get you ready, because it's the final battle. If you look at a game, say from the Castlevania series, right before you get to Dracula, there's a spot where you can load up your supply of items. It's secretive, yeah, but it's there. Even the main corridor has some weapons. But here, you don't get a damn thing. Once you push the T-1000 in the lava, you've won. Then you see the final cutscene. It seems they hit all the key scenes in the movie, which is nice, but why they left out the Terminator theme still perplexes me. Next we have Terminator 2 on Game Boy. For a portable console, there's not much to complain about as far as graphics go. In fact, it's pretty well done. You play as John Connor in the future, fighting your way to Skynet. The first stage seems simple enough until you reach the laser barrier at the end. So naturally you walk back to the left trying to figure out what to do. Then you find out you can shoot these towers. So I take them all down and still we have a barrier. Turns out you gotta shoot the towers in order from tallest to shortest. What a load of random bullshit. The second level you're in Skynet. It's more self-explanatory, but these bombs on the floor are such a pain in the ass. I can't shoot them and I can't jump over them either. Oh, and guess what? You know how most of these games you have 3 lives and no continues? Well here, you get only 1. That's it. You die once and the game's over. The thought of making it through the entire game without dying once is ludicrous. At the end of the second stage, you have to reprogram the Terminator. Okay, is this how John Connor did it? I never thought this part of the story would make it into the game. Basically, you have to mend the wires together so the electric currents go the right way. But you have a time limit, and it always seems to end right when you start to figure out what you're doing. You can't even pause the game to look at it because the screen goes blank. At least you get a second chance here, but 2 fuck-ups and you're done. One last game, thank fucking God. Terminator 2 on Super Nintendo. And does it have the Terminator theme? No, of course not. Well, it's sort of a crappy remix version. How the hell did they make so many Terminator games and not have the theme? The only one I've seen that has it is the Sega CD version. If you watch the demo, it shows a naked Arnold walking into the bar, and they censor him Austin Powers style. Now that's funny. Once you hit start, it bypasses this whole scene. Right away, you have your clothes on and you're going around punching people. All I can say is, my God, the control is so bad. It's so stiff and you can't punch anyone when they're too close. But check out the jump. What is that good for? It's like he's a marionette or he's being hanged by an invisible rope. Like, holy Lord, that is some fuck right there. Look at him go. Woo, woo, woo. Oh, God. I can't see the reasoning behind it. You can't make something that funny by accident. They took somebody as badass as the Terminator and made him into a mockery. It's a fucking joke. And I'm not just doing this to be funny. It's because of how slow he walks. The only way to go any faster is to hop around like a fucking idiot. Unlike the NES version, the goal isn't to knock everybody out because they're never ending. In fact, that could be a good joke to play on someone. Like, hey, give it a try, kill all the guys. I dare you. They'll be playing forever. The goal is to find a pistol and a shotgun. But that's not all. You need to find John Connor's phone number. But that's still not enough. You need to collect future objects. I don't know what the hell these are supposed to be, but they look like little coolers or first aid kits. I don't remember them from the movie, so why is it so necessary to include them in the game? Now, unless you played the game before, you probably assume that once you uncover these objects, you've collected them. But no, you're supposed to aim your gun and shoot them. Now look at your itinerary. It says collect future objects. So unless your idea of collecting objects is to blow the everlasting fuck out of them, shouldn't it say destroy future objects? One thing I find amusing is that everything in this bar blows up for no apparent reason. And you can even attack the waitress. Any sane human being would shut off the game before even completing the first stage. But I tried my best to persevere, and what I found next was this. That little motorcycle, believe it or not, that's you. You can't tell it apart from the others. The first time I got to this stage, I died before I even had the chance to figure out what was going on. Oh yeah, and by the way, one life. Yep, die once, and it's all over. They really stuck to that format, didn't they? Play the whole game in one go. It's unthinkable. Oh man, a head-on collision with a truck and a motorcycle, and the truck explodes. Now let me tell you, I still don't understand how to control this. The main problem being that I can't figure out how to turn. It has something to do with holding the D-pad and the Y button, but I can't get the feel for it. Without even hesitating, I can honestly say this is the absolute worst driving stage I have ever played. Roger Rabbit was bad, Dick Tracy was horrible, and at the time I thought that one was the worst, but now that I've played this, just wow, it takes the cake. That's as far as I can make it, and that's about all the Terminator games I have to play. In conclusion, the Grand Rotten Turkey Award goes to this. Out of all the Terminator games I've played, this has got to be the worst. Because you got to take into consideration the limitations of the NES and the capabilities of the Super NES. Wouldn't you think the Super NES version would be best by far? Not only that, but it's the sequel, so there's no excuse why it shouldn't have been better. So do yourself a favor and never ever play this game, because there's no fate but what you make for yourself. Choose the right fate and terminate this son of a bitch. Goodbye, baby. Let me ask a question. What kind of format do you usually play video games on? Cartridges, CDs, cards, floppy disks? How about an audio cassette? Isn't that just a weird thought to play a game on a friggin' cassette tape? This is Transformers for the Commodore 64, the computer that is most definitely more than meets the eye. You start it up and it goes into this flickering hypnotic light show. Wow, great game. Then like 5 minutes later, the title screen comes up. Wait a little longer, then you get to pick your key Autobot. As you can see, there's no Optimus Prime, which is pretty stupid. Instead, it's Rodimus Prime. Then you get the colored light show for another 5 minutes, and all of a sudden, the game starts. Had it not been for the music, I wouldn't even guess this is Transformers. Most of the game's played by using key commands to move your Autobots to different locations. The Autobots are all indicated by numbers. Couldn't they have something a little more, visual? When you engage in battle, it goes into this first-person view. You take the joystick and try to shoot down as many Decepticons as you can. It gets monotonous pretty quick. One of the key commands, that is T for transform, it just, makes you transform. But it doesn't change anything, it's just first-person view, so you can't tell if you're transformed or not. By the way, I'm at a farm with a dinosaur stepping on a space shuttle. I have no comment. Look at this game. Yay! Transformers! Fuck this. Wouldn't you think that a game based on the Transformers would have more an emphasis on action rather than this strategic simulation thing? Well, guess what? There was a Transformers game that was a side-scroller, but only in Japan. Let me introduce the Nintendo Famicom. Simply put, this is the Japanese NES. Very different from that gray box, isn't it? This one's smaller and it's a top loader. It has a nice dust tray, and the controller is attached to the console, which is efficient, but the wires are too short, and they're hardwired into the console so you can never change them. The controllers are the same, select, start, BA, but the second controller, instead of select and start, it has a microphone. Very few games utilize this. From what I understand, in The Legend of Zelda, you kill Pole's voice by making a loud noise into the mic. Of course, that's only in the Japanese version, but the manual still says that Pole's voice hates loud noises, which only mystified players outside of Japan. There's also a disc system, but I need to get a cable for it, so maybe we'll get to that later. I'm getting off track here. Let's play Transformers. The question is, why was this game never released outside of Japan? With the library of games available, it seems most of them, no matter how shitty, would see an international release. So could it be that this one was just that bad? Let's find out. Ugh. Piece of shit. The title translates to Mystery of Optimus Prime, and that sums it up just perfectly. It's a mystery why Optimus Prime isn't in this game. Instead, it's Ultra Magnus. If you actually beat the game and collect all the letters, you can become Rodimus Prime, but the only difference is the color. So what's the point? They should have just made him the second player like Mario and Luigi. Instead, we have Ultra Magnus and Ultra Magnus. But this is the least of our problems. Check it out. One hit and you're dead. 3 lives, no continues, no checkpoints. You will hear that more often than you hear it in the fucking show. If you're lucky enough to even make it to the second level, you can continue with a simple code. When you get game over, hold A, B, and start. And let me tell you, you're going to be doing that every 30 seconds or so. You'll get to continue forever, but that's still not going to help you get through the levels. You really got to buckle the fuck down and get your video game senses going sky high. Look at this shit. It's almost as bad as Silver Surfer. There's projectiles everywhere. Whenever you try to dodge something, you only get hit by something else. How the fuck does this little thing destroy a giant robot? It's almost insulting how much of an advantage the enemies have. You take one hit, but them, they can sometimes take more. And they're smaller, it doesn't make any fucking sense. They can also pass through solid bricks, but you can't even shoot through the bricks. So if there's an enemy coming at you through the bricks, there's nothing you can do about it. They also camouflage themselves into the background. I can't even see that fucking thing. Couldn't they use any more colors? You can transform, but it's suicide because it takes fucking 3 seconds. Really, if you try to transform, you're leaving yourself open to enemy fire. Only rarely does it actually come into play where you need to transform to pass through a narrow spot. But if you're not careful with it, transforming is the equivalent of saying, "Here, kill me." The hit detection is very biased. To begin with, you're such a big target anyway, but if something comes anywhere near your perimeter, it counts as a hit. However, if you're trying to hit an enemy and your bullet goes anywhere other than dead center, it passes through. And everything's so small, so fast, and moves at such irregular patterns, hitting your mark is like trying to piss into a shot glass that's spinning on a record player that's strapped to a running cheetah's back while you're riding a unicycle on a tightrope blindfolded. There is absolutely no fucking around with this game, so we gotta get serious. You're familiar with Billy Mitchell, World Video Game Champion?
He could probably do it. So I gotta find a way to harness his power, and I think I found a way. This is his hot sauce. You want something that'll kick you in the ass and heighten your senses? This'll do it. Alright. Now I'm ready.
God, this game is so crazy. The screen keeps flashing, makes me feel like I'm gonna have a seizure. What the fuck? Ugh, get up there, goddammit! Get up there! Get up there! Ugh, no shitty game's complete without hard-to-reach jumps. What the fuck was that shit? You can't even see what's up there till it's too late. Oh, fuck you. I can't even touch that little sideways ice cream cone. Oh, come on. Come on! Oh, wow, that's real creative, having the Decepticon logo as a boss. That's like with the Ghostbusters game. That is so cheap. The logo belongs on the fucking cover. Oh, man, shoot him! Shoot him! I can't fucking shoot these things! Ah! All these jets, they just keep coming. Oh no. Ah, you scumfucker! It's too narrow to jump, and it's not the right elevation to shoot him, so it's just a fucking death trap. Gotta jump on the platform. Ah, a jet. How am I supposed to ever predict when something's gonna fly into the screen and kill me? But let me tell you about Stage 9. It's one of the cheapest, most unfair, most cryptic and fucked up levels in the history of games. You keep going to the right, only to play through the same stage again and again in an endless loop. There's nothing in the game explaining what you're supposed to do. You have to read up on the internet to find out. Turns out, you're supposed to get a key, but that's not enough. You also have to follow a specific pattern, almost like a secret maze. Who was supposed to figure that out on their own? It's a lot like in Super Mario Brothers, where you're going through the castle. You have to go up, over, and under the platforms in the correct way, or else the stage repeats. But in Mario, it's much easier to guess. It's a whole lot shorter for one thing, but also, there's not a million things trying to kill you. It's hard to survive, let alone figure out the right pattern. And on top of that, the route that it makes you take is more difficult than the more common sense way.
Need some more hot sauce. It's the end of the road, Megatron. Come on, die! Boom! Yeah! Now that's some intense shit right there. In conclusion, all I can say about this game... Stage 10? I fucking beat Megatron. Who the hell could be next? Fucking stage 10 my ass. I'm guessing if Megatron's not the final boss, it's gotta be Galvatron or maybe Unicron or Fuckatron, who knows? Oh, it's Mechagodzilla, of course. I should have known. Whew, man, that was the hardest game I've ever beat. And all that trouble for an end screen that I can't even read.
I can now conclude that the game barely has anything to do with Transformers. It doesn't even have the music, with the exception of that part. Even the Commodore version had the fucking theme. In this one, the same bland music plays through the whole game, and the boss battles have their own music, but that's about it. Speaking of the bosses, it makes you wonder if the creators of this game even knew anything about Transformers. Did they have to resort to using the Decepticon logo 3 times? That's right, the same boss 3 times. And twice, the boss is like a nuclear macadamia nut inside of a moon. Like they didn't have enough Decepticon characters to choose from? Did they ever fucking watch the show? As for the Autobots, even the Commodore version had a lot to choose from. Sure, they existed mostly in text, but at least it acknowledged them. But Transformers or not, it's just a fucking shithole of a bad game. Most of the levels are the same exact thing over and over, just modified slightly, and stage 10 is just stage 8 backwards. But the big problem is the difficulty. Who is this game intended for? Certainly not gamers who wanted a reasonable challenge or fans of Transformers. It disappoints in both ways. So now, is it any wonder why this game was never released outside of Japan? 'Cause nobody else wants to play this fucking shit! Well, I gotta do what I gotta do. One shall stand, one shall shift. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who are you?
My name is Optimus Prime.
Well, you don't look anything like me.
I thought you were made of sterner stuff.
Mario, Mario, Mario. There were so many Mario games, it was like an infestation. But what about Luigi? Nobody cared about him. He got shoved to the sideline while his brother enjoyed all the fame. But then came Mario's Missing, the first game to star Luigi. He wasn't good enough to make it into the title, but hey, when this came out, I thought, that sounds like a great idea. But no, it would only further cement the character into an eternal waste. The first thing that happens, we see Mario get a bag thrown over his head. How does he get inside the bag? Is there a hole in the bottom? Why can't he get out? It begs an explanation. Anyway, it's up to Luigi to save him. He comes out riding on Yoshi. Now it's pretty obvious the graphics are ripped right from Super Mario World, and for the 8-bit NES, it looks quite good, but that only gives you the false impression that this game may be decent. The castle part only serves as a backdrop which takes you to the main game. The main game is walking around a boring-ass town talking to people who don't even look like they belong in a Mario game or a Luigi game. They tell you all about Liberty Island, and that's when it occurs to you, you're playing an educational game. It's educational? I don't want to be educated. I want to rot my brain. This is Luigi's first game and this is what he gets? What a piece of shit. The whole concept is that the Koopa Troopas have stolen objects from famous landmarks and you gotta get them back. The Koopa Troopas can't even hurt you. Now come on. Come on! You jump on them and collect a money bag. That's it. But it's not a money bag even though it has a fucking dollar symbol. Instead, it's a bag that contains a stolen object. So you gotta find out which famous landmark it belongs to. You know, what's Luigi doing anyway? Isn't he supposed to be rescuing Mario? Why is he in New York City trying to find landmarks? And what do you think that is? Looks like the Empire State Building being gripped by King Kong. Of course, the same ape that was able to climb the building is now big enough to close his hand around it. What's this say? Koopas seem to have gotten clean away with King Kong? Are you telling me you're supposed to return King Kong to the Empire State Building? This blows my mind on so many levels. First of all, how did the Koopas capture King Kong? Second, why is New York City concerned that King Kong was stolen from the Empire State Building? Remember when the planes were trying to shoot him down? Isn't it pretty clear they want Kong off the building? Third, if this is supposed to be an educational game teaching us things that belong to New York City, why in the holy mother of fuck did they choose a giant ape that doesn't even exist? Fourth, the bag. Okay, King Kong is like 50 feet tall or something, but in this game they made him out to be like 1,500 feet. How big is he exactly? Well, if bigger than the Empire State Building isn't a good enough analogy, then let's just say a lot bigger than that fucking bag! And fifth, I can't grasp the concept that King Kong is in a Mario game, the same character that was the direct inspiration for Donkey Kong, who also appeared in games with the Mario character. Are we running into some kind of paradox here or what? There's sort of like a help desk where you're supposed to return the object or the landmark or whatever, but the lady at the window won't talk to you unless you call Yoshi to come and give you an extra boost. Okay, so are you telling me that the reason that stupid bitch won't talk to you at first is because Luigi is too short to reach the window? For fuck's sake, he can jump higher than this shitting thing. How stupid do they think we are? Use Yoshi to reach the help desk. Well, how about use my greasy Italian plumber cock to whack you across the fucking face? The control is broken beyond belief, and you'd think, how could they fuck up the control on a Mario game? Well, for the most part it's fine, but sometimes when you go to a new screen it gets stuck for a second. God, move! Move! Ugh! God, what a shitload of fuck! You know what took me a real long time to figure out? How to go up the road. You have to be standing right on the dotted line. If you're just a few pixels off, nothing happens. In contrast, take a look at the Super Nintendo version. It's pretty much the same game, just with better graphics. But here, when you try to go up the road, all you get is the sound of cars blaring their horns. Who the hell's honking at me? Are the cars invisible? Well, anyway, the spot you're supposed to stand is the complete opposite. It's the sidewalk. I guess they were trying to be more realistic with this one. If there's one thing it teaches kids, it's not to walk down the middle of the road. But check it out, now we're in for some fuck. This is Mario's Time Machine. Judging from the title, you'd think it'd be awesome. Imagine Mario going back in time, kind of like Turtles in Time. I mean, no. Let's not even compare that. This is another educational game, and I put that in quotes because it's barely educational and barely a game. How can you call it a game when you can't even die? The idea is to find different objects and return them to their appropriate time period. To find these objects, you walk around a museum, go in a random door, and fight Koopa Troopas in the style of the classic Mario Bros. Arcade. Once you kill them all, the object appears. So once you get the object, you take it to the time machine, conveniently built out of pipes. Choose the time period, and you're on your way. But once you get here and find out you've chosen the wrong time, guess what? You gotta go back and fight the Koopas again. Man, does this become boring. It's one thing to make a shitty Mario game, but when you make the original Mario Brothers seem shitty, that's quite an accomplishment. So right off the bat, you have to associate an object with a year in history. If you go to the time period, you find clues amongst clocks and hourglasses. Wouldn't it make more sense if they gave you the clues before you went to the time period, not the other way around? The next thing you have to do is place the object in a specific spot. The object I have is an apple, the clues are talking about Isaac Newton, and there's a tree. Didn't Newton come up with his theory of gravity from an apple dropping from a tree? Makes sense, so I release the apple, I'm told it's the wrong location, and a bird comes and takes the apple away. So you know what I gotta do now? Go back to the fucking Koopas! But I don't even know what I did wrong. Should I have stood on top of the tree, or was I in the wrong time period altogether? You'll never know unless you run all around the game like a fucking asshole. I'd hate to say it, but there's also a Super Nintendo version. I guess we better take a quick look. Here it lets you pick the object right as the game starts. Then the time machine comes down. But unlike the NES version where you have different dates to choose from, here you have to pick a location, then manually put in a year and BC or AD, so there's only so many possible combinations you can get right. If it's a time and place that's not in the game, you won't find out until first you go surfing. Yeah, this takes the place of the whole Koopa section, but it's even more redundant. What you have to do here is collect 10 mushrooms and then go in a whirlpool, but the mushrooms are so small and you can barely tell them apart from these other things that look like sea urchins. And the sea urchins take your mushrooms away. And worse, there's a fucking time limit. If the time runs out, you gotta do it again. And how ironic is that there's a time limit to go back in time? Then you get to the time period, check out some clues, answer some questions, and more clues and questions, and oh, fuck. Just trust me, it's not too exciting.
You know what? Educate me. Please educate me. Because I'm going through sensory deprivation. I'm so fucking bored, I'd rather go back to school than play this shit. I'm aware that there's lots of other Mario educational games, many of which were for PC, but these two on the NES and Super NES lead you to believe that they may be good. They're on the same platform which brought us all the great Mario classics. They feature the same graphics as Super Mario World, and the titles don't even sound educational. They could have been called Mario's Geography and Mario's History Lesson. But educational or not, these games are horrible abominations of space and time that give insult to the very fabric of nature itself. In other words, they suck.
I remember in the early 90s seeing commercials for the 3DO. It was advertised as the most advanced game system, and it forced itself right into your face. Like, if you don't get this thing, you're gonna get left in the dust. It even went out of its way to insult Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, saying that those are just baby toys. Well, everybody I knew had those baby toys, and nobody, I repeat, nobody I have ever met owned a 3DO. Probably because its price in the US was $700. I mean, fuck. But you better buy it because this is the real gaming console. That was its slogan, real, because it's a real piece of shit. This new interactive CD-ROM technology, it sort of blurred the line between games and movies. Was this the new future of gaming? Nobody knew, and nobody wanted to be the guinea pig. Usually you get the chance to play the new hot gaming console over a friend's house, but nobody had it. So the 3DO came and went, and now it's just a curious piece of history. There were many different models. This right here is the FZ1 made by Panasonic. It only has one controller input. Wow. Now that's what you call an advanced system, isn't it? Instead of 2 controller inputs, let's just have 1. Let's make it so you have to plug the second controller into the first controller and just daisy chain them together. What were they fucking thinking? Then there's the FZ10, which is a top loader. Still, there's only 1 input. And the last one I have is the Gold Star. How many inputs? Just 1. You think if they made so many versions of the same game system, they'd eventually add another controller port. The games are obviously on CDs, which come in jewel cases, but the jewel cases come in these rectangular boxes. This makes it hard to fit on your shelf. What a waste of space! These are the most oversized game boxes I've ever seen. They're even bigger than the Neo Geo boxes, and Neo Geo games are huge cartridges, so they have a perfect reason to make a big box to hold a big game. But these are just CDs! It's completely unnecessary! Now, to be fair, there are some good games on the 3DO, including the definitive home port of Super Street Fighter II Turbo. A lot of the more gimmicky games show off the CD technology and are more like watching a movie than playing a game at all. Some of them are pretty impressive for its time, like Wing Commander 3, which features big-name actors like Malcolm McDowell and Mark Hamill. I searched high and low to find the worst possible 3DO game in this category, and I believe I found it. It's called Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. Judging from the box, I don't even know what to think of it. An interactive romantic comedy. A plumber, a daddy's girl, chickens, crazed yuppies, evil bosses, shower scenes, race cars, pandas, a nun?
What kind of game is this? Oh, what's this? Get it? No! I don't get it!
Hi, my name's Jane. We hardly know each other, but that's about to change.
This is interesting.
Put your big, muscular arm around me and whisper sweet things in my ear. And I promise to do whatever your little heart desires.
Wow.
Now listen up. The rules of the game are real simple. You see, I meet this guy in a parking lot. Now you are supposed to identify with this guy.
So she talks for 3 minutes as the camera zooms in on her breasts. Then the title screen pops up. You can't be serious. It looks like a kindergarten student did this in Microsoft Paint. And listen to the stock music. This has to be the worst title screen I've ever seen. Then come the credits. Race cars? Why is the color a negative? And then it goes into sort of a mosaic. Looks like a bad quality picture off the web. Then it goes to like a vertical letterbox. The titles are so bland, there's no drop shadow to separate them from the background, and the colors are picked at random, like a child selecting random pieces of chalk on a sidewalk. And it just goes on and on. Why are we watching still images of race cars? Why all the wacky filters? Why does it keep showing a naked guy lying in bed? Why is there a panda in a car on the bed? Why'd they leave so much extra space when they cut out the panda from whatever background it originally belonged to? Why is the perspective butchered so badly? It doesn't even look like it's really there. But then why would it be there anyway? Now why is it just a head of a panda? Why would there ever be a floating head of a panda next to someone's bed? We haven't even gotten through the credits yet, and this game is already a pile of monkey fuck. Okay. What's this? What's going on? Okay, so the credits are finally over, and now we get a slideshow.
It's your mother. Now get your ass out of bed. I know you're there, John. John? I said get up, John.
Get out of bed, John. Get out of bed. Yeah, great concept. Every game should begin with 2 minutes of some guy's mom trying to get him out of bed.
Stop smart-mouthing with me, young man. Why is it I haven't seen you with any woman? Why is that, John? Don't you like women anymore? John, are you gay?
What?
Cut the crap and listen to me. It's time you got married. You need children. I need grandchildren. I need my only child to bear fruit. And in my lifetime, don't you love your mother?
This is not a game. This is like watching a movie. Or no, it isn't. A movie is something that moves. This doesn't move. It's a bunch of still images. If the beginning was actual video, why couldn't the rest be?
Oh, thank God that's over. Now maybe we get to play the game.
Where are you, Jane?
You called me, Daddy. Don't you know where I'm at?
What? There's more of this shit?
Why the hell aren't you married yet, Jane? In that last scene, that bitch of a mother told her son to have kids.
And keep in mind, you're seeing the abridged version. I've been sitting here nearly 10 minutes so far.
Christ's sake, girl, how long's it take these days? You ain't that busy. Now, damn it, Jane, you get on the stick and make some babies for your poor old father.
So there's our story. John and Kate are both pressured by each of their parents to find a significant other. Then we get a montage set to rockabilly music. Apparently, both Jane and John, these two unrelated characters, are taking showers at the same exact moment. There's a code to remove the censor bars, or censor face with the nose, but that's only if you really want to see John's hairy ass that much. They drag these scenes on as long as possible. Why is any of this necessary? Do we need to see their whole daily routine? Changing clothes, lifting weights, playing with cats, trying on more clothes, playing air guitar with a plunger? Oh, so is he a plumber? Well, the game's called Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, so I guess it makes sense. He's a plumber, and I don't see him wearing a tie. What the fuck? You can't even trust the damn title! And it keeps on going. We see everything. He gets on a motorcycle, she gets in a car, she's putting on lipstick, he drops his mail in the mailbox. Come on, why is that important? Then finally, Jane and John meet in a parking lot.
Whoa! It's 8 o'clock and I'm seeing a 10. What I wouldn't give to do her plumbing.
Yeah, okay. Okay. What the fuck?
We know she'd like to meet him. She knows she'd like to meet him. But does John know she'd like to meet him?
And now we get a narrator? After 15 minutes of this crap, all of a sudden we need a narrator to start explaining it?
It's up to you, sport.
Then finally, we get a choice of what happens next.
So, who do you want to make the first move? If you want John to do it, hit A now.
This is the first time there's any interactivity with this game whatsoever, but it's just as much interactive as playing with the menus on a DVD. There's games like Night Trap and Dragon's Lair, which are like movies, and there's not a lot of actual gameplay, but this piece of shit is way, way below that. This isn't even in the same category as those kind of games. It's the bare minimum of what you can actually call a game.
Do girls actually like guys who are really aggressive? I don't think so.
But what makes it even worse is, the control. Yeah, you might be wondering, how the fuck could the control be bad on something like this? Well, what happens, the highlighter gets stuck. At first, I thought my D-pad was broken. But no, what it is, you have to wait for the narration to finish.
John throws caution to the wind and pursues Jane. Be careful!
Every fucking time you move, you have to hear the same thing before you can use the D-pad again.
Do girls actually like guys who are really aggressive? I don't think so.
What the fuck?
Have John wait later on.
So Jane rejects John and goes to a job interview. Gotta love the elevator music. So then we get a choice. Either she gets the job, she doesn't get the job, or the boss becomes a pervert.
Note, you must be 18 or over to take a look at this decision.
You gotta be 18? On the box, it says 17. This was before the rating system. But what kind of fucked up rating is this? The box says 17, but for this one part, you gotta be 18.
You know, perhaps something can be worked out after all. Take your clothes off, Jane.
Oh, shit.
You know, we get at least 200 qualified applicants for every position here. It's those people who do that little extra thing. They're the ones who get ahead.
Oh, what a bad joke. It doesn't even have any relevance now. He just told her to take off her clothes. He might as well say straight out, suck my cock.
Take your damn clothes off!
What a pervert. And what's with all the filters?
Now see how your sick curiosity led Jane into this mess?
Time for another decision. Either she refuses to take off her clothes or she accepts. Now, wait a minute. The first decision says our heroine declines the disgusting proposal. But in the image, she seems to be taking off her clothes while running away, but still. It doesn't make any sense. Did they swap the images by accident? So let's go with the more interesting choice. Damn! She just happened to have a whip and handcuffs? Wow, I had no idea she'd actually do it.
What kind of fucked up game is this? What's with the crazy filters?
Oh, now you've done it. You've really done it. How could you make Jane into such a perverted young thing? I've guided a lot of people through this story, but I've never seen such a disgusting series of plot choices in my life.
A fucking chicken mask. An upside down fucking chicken mask.
So anyway, Mr. Chickenhead scolds you for your bad decision and tells you that you have one last chance. So let's pick the other one and see what happens. So she strips down to a bra and skirt for no apparent reason. The boss grabs her leg, she kicks him in the face and runs for the door. Or no, she doesn't run, she just stands there. The boss grabs a pen and comes after her like a deranged psychopath. And there's Jane just standing there. She even has time to go into the men's room. The boss goes into the women's room, and next thing they're both out in the hall. I don't know, I don't even understand this. Now they're outside, and she has her clothes back on. I guess it was a public parking lot, and they couldn't just have a girl running around in a bra and skirt. I don't know. Maybe the actress didn't want to do it, but for whatever reason, it doesn't follow any continuity. Then John sees what's happening. Now, what was he doing in the parking lot the whole time? Just sitting on his motorcycle? So he comes running, and I guess he's gonna save her. Oh no, it's time for the narrator.
Well, sport, you think you can handle this choice without getting the lowest score in the history of this game?
What, there's somebody else who played this shit?
Who the hell are you?
I'm taking over this story.
Who's this?
Over my dead body?
I wonder how this would have all played out if it was actually moving.
I'm taking it over. Finally got rid of that obnoxious character. And that horrible music.
No kidding. At least the game's self-aware.
I'm what's known as a takeover artist, wanted in 30 states for hijacking fiction.
So she's taking over as the narrator. Why is this necessary? Do we not have enough narrators? On the selection screens, we have at least 2 different voices talking to us. And then on top of that, there's this goofball, and now a fucking karate chick. So now she's looking at the past choices we made, just so she can scold us and we have to hear the same shit all over again.
These are the most disgusting series of plot choices I have ever seen.
Yeah, I get it.
You deserve every minus point you have gotten, and even more.
I get it.
I don't believe it. How could you make such choices?
Enough already.
Were you raised in a barn?
Could they possibly drag this out any longer?
Help me, help!
Run, Jane, run!
What? Her shirt's back off again? Okay, so the parking lot was obviously not a problem, because now she's in an even more populated area. Oh, here comes the banana peel. Classic. The longer this goes, the more you wish that it was full motion video. I mean, that's what this kind of game is classified as. Full motion video, FMV. But the only motion part is the beginning. It's not like the 3DO was incapable of this. The Sega CD could do it, and that was before. And if you look at Wing Commander 3, the whole game is full of video. and it's almost like DVD quality. It looks good. And that was the same console. So if that game could do it, why not this one? So they're running through Hollywood, goofing around in front of Grauman's Chinese Theater, Griffith Observatory, and it's like a series of vacation photos. This is horrible. This isn't something you make into a game and put into stores. This is like a weird sort of college experiment. If you even count this as a game, it's probably the worst game I've ever seen in my life. And that's one hell of an accomplishment. This chase scene goes on and on and on, and we get the battle of the narrators intermixed with the whole thing just to stretch it out even longer. What's going on? Why are there lines of bullets? If he's shooting her, shouldn't the bullets be coming from the gun or scattered across her body? Why are they just placed randomly all over the screen? And they put an X on her face to show that she's dead.
I'm back in control now.
Are there dogs applauding? I'm not imagining that, am I? There's dogs clapping. I didn't even know that dogs were fucking watching. So the next thing that happens, the boss, whose name is Thresher by the way, he offers to pay Jane for sex. So after trying to rape her and kill her, now he's offering her money. So for the next 5 minutes, John tries to persuade Jane while she negotiates her price with Thresher.
Your original deal was $5 million for one night, right? So what's $7.5 million for 2 nights? I'm giving you a $2.5 million discount.
That's way too rich. 5.5.
I'm not kidding. It goes on for like 5 minutes. It's like $5 million for a day, $7.5 million for a weekend, $5 million, $7 million, $5 million, $20 million for a week. Ah, like stop it! Get to the point.
No way, I ain't no slut. 7.
6.
Later that night, oh, thank God.
6 7/8. How much is that anyway?
What? They're still negotiating? And how is it later that night? It's not night. It's not fucking night. So then John goes into this big emotional speech.
I don't want you for a night. I want you for a lifetime. I've been searching for you.
What's going on? Why are people laughing?
I'm gonna keep that in the script.
It's an outtake? They left an outtake?
I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna take
Just for a joke?
Okay.
So it's technically not an outtake. It's an intake of an outtake. What the fuck? Why'd they do this? His slip was that he said searching for me instead of searching for you. Was it that funny? So if you have Jane accept Thresher's offer, they just walk away, you get scolded, and then you have to go back to the decision.
Uh-oh, I screw up. Could you give me another run?
So if you pick the other choice, she walks away with John. They go out in the parking lot where they originally met. I don't know if to be ironic or just out of convenience.
Well, congratulations.
Now for the final choice. Either I want the Hollywood ending or give me something different. Yeah, you know what? Give me something different. Give me a different fucking game.
This is one of the worst things I have ever seen in my life. On the box, it says plays like a game, but feels like a movie. Well, that's horse shit. It does not play like a game, and it certainly does not feel like a movie. It's a slideshow that verges on being softcore porn, but it isn't that either. It's like some kind of experimental art project. If I just made a bunch of shit and put all kinds of filters on it, that would be the same as this miserable pile of fuck. It would also be the same to go take a shit on a piece of toast on top of a roof while wearing a fish mask singing I'm Too Sexy.
What's up, Doc?
Wow! It's been a while since I seen you. What game you hit me with? Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle? I can't wait to play this.
Oh! What was that? Ah! Oh!
Yeah, play the game, Doc.
I'm not playing this shit!
Come on, Doc. Stick it in the Nintendo.
How about stick it up your rabbit hole?
Yeah, when you played Birthday Blowout, you knew you had some unfinished business, Mac. Yeah, play the game for 2 minutes, and I'll let you hit me again.
So this is Bugs Bunny's Crazy Castle. All you have to do is collect carrots. Once you get all the carrots, you go to the next stage, and it's just the same shit over and over. Crazy Castle? It's not too crazy, is it? The Birthday Blowout game was actually more crazy because that was like an action game, but this is more like a puzzle game. So why wasn't this one called Birthday Blowout and the other one Crazy Castle? One good thing I have to say, it has the shortest, sweetest password I've seen in a while. Anyway, there's a bunch of Sylvesters coming after you. You drop stuff on their heads or hit them with boxing gloves. The only thing you can't do is jump. If you end up in a corner, you're done. Come on, he's a bunny. He can't jump? Oh, you fucking coyote cunt got my ass against the wall. There's no way out of this. Look at him. He's just gonna pace back and forth. Time to commit suicide. This time I'm gonna drop this anvil down on him. Oh, he went the other way, you fucking shit nugget. You gotta time it just right. You see, I'm just gonna kick this crate over here. There's some Sylvesters. Oh, fuck, if I can just get the invisible ink. Is he just gonna stand there? Great, I'm coming down. Oh, balls.
Alright, that's it. I'm done with this game. I'd rather press my face against the hippopotamus's butt while it muck spreads. That's when a hippo takes a shit. Rather than allowing the shit to drop from its anus, it presses its tail against its ass crack, waving it back and forth, shredding the shit all over the place. That's as much fun as this game is, like putting a turd in a fan or a bandsaw. You just don't do it.
Sorry, Doc. You ain't done yet. Looks like you got another game.
Crazy Castle 2? There's a sequel? How could this be possible? I'm not playing this.
But you want to play it.
No, I don't want to.
You do want to.
I don't want to.
You do want to.
I don't want to.
You do want to.
I don't want to.
You don't want to.
I do 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 want to.
You don't want
I
to.
do want to. And you're not going to stop me.
Crazy Castle 2, what can you say? It's the same shitty game, but on a Game Boy screen. So in case you need your Crazy Castle action on the go, this is the game for you. The only big difference is that you're collecting keys instead of carrots. When you get all the carrots, you can unlock the final door and proceed to the next level. There's more a variety of traps and weapons. Watch this, I'm gonna kill Tweety. Yeah, that's what I like to see. You also get these blocks which make you jump, but couldn't they be a little more creative here? How about a spring or a trampoline? Not just a block that says up. The controls are a little stiff. I just want to go up the steps. Oh, fuck, now I'm dead. They tried to put new things into this game to make it better than the NES version, but it only sucks even more because it's on Game Boy. I mean, look at this. Would you want to play this? If you do, you probably like playing with dog turds.
Alright, I'm done with this. I'd rather lick the shit skid off the inside of a toilet bowl.
Nintendo dork, you broke my fucking couch. It's a fucking bunny. The fucking Bugs Bunny boot camp? Come on, I thought Toons liked to get beat up.
We do, Doc. But you know what we don't like? Getting shit on the fucking face!
That was 2 years ago.
Well, now it's your turn, Doc. Motherfucking nerd! Ain't I a stinker?
Go away. Just leave me alone.
Not yet, Doc. You still got another game.
What? Crazy Castle 3? Crazy Castle 3? That's impossible.
Now I think I understand the relevance of the title. It's crazy that there's so many sequels. I can see why there'd be one on NES and one on Game Boy, but why another? It's the same fucking thing. You go around collecting keys to open the door to go the next stage. Now let me ask something. When would there ever exist a door that takes 8 keys to open? And it's monotonous how the keys themselves are indoors. The only thing that distinguishes the final door from the rest is that tiny lock which you'd need a magnifying glass to see. What's the point of having these doors anyway? When you go in the room, you find a key every time. So wouldn't it be a little more efficient not to have the doors, just have the keys out in the open? What were they thinking? The only fun part's blowing the living fuck out of Tweety. However, it becomes even more redundant after you've annihilated everybody. There's nothing left to kill you, so you're just walking around getting all the keys. Pretty exciting, isn't it? Almost as exciting as watching a dog scarfing out its anus.
He's the one that broke the couch. Well, technically it was a futon. I don't care what it is. Get him! Boil those bunny balls.
Here you go, Doc.
Doggone, you mean old screwy wascally wabbit? What's this? Crazy Castle 4? How many of these fucking games could there possibly be?
You better play it, Doc, before I ram my rabbit fist right up your motherfucking ass.
Alright, well, if you just can't get enough Crazy Castle action, here comes number 4. It starts out with Bugs Bunny looking at a map. On it, he sees a castle, but all it says is Sea Castle. So Bugs thinks about it and decides that C must stand for carrot. And that means he thinks the castle's full of carrots. And from how much he loves carrots, he rushes over there. And of course the game has to explain to us that C really stands for crazy and not carrot. Like we're fucking idiots. This is only the 4th fucking game, right? You're going around opening doors that lead to rooms that have keys. You get all the damn keys and go to the final door. I mean, what am I supposed to say? It's so hard to even imagine that this game exists. And I'm trying to review it. It's like trying to review a pink porcupine with a monkey's head up its butt eating a buffalo's ball sack. Should I describe what it looks like and analyze it? Or should I just be so fucking shocked the thing even exists?
Yeah, you ain't done yet, Doc. You still gotta get the carrot.
Oh, you like fucking carrots, don't you? Huh? Well, why don't you play it then? You're a bunny. You play. You play this filth. You like fucking carrots, don't you? Eat the fucking carrot. Eat this fucking carrot, you fucking piece of shit. Eat that fucking carrot. Rabbits and your fucking carrots. Would you shut that fucking camera off your fucking ass?
What's up, Doc?
Give me the guitar. I will not give it to you. Give me the guitar. I need it. No. I need it's mine. Get your own guitar. Give me the guitar. I need it. Great, I guess I just gotta get another couch and another guitar.
Of course you realize this means war, bitch! Motherfucking nerd! Let me pull this game out of my ass, Doc!
No wonder where this shit comes from. Woody Woodpecker in Crazy Castle 5? This can't be real. Okay, first of all, how is it Crazy Castle 5 if it's not Bugs Bunny?
It begins with this stupid intro where fairies come and tell Woody he's got to save Crazy Castle from the monsters. The graphics are more advanced and you have the ability to break things with your beak. One thing that's really annoying is that when you open a chest to get an item, you don't automatically get the item. So I end up leaving the room thinking I got the key when I really didn't. In a good game like Zelda, you open the chest and that's it. But here, you have to stop, wait for the item to dangle in the air, and then grab it. It's like trying to grab dried shit dangling from a chihuahua's ass hair. Other than that, there's not a damn thing to say. I wonder why it's Woody Woodpecker. You know, now that I think about it, both Woody and Bugs were created by the same guy, Ben Bugs Hardaway. That's very interesting. Oh, and wait, the very first cartoon to feature a precursor of Bugs Bunny was Porky's Hare Hunt. It had Mel Blanc doing the bunny's voice. He was the same guy who was the first voice for Woody Woodpecker. So Woody and Bugs, could it be? They're the same?
Yeah. What's up, Doc? That feels good, Doc. Yeah, just like good old times, Doc. Like when I shoved Elmer Fudd's head up the Tasmanian Devil's fucking asshole. Yeah. How's it feel to be a dying man, nerd? You're a dead man. You're a dead man.
Bullshit! I knew it. I don't give a fuck. I'm taking you with me. Oh, you like to play with bombs, huh? Well, bombs away, you Woody Bunny fucking pecker piece of shit. Let's play charades. Who am I?
If you guessed Pitfall Harry, then you're right. Good old Harry got his start in Pitfall, the classic Atari game, but he didn't start acting like an asshole until the NES came along. Super Pitfall, one of the most deceptive uses of the word super in video game history. You want to know why? You want to know why this game super sucks? You want to see how hard they cranked up the diarrhea dial? Just watch. Nice. Fucking beautiful. The first ladder you see drops you into a pit where you get killed by a bird or a bat, whatever it is. And even if it wasn't there, I'd fall on the spikes. So it's basically death insurance. Let's put every kind of obstacle we can possibly think of in the very beginning of the game. You know, I'm disappointed. Couldn't there have been lava on top of the spikes with fire sharks swimming in it? Couldn't there be more spikes coming from the sides ready to close in and squash me while stabbing at the same time? How about some laser cannons and upside down volcanoes? You want to be even more efficient? Why even have the ladder? Why not just start the game falling down the pit? Fucking assholes. Talk about a beginner's trap. They sure nailed it. Well, let's talk about Pitfall Harry. He looks like Luigi, and there's something wrong with his walk cycle. Looks like he's hopping on one foot. But the most ridiculous thing about this guy is the way he dies. What is that all about? He goes fucking apeshit. It even kills the enemies that are nearby. My only theory to what's going on here is that there's an angel and a devil waiting to take him to either heaven or hell. It's first come, first serve, and they both want him real bad. So they're constantly there, waiting for him to die. And then as soon as he dies, they both grab his arms, fighting over his body. That's the only explanation that I can think of. The enemies in this game are a total joke. Spiders? Frogs? Are frogs a common hazard that you would face in a jungle? Has anyone ever died by getting attacked by a fucking frog? And he uses a gun? Who the hell goes around shooting frogs? Harry can't shoot while ducking, and that's a big problem because most of the enemies are too short. You can hit the frogs only if you time their jumps very carefully. The spiders, the scorpions, and just about everything else, it's like tough shit. Does Harry have a problem with his arms? He can't point the gun in any direction other than right in front of his own fucking face? The number one complaint that I have with this game is that all the items are invisible. They only appear when you jump in a very specific spot. Everything from bullets to special objects that you need in order to unlock certain parts of the game, everything is invisible. So unless you know where everything is, you're just gonna have to go through the whole game jumping around like a fucking idiot. The only items in plain sight are the gold, but the gold has no purpose other than getting points. Unless you're playing an Atari game, nobody really cares about getting a high score. It's more about just finishing the game. So the gold is there just to waste your fucking time. You gotta convince yourself to just walk past it. But that's hard to do because not only is it the only thing in the game that's not hidden, but it flashes. Like, ooh, look at that flashing gold. So tempting. But no, just pretend it's not there. The only other item I found is a crazy bug-eyed animal in a cage. I have no idea what that is or when you'll ever need it. I don't know, could you ever think of any way to use an animal in a cage? I can't. The graphics do a lot of flickering. There's always something popping out at the edge of the screen, like the NES can't handle its awesomeness. The weirdest thing I ever saw happen was that for a fraction of a second, there was like a red clone. Like, who's that supposed to be? The ghost of Pitfall Larry? Playing this game is like driving an old beat-up car. You're always afraid it's gonna break down. What happened here? I'm frozen? Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna... Oh, okay, now he dies? I guess the angel and devil were busy looking for him that time. Nothing about this game makes any sense. The whole layout was designed at pure random. Like, why are there so many ladders that lead to nowhere? Why is there an anti-gravitational lake that's bottom leads to thin air? Down is the worst direction you could possibly go in this game, because you're always going to end up falling and killing yourself. Oh, that's great. They did that on purpose. It looks like you could just barely steer yourself to the left, but that fucking platform's tucked in too far. Falling is your worst nightmare. There's one part where you have to climb up, 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 and if you make one mistake, you're falling down, down, down. You have no idea how long it took to get that far. Now I gotta do it all over again. This game is unholy. It's fucking made in hell, I swear. Oh shit, what the fuck was that? That's fucking scary. You're just walking around and a head run amok from Easter Island comes flying towards you. Okay, how did I survive that? The weirdest thing is when the face doesn't even come after you a second time. It just sits there. Then if you walk away and come back, it disappears. So where did it go? Who knows? Who cares? This game is a lot like Milon's Secret Castle and Simon's Quest because the whole thing is about secrets. In order to access certain parts of the game, you have to jump into walls. Who would think to do that? It's like in Simon's Quest where you have to kneel down by the wall, holding a red crystal and wait for a tornado to come. Okay, well maybe it's not that cryptic. This is the last part of the game, some kind of dungeon with skulls and shit. Kind of reminds me of the Temple of Doom. I like this part for two reasons. One, it's the only part of the game that has different music. What a relief. The other thing, it's the only place that has enemies that are tall enough to shoot. I don't know why everything else had to be so small. Like those snails. Killed by a fucking snail. Oh, must be Pitfall, Gary. That's the princess, or whatever she is, just some girl you're trying to rescue. When you get to this part, your first instinct is to get over there and rescue her. Hopefully that means you beat the game, right? But no, that's some wishful thinking right there. You can walk right through her, you can try to hump her, but nothing happens. The game doesn't even give you a clue. You're just supposed to know that you gotta collect a bunch of secret items before you can rescue the girl. But if you went down to this dungeon place, you're basically trapped. There is a way to get out, but it requires a lot of climbing, where one slip can drop you all the way back down. You're better off just resetting the game. So we're jumping around in thin air, trying to find different suits like spades, hearts, and diamonds. What purpose does this have? I found the princess. Does he need to play poker with her or something? Finding these items, like I said, unless you have a strategy guide or a walkthrough telling you where all these things are, it's just a guessing game. Even worse, jumping around can put you in danger. Come on, a waterfall coming down from the ceiling? Ah, death by a frog. Is this girl really worth all this aggravation? Look at her. She looks like a fucking rag doll. There's no limit to how secretive this game is. There's actually a part where you have to warp by jumping into a bird. You saw that, right? I'm not making that up. There's a warp zone hidden in a bird. How would you ever figure something like that out unless it's by complete accident? If you try touching the rest of the birds in this game, they kill you. So if you've learned anything from that, it's to avoid them. How stumped and bored would you need to be to start thinking, I guess I'm gonna try jumping in the birds? How the fuck is a kid in 1987 without internet supposed to figure out how to beat this game? So you get all the items, go back into the secret wall, find the princess, and then you win, right? No, the music changes, but the game still goes on. Is there any clue, any dialogue box, anything to give you a hint what to do next? Of course not! You just have to assume to go back to the beginning of the game. That means climbing out of this dungeon, finding another secret passageway, and work your way back. But you're not supposed to go back to the exact start point. That would be a little too easy to guess. So how about this? You fall off a random platform, the screen starts to glitch, and then you win. And that's it. Don't you love games that just end with a black screen with plain text? At least they spelled congratulations right. The third line's a little off-center, but other than that, I don't see any errors. I guess that's why they kept it so short. They knew they'd fuck it up. But the last sentence mystifies me. Please try another world? What other world? As far as I know, there's a second quest, but it's the same exact game. The only difference is that the items are all in different spots. And after that, the game just keeps repeating over and over and over again, like a never-ending Easter egg hunt. But that'd be like if the Easter eggs were full of diarrhea and the Easter bunny was shitting all over your face. But I've had enough with bunnies and shit lately, so I'm going to end this right here. What kind of masochist would you have to be to beat this game more than once? If you did it one time, what would you have to prove to do it again? You'd have to be some kind of fucking idiot. As a kid, two of my favorite things were video games and Japanese monster movies. Godzilla, Mothra, Rodan, Ghidorah, Mechagodzilla. Monsters beating the hell out of each other and blowing the fuck out of everything in sight. I love that shit. Being a Godzilla fan in the late 80s and early 90s wasn't easy for an American. Because for one thing, the only way to see these movies was to scan through the TV guide every Sunday and see if any happened to be on, or go to every local video store hoping to be lucky enough to find some on VHS. During my lifetime, there were only two Godzilla films released in theaters here in the United States, Godzilla 1985 and Godzilla 2000. The 1998 American version doesn't count. It wasn't until I got internet that I found out Toho had still been making these movies all through the 90s, but they were only in Japan. I was pissed off. When it came to video games, we also got fucked pretty hard. This was my first Godzilla game, Godzilla on the NES. Let's pop this piece of reptilian fuck nugget in. Godzilla, Monster of Monsters. This should already be a clue to how half-assed this game is, because he's blocking half the title. In 2000 XXX AD. Why is it always X? Like they couldn't come up with an exact year, so just make it X. The Earth receives a declaration. Oh, fuck this. Let's start the game. Great looking game. What's this? Godzilla chess? So you take control of both Godzilla and Mothra and move them around these hexagon spaces. Then you go into these battle zones. This is more like it, right? Classic side-scroller action. Or more like classic mindless button masher. Oh well, at least you have a lot of attacks. Godzilla punches, kicks, swings his tail, and breathes his trademark atomic breath. How often has Godzilla ever been in space? Once, as far as I remember, Godzilla vs. Monster Zero. Why not take place on Earth? I want to trample some buildings. Instead, I'm just beating up on rocks. And how does Godzilla jump without bending his knees? Looks like he's bouncing on a trampoline. What are these things? Evil totem poles? What's this, too? What's that? What's everything? Did they just send Godzilla to some shithole planet that happens to be the garbage can of the cosmos where everything that never existed got thrown away? After you get through one of the battle zones, the CPU moves one of its own monsters. Then it's your turn again. You can move Godzilla or Mothra if you want. Yeah, let's check out Mothra. Well, the good thing is that she can fly, obviously, which means you can bypass obstacles. When you're playing as Godzilla, every 2 seconds there's a pile of rocks in your way. But Mothra just flies over that shit. Well, except when you get hit. Anything that touches her, she gets forced to the ground. She can shoot tomatoes and drop wings. Yeah, she drops wings. That would be like if you could throw your own arms. Mothra sucks. That's all there is to it. When you pick Mothra, the game just laughs. What's this? What the fuck's hitting me? What is this? Oh, it's the volcano? I can't walk past a volcano that's in the background? All I gotta do is hit it? That's a sensible solution. Kick the top of a volcano. The idea of each board is to destroy all the monsters. Here we have Mothra and Ghidorah. Are you kidding? Mothra and Ghidorah? Out of all the available monsters in the Godzilla franchise, they had to go with two monsters that weren't even originally from a Godzilla movie. Of course, Mothra appeared in Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, and there's stock footage of Ghidorah in Godzilla Final Wars, but those movies didn't happen until way after this game. I found a glitch where you can just keep hitting Mothra with your tail. Look at that. It's so easy. What happened? There's a time limit? Yeah, so if you take too long to fight the monster, you gotta start over. And the monster regains some of its life. You don't. The worst part, after you defeated Mothra and Ghidorah and go to the next stage, guess who's next? Mothra and Ghidorah. Yeah, they just keep recycling the same monsters, but add one per stage. Like here we have Varan, another obscure monster that appeared in its own movie, then made a small cameo in a Godzilla film. Engaging the monsters in battle is awkward. Will you fight the enemy? Yes. Will you fight Gizora? Yes, that's the enemy, right? Other times, you don't want to fight the enemy, but it doesn't take no for an answer. No. God damn it, I said no! Then there's times when the game thinks you're trying to move and the monster's blocking your way. Like, yeah, there's the monster. I want to fight him. Throughout the game, the choice of enemies gradually becomes more what you'd expect. It goes from Baragon and the Smog Monster to Gigan and Ghidorah, but Ghidorah's tucked away in a corner, so you'll be lucky if you get that far. Here's Mechagodzilla. Now that's what I'm talking about. Almost got him. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna beat Mechagodzilla.
That fucking time limit! That motherfucking shit-sucking time limit! It's not even like there's a counter. It's like the game just pulls the plug. Like, oh, you're gonna win? Well, not anymore, you ass-bag, fecal fucker, shit-shaped anus brain. The game cheats. That's it. That's all there is to it. The game fucking cheats.
But we're not done, because there's a sequel, Godzilla 2. This one's gotta be way better, right? I mean, they experimented with the first one, little trial and error. Now it's time for some improvement. I mean, sometimes you gotta take a nasty shit before you can take a better shit. What is this? This doesn't even look like a Godzilla game. This is just as much of a Godzilla game as SimCity when the monster attacks. You don't even get to play as Godzilla. You're the military. You just move tanks and planes around like a fucking board game. When you go to battle mode, it sort of goes into an RPG style. You each take your turns attacking. Whether or not you hit or miss depends on the outcome of a slot machine. Yes, a fucking slot machine. I don't even understand how this whole thing works. But one thing for sure, you'll never be lucky enough to match up all three. You might do minimal damage at best, but the monsters keep regaining their energy. But not you! The music in this game is so horrible, they actually have an option to turn it off. But when you turn off the music, it turns off the sound effects too. So what's the point? You might as well just mute the fucking TV! You thought the first game was bad? This is an insult to the first game. This shouldn't have been called Godzilla 2. That would be like if the NES had a Ninja Gaiden 4, but it was a puzzle game. You don't pretend this is a sequel when it's not even in the same category. Should have been called Godzilla Strategic Operations Simulator, or Simzilla. Well, I'm afraid to say, but let's check out Godzilla on Game Boy. Okay, this looks promising. The demo shows the monster roll call. They all look great. Godzilla looks okay. His head's kind of messed up. Looks like that thing in Empire Strikes Back that comes out of the asteroid. But let's see how the game looks. Are you fucking joking? Godzilla looks like the dragons from Bubble Bobble. You're going around climbing vines, pushing rocks, and hitting monsters with a boxing glove that Godzilla spits from his mouth. How could they do this to the king of the monsters? They might as well have Godzilla in a clown suit jumping on a pogo stick.
I'm not even gonna waste my time with this shit. The best way to sum this up is to recite a very famous quote from William Shakespeare. Fuck it.
Next up, moving over to Super Nintendo, we got Super Godzilla. Ooh, now we're bringing super into it. That means we're not playing around anymore. Time to get serious. Ooh, the year 1990X. They narrowed it down to the decade, so I guess they were a little more confident with the date on this one. The graphics are nice. It looks like what you'd expect in a Godzilla game. But the gameplay is a totally different story. You control Godzilla, who's represented by a blue dot on the map screen. The top of the screen is just for show. So playing as Godzilla, you'd want to be destroying buildings, right? Well here, the buildings drain your health. That makes no sense. Godzilla destroys buildings all the time. That's what he's good at. That's like if Mike Tyson couldn't punch anybody without hurting his hand. When you engage the enemy monster, it goes to a battle screen. Now this looks like the Godzilla game I've been waiting for. But no, not quite. Because it's unlike any fighting game you've ever played. The on-screen instructions don't make any sense. There's 2 stamina meters, which they refer to as fighting spirit. They say to hold down the enemy's fighting spirit, then punch to open up Godzilla's attack window and pull back quickly. So let me try to summarize. You get close to the enemy, you punch him, then you go back and hit L and R to choose an attack. They don't tell you that, do they? They don't tell you you're supposed to press L and fucking R. Why is it so hard to have 2 monsters fighting without it being a fucking Einstein project? I'd hate to say, but I still prefer the NES version. At least that one's easy to understand how to play it. By this time, I gave up on Godzilla games. If they couldn't get it right on Super Nintendo, then all hope was gone. My wish was just to have a traditional tournament fighter featuring all the Godzilla monsters. Well, my wish was half granted. The Godzilla game of my dreams was actually made, but only released in Japan, which means we're gonna have to play it on the Super Famicom. It's called Godzilla Kaiju Daikisen. It's bittersweet to finally play this. Today, it's nothing special, but back then, I would have loved it. It has most of the monsters you know from the movies. They all have special moves, the backgrounds are recognizable, and the music is there. It's fucking Godzilla. But the whole tragedy of this, and what I'll never forget, is that Nintendo Power teased me with this game. Issue 72, May 1995. Coming soon, Godzilla, Destroy All Monsters. When I saw this page, I shit my pants. A Godzilla tournament fighter? Oh my god, I can't wait to play this. Never again was it mentioned, and never could I find it in stores. Only in Japan, only in Japan. 15 years later, I'm still pissed. All I wanted was a great Godzilla game, but my childhood passed me by, and I never got it. But nowadays, there's plenty of Godzilla games. Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee, Godzilla Save the Earth, Godzilla Unleashed. This is after my time. I don't know anything about this here PlayStation 2 and Xbox shit. But I'm gonna give it a try.
Monster. Fight.
Why couldn't I have those games when I was a kid? God damn it, I was born too fucking early. Instead, I have to grow up with these miserable pieces of shit fucking anal jugs. These games suck Baragon's sweaty ball sack. I'd rather get an electric shock from sucking Mechagodzilla's mechanical wiener. These games are shit, drizzling out of the smog monster's rancid putrid a-hole. And then being swallowed and barfed up by Anguirus while I lay on his spikes getting Gigan's buzzsaw up my ass, while Desodroya dumps his diabolical diarrhea all over my face. Man, it's just a bunch of fuck. It's a pile of cunt. Fuck, shit, fuck, cunt, fuck. God damn it. I just said fuck from the bottom of my heart, and I said every curse that there is. There's nothing left. So you know what? Somebody's got to invent a new curse word. I think I got it. This game, these fucking games are... Oh yeah. It's that bad.
What can you say about Wayne's World? It's one of the movies that defined the early 90s. It makes fun of all the cliches that were going on at the time, and it only gets funnier every time you watch it. Now, of course, there had to be video games. This is Wayne's World on the NES. It's hard to imagine what kind of material there is to work with. The movie's about two guys who run a show from their basement, and then a sponsor comes, tries to steal the show, and the rest is just a bunch of jokes. So how do you take that and make it into a game? Let's find out.
Okay, there it is. That's how you make a Wayne's World game. Just have Garth running around with a laser gun shooting stuff. That's real creative. Look at this madness. Walking drums, floating hi-hats. Get it? Because Garth plays drums, he goes into drum world. What kind of idea is that? The graphics make me want to hurl. It's as bland as a kindergarten coloring book. Orange walls, purple floors. Garth is almost completely white, like they didn't have time to color him in. This looks terrible. The music, I shit you not, is just a 2-second loop being repeated over and over. The layout is a joke. Even in the most linear side-scrollers, you still have to figure out which is the best way to maneuver. Like, should I go up on this platform or should I go underneath? But here, you can just stay on the ground and keep walking right. There's zero strategy involved. The next level, you're Wayne, but this is where the game gets incredibly difficult, because Wayne can't do anything other than this awkward kick. Of course, Wayne is well known for his martial arts. You can't kill anything unless it's right next to you. Most of the time, you get killed first. And then you go back to the Garth stage. That's it. You die once, you start over. There's a bonus stage at a donut shop, but it looks more like an eyeball factory. You're just going around collecting donuts. But I can never figure out how to get the donuts in the middle. And whenever you jump down, you hurt yourself. Everything just sucks. I like how in one of the cutscenes, well, I use the term cutscene very loosely, but anyway, they're talking about going to the bands playing at the gas works, and they mentioned the lousy Beatles. In the movie, it was the shitty Beatles. It's a shame they can't use the word shitty in a Nintendo game, because shitty is the best word to describe this whole thing. The enemies are the most cliche you could possibly think of. When would Wayne and Garth ever be fighting spiders and ninjas? Who cares, right? As long as the game says Wayne's World, kids will want it. There is clearly no thought process going on behind this miserable mess. Just make a game based on a popular movie and shit it into the stores. Talk about some 8-bit frustration right here. I hate this kick. You have to time it perfectly. God. What are these things anyway? Just floating TV screens? Not floating TVs, but floating TV screens. Jeez. Wayne is just completely worthless. Oh, look what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna jump over there and the spider's gonna kill me. Damn it!
The hell with this game? I can't say I expect it to be good, but this is just a maximum catastrophe of ass.
You're not going to believe this, but there's another one on the Super Nintendo. The only difference is that we're going from 8-bit vomit to 16-bit vomit. One is just as bad as the other, but without the original gag reflex one gets from eating dog shit that's been blended with goat piss. It starts with Wayne and Garth doing a top 10 list of worst video games. The irony is stunning. In this game, Wayne's trying to rescue Garth, which is already a disappointment not to be able to play as both of them. That's like Bill and Ted with just Bill, or Beavis and Butthead with just Beavis. Wayne looks like a bobblehead. Your weapon is a guitar that shoots sonic booms, and the environment is once again constructed from different pieces of musical equipment. Instruments of all kinds, even bagpipes, and amps that shoot lightning. You'd think by now they could have come up with a more original idea. The voices are redundant. Every time Wayne gets an item, he says, excellent. Excellent. And every time he gets hit, he says, not. That doesn't make any sense. What is he saying not to? Usually the word not follows a sarcastic statement. It's like explaining it to Borat. But whether or not these voices are used in the right context, it gets incredibly aggravating to have to hear the same thing over and over again. Excellent. Not. Maybe it would have been cute to hear it one time, but who thought it was a good idea to program it like this? Are they mental? The controls are awful. You can't shoot while ducking. You can accidentally jump up to a higher platform, and when you try to land on things, you have to be at the right angle or else you fall through. After a little bit of time, you start to get used to it, as if your brain begins to flick the shit switch and adapt to its bad controls. But even after I've overcome the crappy learning curve, still I can't pass the first level. Talk about non-linear. This level is a maze. I can't even figure out where I'm supposed to go, let alone survive. Well, I can't beat the first level, so I'm done with this game. Well, there is a code. So we might as well put in the code and take a peek at the rest of the game. The second stage is at the diner. Apparently either Wayne got shrunk down in size or everything is giant. This doesn't have anything to do with Wayne's World. Did they think they were making a game of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? And everything's alive. Coffee cups, donut men. What's going on here? And could you guess the boss of this level? Would you expect anything different than a giant donut? The music in this stage is real familiar. Is this supposed to be Foxy Lady? It sounds kind of like it. Maybe they couldn't get the rights. It also has the all-time worst butchering of Bohemian Rhapsody. Stage 3 is the Gasworks. Remember Wayne's annoying ex-girlfriend? Well, she makes an appearance in this game. Several.
Hi, Wayne.
What, did she find a way to clone herself? What kind of bar is this? What kind of bar would put their arcade machines up on ledges where no normal person could reach? What bar would have fire shooting out of the floor? The main enemies you face are laser-shooting disco balls. That's original. My favorite are the darts. It's like people are throwing darts and you're getting in the way. You wouldn't believe the boss. Seriously, take a guess who the boss is. A giant disco ball? No. A giant pinball machine? No. Some generic bar guy? No. The answer is Elvis.
Jelly donut. Jelly donut. Jelly donut.
Elvis is in a Wayne's World game.
Thank you very much.
Could it be any more out of place? Doesn't Wayne's World exist in the 90s? What is Elvis doing there? Does he have to talk so damn much?
Thank you very much.
The last level is a neighborhood that's been sucked into purgatory. I guess. I'm just making that up. It's a bunch of homes floating in the clouds. How else would you describe it? The layout still finds ways to throw you off. What's blocking me? A pole that's in the foreground? Shouldn't I be able to walk behind it? There's a deranged hockey player who doesn't even look like a human being. But what is a human being according to this game? Someone with a bobblehead? Or someone who looks like some kind of cartoon monster? The last boss of the game, are you ready for this? A gelatinous cube that swallowed Garth. Now this is funny because as random as it is, this cube was actually mentioned in the movie as an arcade game at Noah's Arcade. But I never thought in a million years I would see the gelatinous cube in a real-life game. The ending is just another cutscene with Wayne and Garth. It's the same sort of thing you see between the levels, so it's nothing special. I think I'm gonna hurl. Time for Halloween again. Now this time, I'm giving myself a break, and I'm going back to one of my favorite video game franchises, Castlevania. It never stops. The same way Dracula keeps getting resurrected, I keep finding these games just creeping into my subconscious.
The same way the Belmont family has to keep putting evil back in its place, I'm cursed to keep doing game reviews and constantly mentioning Castlevania.
Say from the Castlevania kind of reminds me of a Castlevania. It's like in Castlevania, the Castlevania. So once again, it's like Castlevania.
I talk about it all the fucking time. So what the hell, let me just get it all out. This is going to be a big-ass Castlevania marathon with my own perspective. This is Castlevania, how I remember it.
It's the Nintendo age. I'm sitting on my ass playing Super Mario Brothers when my cousin comes over and says, "You want to play Castlevania?" Instantly, it triggered images of Dracula in my mind and of all the frightening horrors that lurk in the dark. We popped that evil son of a bitch in the Nintendo and bam! What can you say? It's side-scrolling 2D action at its finest. Now keep in mind, NES was in its early years, so I was still getting used to games that consisted of more than one screen. When I got to the giant bat, I thought it was Dracula, but nope, just the first level boss. I still had a whole game ahead of me. Not only is it a culmination of our classic gaming sensibilities, but of all the horror cliches. We have mummies, hunchbacks, and the Frankenstein monster straight out of the Universal movies. It also reminds me of the Hammer horror films with all its gothic scenery, and it draws from Greek mythology too, like the Medusa. Even the Grim Reaper makes an appearance. Death himself takes orders from Dracula.
This game is simply a masterpiece. I love it. Well, I never said it would be easy.
I am prepared to talk about the more frustrating aspects of the game, but first I want to discuss the more quirky moments, just those funny fantasy video game elements that are usually taken for granted. One thing I never understood, after you defeat a boss, an orb comes down and you have to touch it. What's the point? Couldn't the next level just start right away? Why do I have to touch an orb? And besides, what the fuck is an orb anyway? Just a glowing ball? Another thing I want to know is who is the architect for this castle? All these blocks and staircases have no rhyme or reason. How about all these candles? They're everywhere. But the Simon Belmont, that's common. You see a candle, you whip it, and hearts come out.
If I were to whip a fucking candle, would hearts come out? I'd like to know. Oh shit!
In most games, hearts replenish your health. But in Castlevania, they're basically ammunition for whatever weapon you're holding. In the second game, the hearts are currency. So in a nutshell, the hearts in Castlevania games are anything but health. The only thing that replenishes your health are food that Simon conveniently finds in the walls. I always thought it was a roasted turkey or a carved ham right out of a Tom and Jerry cartoon. However, the instruction manual says that it's a pork chop. Okay, well that's a pretty big pork chop. Who cooked it anyway and hid it in the fucking wall? And if you were Simon Belmont, would you eat an old pork chop that you found in a wall? It must be fucking dirty.
I do have to say that would be convenient. If all I had to do was just whip the wall when I was hungry, this wall would break. And if there's a fucking pork chop in this wall, I would so eat it.
Now let's talk about the difficulty. I don't think anyone would deny this is one of the hardest games ever made. And it's all because of one simple problem. When Simon gets hit, he jumps back. You could have full health, but just because there's a pit behind you, you're dead. It's a severe handicap that fucks up the entire game and the rest of the series. Then there's certain enemies that just piss the shit out of me. There's hunchbacks which jump all over the place. I used to think they were monkeys. And then of course there's those enemies that just fly across the screen, like the Medusa heads and the bats. The hardest part in the entire game, besides Dracula, is the hall right before the Grim Reaper. You have Medusa heads coming at you from both directions, and 2 knights throwing axes at 2 different altitudes. I mean, look at the pattern going on here. Anything that hits you drains 1/4 your health, so that means 4 hits and you're dead. Oh, but the knights take 9 hits. 9 fucking hits. You can't even concentrate on attacking them because you're too busy dodging Medusas. But you can't dodge the Medusas because you're too busy dodging the axes. But you can't dodge the axes because you're trying to hit the knight. But you can't hit the knight because the game's driving you fucking crazy. It's like a test. It's a test to the shit. When you get to Dracula, don't even bother fighting him until you stock up on hearts. Go back down the steps, come back up, and all the candles are back. Rinse and repeat. This is extremely tedious, and nobody feels like doing it, but if you want to stand any chance against Dracula, you're gonna have to. Dracula may not seem so bad at first, especially after you send his fucking head to the moon, but then, oh my god. What in the unholy name of ass is this fuckness? Oh wait, that's not a word? Well, it should be. So you fight the evil cookie monster, your health is never replenished, so this whole thing is like an endurance round. If you took one single hit on Dracula, I say your chances against the cookie monster are up a rat's ass.
Yeah, it took me 20 years, but I finally got this game beat. Your mother!
And you still gotta get the orb? Oh, you're gonna replenish my health right after I beat the game? Thank you so much. Dracula's castle crumbles, and then come the credits. Trans Fisher? It reminds me of Terrence Fisher, the director of many of the Hammer horror films. That's a funny coincidence. Oh wait, Bram Stoker? Like Bram Stoker, the author of Dracula? Well, Christopher B?
Is it a joke? I don't get it. Are they saying Christopher Lee is like a bee? No, it can't mean that. This is probably just a series of strangely coincidental typos. Belo Lugosi, Boris Karloff's, they're just fucking around. Love Cheney Jr., Mick Shreks, Green Stranger? Is this supposed to be funny? Like, just to take a celebrity's name and change it around? That's like if I took the name Steven Spielberg and called him Steven Gielberg. Like, that's not funny. That's kindergarten level. No, kindergarten students don't find that funny. Aliens don't find that funny. Well, anyway, that's Castlevania for you. Good game, but holy fuck is it hard. Now, as promised, we're going to plow through the rest of them. All the old school Castlevania games. The ones that I grew up with. But not that one. Next on our list is Castlevania 3, which in many ways is the true follow-up. No, I already reviewed that game. So anyway... No. Stop. Stop. Stop! This game is the unholy fuckness. You probably remember it as my first game review. That was 5 years ago, before I took on the regular duty of playing shitty duty. Back then, I wasn't as hardcore. I used a code and I skipped over a lot of the game. So now it's my second chance, because I'm going to do it for real this time.
I only scrape the surface off this smelly turd, and after that, it really starts to stink.
Just to clarify, though this game is terribly flawed, it still has a lot of nostalgic value for me. The graphics and the music are fantastic, and it still has that Castlevania atmosphere. Oh, then there's parts like that. Why is it necessary to interrupt the game like that so often? You need hearts to buy stuff, and when you die, you lose all your hearts and you have to start from scratch. So if you're trying to buy something, your best bet is to stay in one spot that you feel safe and just keep killing the same enemies over and over. I mean, what fun is that? When it's nighttime, you're just totally screwed because the stores are all closed. So the only thing you have to do is just wait for daytime and chase zombies around. Ugh, get over here, you fucking zombie piece of shit. It's times like this when you get real bored, you find glitches, like at the door. Why does the holy water just stop? For some reason I always found that amusing. I could do that for hours. This is the first Castlevania game to adopt a non-linear style, where you have to roam around and explore. It's a neat idea, just not executed too well. The whole plot is that after Simon destroyed Dracula in the first game, all his body parts were scattered into different mansions. Now, Simon has to rid the curse of Dracula once and for all, and to do this, he has to go into each mansion and throw a fucking oak stake at an orb. You now possess Dracula's rib. Or wait, possess? Possess? Are you kidding me? Well, anyway, it's boggled my brain to no end. How is anybody supposed to know to throw an oak stake at an orb? So I found this one clue. It reads, a symbol of evil will appear when you strike the stake. Gee, that really helps. Couldn't it at least mention, like, where you're supposed... A pair? A pair? Does anybody proofread this shit? It only goes to show how much effort they spent on the game when they can't even get the fucking text right. The text itself seems to be one of the main issues. Not just spelling errors, but the information too. It seems like they're giving you clues, but they never make any sense, and most of the time they're just flat out lies. In adventure games, especially RPGs, getting clues is a big part of the game. So as a gamer, you're inclined to regard what they say as true. After all, why else would it be in the game? To confuse the shit out of you, that's why. The part that's disturbed me the most is that when you walk in this house, you find this old creepy bitch sitting on the floor. Looks like roadkill with a mop on top. She says, let's live here together. Okay, fine, we'll just live here. Yeah, so, nice place. To sum things up, reading anything in this game is just as useless as the guy in Zelda 2 who says, I am error. That's why this is what you call a Nintendo Power game. Of course, there's the wall, where you have to select the red crystal, kneel down, and then wait for a tornado. But that's just the beginning. There's a part where you have to go under a lake. I can just barely see the platform, so I get the idea that I'm supposed to go down there. But if you touch the water, you die. You have to select the blue crystal, then you kneel down for a few seconds, and then you can go through the water. Who the fuck is supposed to figure that out? There's another spot where you have to go into a cemetery and drop a piece of garlic so you can get a silver knife. Who's this person in a robe who waits in a cemetery for someone to come by and drop garlic? So there's the cryptic parts, but then there's parts which are just plain annoying. Some of the jumps are outrageous. Oh man, get up there! Then there's these blocks. It doesn't look that hard. It seems like you could just hop on over, but if your timing isn't 100% accurate, your jump doesn't reach. I'm gonna try again. Oh, this game is poopy. The most annoying enemies in this game that I never forget are the blobs. They just bounce all over the place. You can't get away from them, especially if you're on the stairs. Oh, what? Let's take a look at that again. I'm on the stairs, totally defenseless. The blob knocks me off and I fall through the fake block. That is so fucking cheap.
The most annoying hazard in this game is water.
Seriously, water? Why is that such an issue? Oh, come on, that wasn't even on the same screen. The last thing to mention are the bosses. There's very few of them, and let me tell you, they got lazy with these bosses. I mean, real lazy. You know how hard the Grim Reaper is in the first game? Well, if you do, then wait till you see how hard he is here. Damn, I'm lucky I got past that Grim Reaper. Then of course, you walk through an empty castle to fight the easiest end boss in video game history. And there you have Castlevania 2. Well, that was a mouthful, but we should conclude this episode with the last of the NES trilogy, Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse. In this game, you take control of Trevor Belmont, an ancestor of Simon's who battles Dracula for the first time, making this game a prequel. It goes back to the basic style of the first game, but has two main innovations. The first thing, you often come to a fork in the road where you get to choose which path to take. The other thing is that you get to play as other characters whom you meet along the way. There's Grant, who climbs on walls, Sypha, who has magic spells, and Alucard, who can turn into a bat, but you need enough hearts to do it. Alucard happens to be Dracula's son. The name Alucard's Dracula spelled backwards, and it came from the 1943 movie Son of Dracula. With these innovations, I think it's the best Castlevania game on the NES. But it's also the hardest. There's a stage where the screen keeps moving up. If you're caught at the bottom, you die. What kind of logic is that? In Trevor Belmont's world, what killed him? The TV screen? So you can't waste any time. You gotta keep going up. No, what the shit was that fucking nonsense? Tell me that's fair to make you have to hurry only to have knights appear out of nowhere. Your greatest hazard in this game is not pits, not water or spikes or anything like that. It's the stairs. The fucking stairs are your worst nightmare. If you're next to the stairs and you try to use your special attack, the attack doesn't work. Instead, you go up the stairs. Look at this. Like, God, get down. I want to attack the knight. Oh, God, get off the stairs. Oh, God, you're defenseless. When you're on the stairs, your ass is fucked. How about the floor? Let's make the floor a death trap too. Okay, that's fine if you want to play shit like that, but how in the holy goddamn mother shit fucking Christ of cunt fuck am I supposed to attack the enemy when the fucking floor's falling down? Did the game developers expect you to be some kind of miracle multitasker?
Thank God for Alucard. See, I can cheat too, you rotten bastard.
Oh, and when you're using Sypha's freeze spell, whatever you do, don't freeze the enemy projectiles. That was a disaster. And that's the way this whole game is. It's just an ongoing train wreck. This fucker's got no mercy. This is the reason why Game Genie was invented. But I'm not doing that because I'm going to do this legit. Now where's that extra live code? Help me. That's it. You spell help me. Isn't that the most appropriate password you ever heard? Because anyone who plays this game, that's exactly what you're thinking. I've made it to Dracula, but never beaten him. Wherever you stand, 2 towers of fire come up, trapping you, while another tower comes up in the middle. How are you supposed to dodge that? It gets you every time. The worst thing about this is that when you die, it doesn't start you back at the stairs. No, not like the other games. Instead, it sends you all the way back to the beginning of the stage. It's fucking relentless. And Dracula has 3 forms. You're telling me you have to make it all the way through the stage and fight 3 forms of Dracula without any fucking continues or power-ups? Are you mad? How are you supposed to do that? If there's any game that puts you in a bad mood, it's Castlevania 3. You know? Like, if you want a game that'll piss you off, putting this game in your Nintendo is like running open-armed out into a rainstorm of piss. You want to go balls to the wall? Well, there's one way to put your balls to the wall, and that's to stick your dick in an electric outlet. You want to play shit tennis with an orangutan while having your head up a hyena's asshole? Well, good luck. Well, that finishes off the Castlevania trilogy. But there's more memories to be shared. Because Dracula never dies, Halloween is going overtime, it's a Castlevania-thon. Oh! Oh! When the 1980s came to an end, the Castlevania trilogy was already etched into my mind as classic. It was the archetype of both the action and horror genres and a masterpiece in side-scrolling gaming. Roughly at the turn of the decade came the 16-bit era. I had no idea that it could actually get better. In 1991, Castlevania made its transition to the new Super Nintendo. But this wasn't just Castlevania 4, oh no, this was Super Castlevania 4, and well worthy of that title. The graphics and sound just blew my fucking balls off. The haunting and chilling atmosphere of the old games was now like a walk through the park with the Care Bears. This time, I was really getting scared. At the time, this must have been the greatest opening to any video game yet. The fog keeps rolling in until it envelops the shattered gravestone and almost seems to be creeping into the room itself. And then of course we have the game. Oh yeah, this is where it's at. The graphics give a supreme demonstration of what the Super Nintendo could do. There's not 2 levels that look alike, and the attention to detail is exquisite. The first time I played, I didn't even notice that skull in the background. If you look close enough, you can see bats flying out. There's a stage where the background spins, giving you a 3-dimensional effect. Then there's the room that rotates 2-dimensionally, and you have to hang on to your whip. It gives you a feeling of disorientation that I hadn't felt yet in a game. But the best advantage, the most important thing that they improved here, was the control. The choppy stiffness of the earlier games, gone. Now, it's fluent and perfect. You can whip straight up, down, or in any direction. That's 8 directions you can whip. If you hold down the button and fuck about with the D-pad, you can do all kinds of tricks. It doesn't have much purpose, but it's pretty cool. Being able to whip any way you want makes it easier to attack enemies while you're in mid-air. Not to mention, when you jump, you have more ability to control where you land. You can even move while crouching. The control is perfect, and that's the key word here, control. You feel like you're in control. It's almost like Simon Belmont can do anything, even moonwalk. It's as if you are Simon Belmont and fully immersed in the game. That means that the difficulty isn't all about stiff controls and cheap deaths, but this time in genuine, fair challenge. For the most part. As far as the story goes, it's more or less a remake of the first game. Some fans might have been a little disappointed that there's no other playable characters and it goes back to the linear style, but that's how I like it best, straightforward and simple. The replay value is high for me, and I'd pop this fucker in any day. In its final stages, it plays the music from all three of the NES games. It's like nostalgic memories of a Nintendo game within another Nintendo game. That's it, the perfect Castlevania game. But what will come next? We had a sequel, a prequel, and a remake. Which direction could the series go after this? At this point, my expectations were soaring in the heavens, and I couldn't wait for Castlevania 5. This is where the disappointment began, and forever kept rolling downhill like a ball of dog dookie down a muddy slope. I opened up the pages of Nintendo Power, and there it was, Castlevania Dracula X. I said it out loud to myself. Castlevania Dracula X. I wondered, why not just call it Castlevania 5? Well, that's what I thought back then, but if only I knew the original Japanese title, Devil's Castle Dracula X Rondo of Blood. Just rolls right off your tongue. The original version on the PC Engine would be unknown in North America for years to come until it was eventually released on the PSP. The Super Nintendo version is often seen as a butchered port, but I think it's a decent addition to the series. In this game, you take control of a new Belmont named Richter. He's not quite as skilled with the whip. Once again, you're restricted to only whipping in a horizontal manner, a major downfall from the previous game.
Throwing special items on the stairs, once again it's a little tricky because you have to use the D-pad.
Unlike the last game, which conveniently used the R button, this time you're back to the NES control of using up plus the attack button. However, you do have a backflip, which can come in handy sometimes. But for the most part, you're ill-equipped to deal with the unfair challenges. The distances you're expected to jump are stretched so far that the only way to make them is if you jump from the absolute edge, as close as you can possibly get without falling off. The frustration in this game is back full fucking force. Every level is an endurance, and you'll be begging for a pork chop all the time. The final battle with Dracula is impossible. Fucking possible. Is it bad enough Dracula turns into a devil wearing a Speedo? But on top of that, you have to hop across platforms? Anywhere you stand, one hit will knock you off and kill you. Dracula X was a decent game, but not a worthy successor to the masterpiece Castlevania 4, so the search was still on. Now let me explain something for a minute. I couldn't afford more than one game system at a time, plus a library of games to support it. So I passed on PlayStation in favor of the next Nintendo console. I was sure that the same way the Super Nintendo impressed me so much, the Nintendo 64 would come along and do the same, delivering the next best Castlevania. I was ready to have my balls blown off by awesomeness once again. There were two games, one simply titled Castlevania and the other Castlevania Legacy of Darkness. They were both released the same year and share the same style of gameplay. Like Mario and Zelda, Castlevania was making a leap to the third dimension. The graphics are good for Nintendo 64 standards, but I find them unappealing because it's the beginning of the 3D age and they haven't perfected it yet. It's that awkward period between the old and the new. Now, because both these games are so similar, I'm only going to talk about this one. If I talk about every game, I'll be doing this till next year. After all, this is the last Castlevania game I played when it was new, closing my personal recollection of how I experienced the series. You get a choice between two characters, Reinhardt and Carrie. Reinhardt uses the whip. The control is awkward. I don't know what it is, but it just seems like Castlevania was made to be in 2D.
I don't know, just for some reason, Ocarina of Time worked out so much better. So I'm going with Carrie, because at least she has a projectile, giving you a longer range. But now I'm playing as like a schoolgirl. It doesn't look anything like Castlevania anymore. In this stage, you have to pull levers to open gates. So when you get to a lever, it says operate the mechanism, yes or no. Why does it bother asking me this? Obviously I want to pull the lever. What's my other option? To just stare at the fucking background? The enemies are a complete joke. A Frankenstein monster wielding a chainsaw? What? Skeletons on motorcycles? And this game takes place in 1852. Was there fucking motorcycles back then? The music sucks. It just sucks. Think it sucks? Listen. It sucks. There is no fucking music. The control is what kills it. You grab onto these steps, and when you try to climb up, you just move back and forth. You want to know what your worst enemy is in this game? Medusa heads? No. Stairs? No. Water? No. This time, it's the camera itself. You can never situate the camera at the right angle to see what the hell you're doing. It just points wherever it wants. Okay, so now I'm at a part where I'm supposed to destroy a cracked wall using two separate items. So I gotta find these two items and combine them together so they make some kind of explosive chemical. One's called a mandragora and the other is nitro. I got the mandragora first, but now when I try to pick up the nitro, it's telling me I can't carry them together because they'll explode. So, okay, I guess I gotta carry them one at a time. No problem, right? Well, I carried the mandragora over this cracked wall, and guess what? I just realized I have no clue how to put this thing down. There's no drop or throwaway option, nothing. I tried putting it in these garbage chutes on the wall, but still no luck. Then I found these statues that talk to you. At first, I thought they were just giving you hints, letting you know what to do with the nitro and mandragora, but since I can't seem to place the stuff on the ground, I figure I have to talk to these statues in order to even use the items at all. Even though that makes no sense, that's like talking to a fire hydrant so you can use dynamite to demolish a building. But anyway, talking to the statues doesn't work either. Turns out I was supposed to get the nitro first, but now that I'm stuck holding the mandragora, there's nothing I can do. The game's over. What a fatal flaw. Just because you miss some object, it won't let you continue. I don't know what else to do, so the only other thing I can think of is to start the entire game over. And this time, make sure to get the nitro first. Well, I did just that. I started all the way back from the beginning, made it all the way back to the castle center. So here we are, I got the nitro first. Now I'm heading over to the cracked wall again. Oh shit, it's explosive. That means you have to walk really slow and be careful not to touch anything. You're not even allowed to jump. Shit. Oh. Damn. And every time it happens, you go back to the save spot. Oh my god, this takes forever. Come on. Come on. Oh, this is so boring. Well, finally, after about a half hour of walking incredibly slow, I made it to the cracked wall. Well, at least I have the nitro this time. Right? What the fuck? I still can't use the item? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Life sucks. Life fucking sucks, and so does this game. After Castlevania on Nintendo 64, I had given up hope for the next great game in the series. Several years later, I realized I'd been looking in the wrong place. Like I said before, I stuck with the Nintendo consoles, and I missed out on the other Castlevania games, like Castlevania Bloodlines on the Sega Genesis. That's what you call Castlevania. Traditional, side-scrolling action. Familiar, yet fresh. It takes place all over Europe, rather than just strictly in Transylvania. You get a choice of two characters, John Morris and Eric Lacarde. I wonder what happened to the Belmonts. Who are these people? Well, supposedly, John Morris is the son of Quincy Morris from Dracula, the Bram Stoker novel.
That just blew my mind. It's like now we're bringing the novel into it? So the whole canon of the games is now with the canon of the book, and it's like taking two canons and put them together.
Anyway, this is a great game for the Sega Genesis library, but it's still not on par with Castlevania 4. Whipping in 8 directions, the moonwalking, all that's gone. The graphics, the sound, the gameplay, it's all really good, but it's not as good. Then I turned to the PlayStation, the console which I underestimated so much. There I found Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Holy hot damn, this is fucking good. The graphics and sound are superb, but there is some pretty cheesy voice acting.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets! But enough talk! Have at you!
The game's a sequel to Dracula X. In the opening scene, you play as Richter Belmont battling Dracula. The rest of the game, you play as Alucard, who's powerful as fuck. Anything that stands in your way, no matter how big, one hit and it just fucking explodes. That is until you meet Death, who takes all your weapons away. Now, Alucard sucks. All you get is his dinky sword, and every enemy takes like 9 million hits to kill. As you go through the game, you gain power-ups and upgrade your weapons, which is like many games, but to start you off with the good weapons and then take them away is just fucking teasing you. Alucard has this backward dash, but I never found a reason to use it, other than to go slightly faster. And what are these skeletons shooting lasers out their cocks? The one thing I truly hate about this game is that whenever you die, you go back to the main menu. In the other games, you get a continue screen. That's all you need, right? But here, you gotta wait for the screen to melt. Then you gotta stare at the game over screen. Oh, come on. This takes forever. And then it's back to the title screen. Hit start. Then select the file. Wait for the screen to load. And then pick your saved game. Anal bag, that's me. Then you gotta wait for the game to load. Come on! And finally, you continue from your last save point. That is fucking atrocious. The boss battles are epic. In the end, you have to fight a dark priest named Shaft. But what's up with the name? Seriously, Shaft? And after that, you fight Dracula, and just, wow. Holy shit. The last and most important thing I have to address with this game is its gameplay style. It's the major breakthrough, what sets it apart from the previous games in the series. Instead of the simple linear style, it goes for a Metroid style with endless forks in the road, save points, and a map system. It's exactly like Metroid, and that's why many fans refer to it as Metroidvania. It also has some RPG elements. By fighting monsters, you earn experience points, and when you get enough experience points, you level up your power. There's all kinds of potions and items and armor, weapons and sub-weapons. And this is a huge game. It takes hours to get through the castle. Does Dracula really need such a big place to live? And if that's not enough, you have to go through the whole castle all over again, upside down. Anyway, this Metroid style of Castlevania would become the dominant style of Castlevania for the rest of time. Sure, there was a 3D game every now and then, and it pretty much took on every style imaginable, but never again was there another classic linear Castlevania. The console versions continued to experiment, while the portable versions followed Symphony of the Night as the example. Pretty much the whole games take place inside the castle. I missed all that spooky scenery. The old games had cemeteries and forests. I mean, since when did the whole game have to take place inside the castle? Since Symphony of the Night, that's when. This is where Castlevania seem to become more distant from the classic games and gravitate away from what I originally loved about it. They have so much text, and the storylines were getting ridiculous. In Dawn of Sorrow, Dracula's castle emerges from a solar eclipse in Japan. I thought Japan had enough trouble with Godzilla stomping around. Now they have Dracula too? By the way, that's a nice cover, isn't it? It's like a game within a game. Anyway, Symphony of the Night is often considered to be the best of the whole series. While I think it's an amazing game, my favorite is still Castlevania 4. The control was so satisfying in that game. Alucard's sword is not as much fun as Simon Belmont's whip. Sure, there is a way to unlock Richter Belmont, but this is only after you've already beaten the game. You can't whip in all directions, but you can do that little twirly thing, and Richter has some neat special moves. But I still prefer the feel of Castlevania 4, and being in total control of my whip. But for the most part, I think the challenge is better. In Symphony of the Night, whenever you come to a hard part, there always seems to be an easier way around it. You can turn into a bat and fly over, or sometimes you need to get more experience points, or there might be some weapon you need to equip, or an item that improves your stamina, or resists fire, or makes you immune to certain magic spells. There's so many variables here. In Castlevania 4, all you had was your own wit. You don't rely on tricks, it's just you and the game. And the only way to beat it is to beat it with your mind and your reflexes. And that, to me, is what Castlevania is all about. And once you've beaten the game in the wee hours of the morning and watched the castle crumble, you reflect on all that time you just spent. The credit sequence shows little replays from each level. It's like watching old memories. And that's what the Castlevania games are for me. Memories that will last forever. I have a lot of NES games. Look at all these fucking games. So many choices. Which one should I play? Well, here's a question. Which one's different from the rest? Huh? Which one juts out like a fucking piece of shit? This one. And look, what's that? Why, it's another game hiding behind it. It sure is a unique specimen. If it had only been for this, I'd say it's pretty strange, but the way it protrudes out, too, definitely makes it the most oddly shaped of the whole collection. Being that this is one of those unlicensed hack fucks, it won't play in a classic Nintendo, unless you stick another game on it. So that's what it's for. But all the other unlicensed games didn't have to do that, so why this one? It's just like Super Noah's Ark 3D, the only Super Nintendo game where you had to do that. If you play it on the top loader, then it works just like a regular game. It does look lonely and stupid, so I guess you could stack shit on top if you want.
You know what? I noticed
noticed something really weird. These are the only two games I know of that have that weird thing where you gotta stick the game on the top. But they also both involve animals, slingshots, and fruit. I wonder if there's a connection. Probably not.
Anyway, what do you expect of a game based off of Little Red Riding Hood? You're familiar with the story, right? It goes something like this. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Little Red Riding Hood. She liked to jump in the air and whistle out her vagina. She kicked at trees until Big Bird's ball sack would appear.
What? That's not the story? Oh, well, excuse me, because this isn't Little Red Riding Hood. This is Little Red Hood, yeah! Not to be confused. I don't know, really. The real reason why it's called Little Red Hood instead of Little Red Riding Hood is because I have no fucking idea.
So this is the game. You just look at it and it sucks. It doesn't come as a surprise. It's not like there's any expectations to meet. It's not Spider-Man or Batman or something cool. It's a fucking fairy tale. So it doesn't even need to try to be bad. Well, just hold that thought, because pretty soon you're going to see how it goes way beyond your wildest nightmares. The first thing you try to figure out is how to attack. The B button makes her kick, but it doesn't do a damn thing. It's like the stick in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Why do they give you an attack that doesn't do shit? On the cover of the fucking game it shows her kicking an enemy. Why can't you do it in the game? Why do they have to fucking lie? The only thing the kick can be used for is kicking palm trees to make cherries appear. But please, God, tell me one thing. Why are there cherries coming out of a fucking palm tree? So that's it for the kick, so let's try the A button, which makes you jump. Can you use this as an attack? Nope. Well, that pretty much cancels it all out. But there's guys running all over the place trying to kill you. There's gotta be some way to attack, right? Well, sometimes when you pick up a rock, you might uncover a white dog, and if you're lucky, the dog will eat the bad guys. So that's basically your attack. Mario jumps on people, Link uses a sword, Little Red Hood uses a dog that she finds under a rock. I can't believe I'm explaining this. It's not even like you control the dog, it just wanders around. So you just have to hope that the dog and the bad guys accidentally walk into one another. Let's check out the store. The store always sells the same 3 items, even when there's 2 stores right next to each other. What's the point of that? It's like fucking Starbucks at every street corner. The first item is a potion that makes you invincible. It only works for a few seconds, so it's not worth the investment. The second item is a heart that regains your health. But tell me, why is your health indicated by those traditional fake Valentine-looking hearts when the heart you buy in the store is like a real human heart? Not to mention, you can find candy, which gives you some health back too. Not as much as the heart you buy in the store, but why would you pay for it when you can basically find the same thing for free? The third item is a slingshot. Now that's more what we're talking about. Now you'd expect her to use the slingshot to shoot rocks or something, right? But no, she throws the fucking thing.
Yeah, check this out. Look, I'm gonna hit you with this slingshot. I suppose if the game programmers put a gun in the game, you'd be throwing that as well. Does that make any sense? No.
It doesn't matter anyway, because after you've thrown only a few slingshots, it's gone. 1,000 gold pieces down the shitter. Even when you do kill anybody, they come back right away. Respawning enemies are common in games, but here, they don't even give you a second. The instant they die, they come back, almost as if nothing happened. So there's no purpose trying to kill anybody. All you can do is run, 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 like a little red pussy. Once you've gotten over that fact, you start wondering, what's the goal? How do you get to the next level? Well, this is where the real havoc begins. To begin with, the stage is small enough to span 2 TV screens. Occasionally a staircase will appear. You go down the staircase and you find a room. Here you can get some gold and some candy, but other than that, it's a dead end. The staircase continues to appear, but in no such way that you can predict. I'm not sure if it goes off on a timer or whatever, but basically this staircase appears whenever it wants. It's never in the same place, but it always leads to the same room. You try kicking trees, but all you get are cherries, which don't seem to do anything. You try kicking rocks, and all you get are enemies or other items, no exit, and no clue whatsoever.
Sometimes you get a balloon, but that only takes you to a bonus stage. One piece of gold always flashes, but I don't understand why, and I'm pretty sure it's just a glitch of some kind. You try all the boundaries, thinking that somewhere there's a spot where you can walk into the next part of the game, but it doesn't happen. All the trees, even that one little spot that looks like a fence, and even the areas that seem wide open are all just the same. A fucking barricade that might as well be a brick wall. Like, what a mystery, right? Well, this is when anybody would just shut off the game. But do you really want to know how to play it? One more of these and I'll tell you. You need to get a key. Now, where could this key be hidden? Why, of course, it appears randomly inside one of the staircases, which also appear randomly. If you've been in that room once already, you just assume there's nothing there. So now that you have the key, what do you do with it? You're thinking there's got to be a locked door or something like that, right? But no, you're supposed to wait for another staircase to appear, and that's the exit. That doesn't make any sense. How would a key unlock an open staircase that doesn't even have a door in front of it? At least if they put a keyhole on it, it would be more logical, but it would also let you know that you're supposed to use the key there. Oh, and I didn't even tell you how to make the staircase appear. That's where the cherries come in. You just go around kicking random trees, getting cherries, and when you've gotten enough of them, I think 12, the stairway appears. How would anybody guess that's what the cherries are for? There isn't even a counter to keep track of how many cherries you've collected. Come to think of it, there's nothing telling you how many lives you have either. You get no information. I've tried hitting start, select, there's no status screen, and unless you have an instruction manual, you'll never figure this out. But now we know, so let's continue with the game. But first, let's recap and make sure we got this straight, okay? Alright. You wait for randomly flashing staircases to appear, in which you try to find a randomly appearing key, which randomly appears within the randomly appearing staircases, and then try to collect a random number of cherries that randomly appear as you kick palm trees to reveal another staircase that doesn't flash, or more or less appears to be flashing, but in a frozen state. You go in there, and then you're off to the next level. You got that? Well, good, because now all you got to do is do that 9 more times, and congratulations, you've learned the secret of playing Little Red Hood. The only thing you might be wondering now is what on earth does this have to do with the story of Little Red Riding Hood? Well, I'll tell you. Absolutely fucking nothing. So now that you know how to play, you just got to go through the same routine over and over. Because of the random nature of this game, each stage could take anywhere from 5 minutes to a half hour. It all depends when the stairways appear, when the key appears, and so on. It starts to wear on your mind very quickly. Every level looks alike. The colors are changed, the trees and the fruit are different, but overall the design is basically the same thing. But it goes beyond just being bland. They somehow managed to choose the most repulsive color schemes and patterns. Don't you wish there could have been a more appealing texture and hue rather than this diarrhea-ish brown? Look at the bear. Did they purposely try to make it match the background? They really couldn't help but use the same putrid color twice? The music never changes. Every level is the same frothy sound of crackling ass. Even something as simple as walking can't go without glitchy side effects. Like Metal Gear, you can't pass through narrow spots. I mean, if you can't walk through, why make it look like you can? Oh, never mind. I guess if you fidget around enough, it works. You can't jump when you're below a tree, as if your head is somehow hitting the trunk. Technically, this would mean the character is not jumping straight up into the air, but rather sideways, as if Little Red Hood exists in a 2-dimensional space while jumping sideways into a 3-dimensional tree. If you're walking above the trees, you can't walk behind the leaves. It's as if this vague space the tree occupies is a blockade. The items always appear at random, even in areas where you can't get to them, like inside a tree. Sometimes 2 items can appear in the same place. And sometimes an item can just randomly disappear. Everything about this game is a broken down mess. It's just so random. You know, how many times have I used the word random and appear?
But that's exactly what's happening. Stuff appears or doesn't appear or randomly does something else. I feel like a guinea pig in an experiment where they're testing the effects of negative reinforcement. Let's see what happens if we take the key away. It's 20 years late, but whoever you are, and if you want to know what the effect is, I'll tell you the effect. It's fucking pissing me off!
Nothing is consistent about this twisted piece of shit covered anal fuck. In this stage, the key is out in the open, guarded by a panda, I guess. Are any of the animals in this game supposed to be the big bad wolf? Anyway, the panda is the only enemy that kills you with one hit. Doesn't matter if you have full health, you touch the panda and you're dead. The only way you can get past it is if you get hit by something else and then pass through. Thank God for that after hit invincibility. Then there's this spot where you have to jump on turtles to get across a waterfall. And this is not the kind of game that has good jumping control. Fuck. Oh, fuck! Fuck! Level 5 is a C level. All you have to do is get 2 pearls. I guess they decide to change it up a bit. It's the easiest level in existence and has no purpose. Too bad there weren't any other levels like this so we can breeze through this fuckwad. But the most fucked up level of all is level 8. Here, the key never appears. Just never. It never appears. I played this stage for about an hour before I eventually looked up an online walkthrough from someone who probably had more time to spare than me. And guess what? In this stage, the key doesn't appear until you buy an invincibility potion and 3 slingshots.
How would anybody know to do that? You go through the whole game, all of a sudden they throw you a curveball and change the fucking rules. Imagine if in Super Mario Brothers, if one level, you can't jump on the flagpole at the end. Unless first you collect exactly 29 coins, stomp 3 Goombas, and get a fire flower. You want to know how I feel now? I'm fucking enraged. You don't just change the rules like that. This is shit sauce. This is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde standards. And I'm still playing it. I don't even know why. I guess I can't resist being able to say I beat Little Red Hood. And you know what? I don't expect a good ending either. Why work hard on creating an elaborate ending when you've made the game so hard to figure out that there's not a chance in hell anyone would get that far? In fact, I expect a shitty ending. A fucking loathsome, ass-sucking shit heap of an ending.
Oh, my dear Little Red Hood, thank you for your coming.
You did not disappoint. It's winter, it's fucking cold, we're playing some winter games. Oh boy. But anyway, let me get the greeting out of the way. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy everybody, Happy Holidays. And if you have a problem with Happy Holidays, then happy shut the fuck up. But there ain't nothing happy about this shit.
This is Winter Games on the NES. It's one of those Olympic sporting games which seems like a simple concept. How bad could it possibly be? But this is just one piece of the turd shat out by Epix. They made Summer Games, California Games, World Games, and of course Winter Games, which found its way on every home console known to mankind. The Commodore, Amiga, Apple computers, and the Atari 2600, just to name a few. And to be fair, most of them weren't that bad for the time. They're simple sporting games that anyone could pick up and play. But then comes the NES version. You'd expect this one to be a huge improvement, but let's see. Alright, the game boots up and a runner comes to light an Olympic torch. Yeah, cool. Can I skip it? What's the point? I don't want to watch this. I want to play the game. I guess the programmers were really impressed with their work here. It looks okay, but it's not worth staring at every time you start the fucking game. Even more senseless, they actually give you an option of replaying the intro. I obviously saw it once. Why the fuck would I want to see it again? The name entry screen is a disaster. You can't move the cursor up or down. It only goes left and right. Isn't that fun? Not to mention, they only let you spell 4-letter words, which I can think of plenty, but how many names would have less than 4 letters? If you try to add a 5th letter, it goes back and replaces the first letter. Then you gotta figure out how to start over. When it reaches the last letter, why couldn't it just stop?
The simplest thing to do is to type in all A's, then go left once to get to the enter button. Because why put in a name anyway? It's not like the game's gonna save it, but if it did, I guarantee most of the high scores would belong to The point is, how hard is it to program something as simple as a name entry screen? If they can't even get that right, then whoa, wait till you see the game. In the Atari 2600 version, you compete in different events like bobsledding and skiing. It was simple, but it worked. So being that this is NES, they're obviously going to top what they did before, right? You know, jumping over to a newer console, there's going to be some improvements, maybe some more events. The Atari version had 7 events, so we can assume that this one will have 4? Only 4? The NES just got its 8-bit ass handed to it by the Atari 2600. Well, that's fine with me. Spares me the shittiness. It makes you wonder how it compares with the Atari 7800. Well, this one too had only 4, but some of the events are different. So in total, between the two consoles, it's as if they have the same amount of games as the Atari 2600, but when the 7800 and the NES came out, they divided them between the two. I've never heard of that happening before. The first event is called Hot Dog Aerials. I wonder what that could be. Oh, ski jump. Okay. Why is it called Hot Dog Aerials? Well, all that happens here, you jump, you crash, you jump, you crash, you jump, and you crash. Very rarely I've gotten the fucker to land by some sort of luck. All you can do is jerk the D-pad around and hope for the best. Fuck! What people could be sadistic enough to design a game with such a dysfunctional control scheme? The only people in the world who would call the ski jump Hot Dog Aerials. Next is speed skating. I'm surprised it's not called Cat Tit Bingo. Okay, so the first thing that happens, your opponent speeds away, but you just stand there. You try every button on the controller until you realize you're supposed to tap right and left on the D-pad repeatedly. It's hell on your fingers, and it ranks right up there with Ghostbusters when you have to go up the stairs by tapping A and B. Is this supposed to be fun? Is it supposed to be challenging? Rocking the D-pad left and right? Was this game designed for monkeys? They don't even have the courtesy to explain it. You need the manual. There is a practice mode, but it's the same exact thing as the regular game. There's no on-screen instructions whatsoever. How do you like that music? Listen. Exquisite. Isn't that the most beautiful, radiant sound that has ever been blessed upon your soul? Its exuberant tonality harmoniously blends the dying squeals of electronic goats with the melodic rapture of diarrhea bubbling from a coyote's crap hole. Next, let's try the bobsled. Okay, I don't get this at all. What's all this shit on the screen? Am I supposed to be looking here or here? I guess that's the bobsled. Is that the slope? The shading looks like crap. Literally, it's like they poured diarrhea into an ice maker. And what's that jumbled white shit? Is it scrambled Japanese text that's glitching up? Do I need to take the cartridge out and blow on it? Or is it supposed to be clouds? All you do is steer the bobsled using left or right. So once again, the only control that you use is the D-pad. It's funny how the NES controller has 2 big bright red buttons that never seem to come in handy. In fact, I believe the B button is never even used once in the entire game. So this is actually very simple, but because the screen is all split up like comic book panels with a speedometer and other unnecessary bullshit, it makes it look like it's more complicated than it really is. Well, there's only one event left, figure skating. There is no hope for this game redeeming itself. This is the worst event of all. I don't know how the point system is judged, but the idea is to simply make this girl do all kinds of ice skating tricks. You mash the D-pad all around and try tapping the buttons, and all that happens, she falls flat on her face. Very rarely I was able to get her to spin, but the final score always results in a 0.0. That's pretty harsh. You don't even get a decibel point for spinning around. This is painful. The timer seems to last an eternity, and the Nutcracker music is torture to your ears. And I know this is ice, but staring at a screen that's 90% white makes me feel like I'm going blind.
I'm not even kidding, but if I were to give out an award, a big shit-dripping trophy for the worst controls ever in a video game, I think it would go to this. I mean, look at it. I've never seen anything this unresponsive. I'm hitting every button combination possible. You know, all it needs to be said about Winter Games is that you push buttons. That's all it is. How's Winter Games? You ever play Winter Games? Yeah, you push buttons, that's it. Go like this. You're playing Winter Games. You ever watch a movie where someone's pretending to play a video game, but you can tell they're just acting, they're just going like this? They're playing Winter Games. Yeah. Who programmed this thing? Maybe it was Fred Fox. This is a blizzard of balls! I can't believe humanity was capable of degrading itself so low as to produce such an insulting catastrophe of ass! Do not store in extreme temperatures. Do not immerse in water. Do not clean with benzene, thinner, alcohol, or other such solvents. Do not hit or drop cartridge. Do not attempt to disassemble. Like that.
Burn, motherfucker, burn! Yeah!
Wanna play some games? Wanna play some shitty games? Well, hang on just a second. I gotta go get my mail. What the hell's all this shit? There's metallic sea sponges everywhere. There's titanium rocket jock straps, headless parrots with bottle caps, floating eyeballs entrapped in glass lids. How is this all happening? Oh, of course, it's the year 2010. Holy shit, this was all foreseen in the game Street Fighter 2010. Yeah, I should have known. It's crazy. Remember how futuristic the year 2000 seemed? My whole childhood, it seemed like every movie, every video game, it was always 2000. It sounded so high-tech and so far away. But now, fuck that. It's the 10-year anniversary of the year 2000. In 5 years, we're going to have flying cars and hoverboards and self-lacing shoes. It better happen. Otherwise, they should have made it the year 3000. Even if they made it 2100, we'd all be dead. It wouldn't make a difference anyway. Better be a mystery than to be wrong. Anyway, the oldest Street Fighter game that most people have played was Street Fighter 2. But this one on the NES came before, and it just so happens to take place in 2010. Who would have thought that Street Fighter's past lied in the future, which is now the present? Let's take a look at this. I can only imagine. We're going to be Tiger uppercutting through space and time. We're going to be throwing sonic booms on the moon, Hadoukens up Uranus. Fuck Street Fighter 4. This is Street Fighter 2010.
Target versus Ken. Okay, I know who Ken is, but Target? I'll accept that it's some weird devil with a scorpion stinger that doesn't exist in any other Street Fighter game, but are they really calling it Target? Maybe it's Target. So, welcome to Street Fighter in Space. There may not be streets in space, but there are fights.
The gameplay is unlike anything I can describe. It definitely doesn't feel like Street Fighter. It comes a little closer to Mega Man because of its laser ball projectiles and Ninja Gaiden because of climbing on walls, but even those games don't help describing it. No matter what you do, you always end up flipping around and grabbing onto everything in sight. It's as if the controls themselves are too futuristic and advanced for anyone to comprehend. When attacking, your enemies have to be right next to you or above you because you can only shoot straight ahead or straight up. There is a way to shoot down, but it involves doing some kind of aerial somersault, and you can only pop off one shot at a time if you're in midair. Oh, and by the way, to shoot diagonally up, you press down and B. I'm not kidding.
You press down to shoot diagonally up.
What the hell is this poop-plastered, shit-smothered piece of fuck? And what does it have to do with Street Fighter? Well, Ken's in it. That's about it. It has Ken, or more or less a guy in a spacesuit named Ken. I guess it would help if I read the backstory. Let's see. Ken, the Frontier, partner of Troy, Lab, Puddle of Jelly, Street Fighting Circuit, Cyboplasm, Overdose, Violent Mutants.
Alright, so what I get out of this is Ken won the Street Fighting Circuit, then he became a scientist and invented some kind of thing called Cyboplasm. I guess it's like ectoplasm, just with a little more cybo. And then his partner, some guy named Troy, was killed, and then the cyboplasm is stolen, and then everybody's turned to mutants, and basically, yeah, that's about it. I wouldn't be surprised. Ken is the only Street Fighter character in this game. No Guile, no Chun-Li, no M. Bison. Instead, we get Target, the scorpion devil alien from the year 2010. I guess we can make the best of it and just pretend it's Street Fighter.
Hadouken! 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 You win!
It doesn't work. Even when I put the sound effects in, it's not Street Fighter. It worked better when they brought Punch-Out to outer space. And you want to know what the most confusing part of the whole story is? In the original Japanese version, the character's name was Kevin Stryker. It was the US version which changed the name to Ken and added that one little tiny reference to the Street Fighting Circuit in an attempt to tie it in with the game in which it's fucking named after. So you're telling me the Japanese version had less to do with Street Fighter? As in nothing?
I guess you can say this is where the series got sidetracked before hitting big with Street Fighter 2, which then went off on its own tangent. Man, Street Fighter is the only series to have a sequel which had its own series. Most people never played or even heard of Street Fighter 1. I almost wondered why they even bothered to call it Street Fighter 2 on the home consoles. They could have just called it Street Fighter. Kind of like with Final Fantasy VI, they ignored the missing sequels and just called it 3. So whatever happened to the original Street Fighter? I have laid eyes on the arcade cabinet 20-something years ago, so I know it existed. Only in recent years I've discovered that it was ported onto the Commodore 64 and every home computer of the time before landing on the TurboGrafx 16 CD. Ah yeah, I finally get to talk about this thing. When Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were fighting the 16-bit war, the TurboGrafx 16 was chilling in the background. It's a unique specimen. Its games didn't come on cartridges, but instead these neat little cards and CDs. The CD unit was sold separately, and it was the first CD game console, at least in North America, so the technology didn't quite catch on yet. In combination with that, most people owned either a Super Nintendo or Sega Genesis. Not only would you have had to own a TurboGrafx 16, you'd have to buy the CD attachment too, so it's no wonder no one played the first Street Fighter game. And to be even more elusive, they changed the fucking title to Fighting Street. That doesn't make any sense. But at least you get to play as classic characters such as Ryu, George Washington, and Abe Lincoln.
The mystery is solved. We're finally playing the original Street Fighter. And guess what? It sucks ass.
I'm sure the arcade version was better, but this is lousy. And the only reason I say that is the control. The special moves only work whenever they feel like it. You can try to throw a Hadouken the entire fight and it'll never fucking work. Also, the voices sound like shit.
Nickname So don't forget the many gods like you all over the world.
The only characters you get to play as are Ryu and Ken. They can only be selected by plugging the controller into the first port for Ryu and the second for Ken. There's no character select screen. There's a couple training stages thrown in. It's primitive, but for one of the first fighting games, it wouldn't have been bad aside from the awful control. Come on, do the move, do the move! Oh, you son of a bitch! Come on, do a Shoryuken! Oh, come on, Shoryuken! More like sure you can. It's no wonder why nobody remembers this game. Of all the revisions and turbo enhancements they've done to Street Fighter 2, an already great game, it makes me wonder why they weren't doing the same to the original to make it better. Street Fighter the Good Edition. How about that? Believe it or not, the first game intended as a sequel was Final Fight. Originally it was called Street Fighter 89. However, they treated it as an entirely different kind of game with a beat-em-up style. So Final Fight became its own series, but Capcom would often make small crossovers to tie them together. In Final Fight 2, you can see Chun-Li in the background, and some Final Fight characters would appear in later Street Fighter games. The title Street Fighter 89 was changed after they exhibited the game at a trade show. The feedback they got led them to change it on the grounds that it had nothing to do with Street Fighter. Oh, but not at all like that one. Whoa. Man, I got way off track. I still gotta finish this. You know what? I just noticed. The full title is Street Fighter 2010, The Final Fight. The irony is stunning and I'm nerding the fuck out of myself, but how do you make a game named off of two other games and not have anything to do with either of them? Maybe it means Final Fight as in this is the future, this is the final Street Fighter fight. But Street Fighter? Maybe it's based off the Street Fighter movie series from the 1970s. It has just as little relation. Oh, and speaking of Street Fighter movies, remember Street Fighter the movie, the game? This is the Sega Saturn version. How do you like that? Knocking another console off the list. Anyway, this is one of the stupidest ideas I ever heard. They make a movie based on the game, and then a game based on the movie. Not to mention the movie was more or less based off Street Fighter 2 and not the first one. It kind of resembles Mortal Kombat with its digitized actors, but not as good. It's not a bad game either, it's like Street Fighter 2, but the controls are a little more stiff. For curiosity's sake, it's fun to play, but it just makes you wish you were playing Street Fighter 2 instead. Whoa. Alright, I got really sidetracked. I was trying to review Street Fighter 2010, and, you know, I just talk about one thing, I end up talking about something else. But that's what happens, man. And you know what? If they didn't call it Street Fighter, maybe I wouldn't have had that problem. So from this point on, let's just forget about the title, take the name Street Fighter, and just throw it away. The objective for each stage is to find a portal. The portal never appears until you destroy the target enemy, and that's why all the enemies are called target. Yeah, it is awkward, but that's what it means. So you destroy the target, the portal appears somewhere, and you have to race and get to it within a very short time limit, and I mean very short. There's a time limit within the stage, too. I'm running around trying to kill this plant thing, but the motherfucker won't stay still. Come on, I'm running out of time! Fuck! The graphics look like some kind of weird cyber nightmare. I like it. It's kind of like a cross between Salvador Dali and H.R. Geiger. Other times, you're in a psychedelic limbo with clown music shooting at frogs. The background looks like one of those magic eye pictures, you know, the ones you're supposed to stare at and go cross-eyed. Each stage gets harder and pushes you to new levels of frustration. There's this stage where the screen keeps moving horizontally. If you don't make it through fast enough, you die. Sometimes you have to choose between taking the time to kill an enemy or just rushing through because you're gonna die anyway if you don't move your ass. Then there's this stage where the screen actually moves back and forth. The most difficult thing about this game is attacking. There's so many airborne enemies that you can't do anything about. I'm climbing on a fucking waterfall of diarrhea. I can't shoot up or down, and because the enemies are coming from up and down, that's really a fucking problem. I can't shoot you! Get away from me! I'm getting murdered! I'm getting butt fucked up the dick!
Then there's the sand stage, where you have to fight a boss, but there isn't any foundation to be able to fight. You're jumping around in the sand, trying to work your way to the bottom of the screen so you can shoot this guy, but every time you get low enough to shoot him, he shoots first and you gotta jump back up. You never get the chance. I wish all this fucking sand wasn't here. Then there's this stage where you have to shoot an eyeball on the ceiling, but there's no way to reach it unless you have full power up. But you can't go back and get any power up, so you're screwed. The only thing you can do here is wait for these mucus walls to build up, stand on the very edge right here, and then you have to face the opposite direction. And this is the only way you can hit this eyeball. But then good luck trying to avoid all the other shit coming at you. You can never pay attention to one thing at a time. This game is all about distractions, and it forces you to multitask. No matter how used to it you think you get, each level throws something different your way. You have to keep developing new strategies. This game is incredibly annoying, but it's also very stimulating. If the controls were less limited and some of its flaws were ironed over, I'd say it's an underrated NES classic. It gives you an adrenaline rush and it pisses you off just enough that you don't want to give up. Whenever you beat a stage after hours of trying, there's nothing more satisfying and triumphant than to hear that glorious sound. However, the final stage goes way too far. It's the most heartless and abominable end stage ever programmed. What you get here is an endurance round. You have to fight 3 bosses and then go on to a final boss who has 2 different forms, all on one single life. You die once, you go back. First, it's this fucking clam-shaped thing, then it's this fuck brain, then these 2 disappearing mummified armadillo robots in a room that randomly spouts fire all about. On top of trying to stay alive, you have to do it all before the time runs out. Oh look, I beat him, and the time's still going. Come on, I gotta get to the final boss. Yes, I made it. 2 seconds to spare. Then you get a cutscene. There's no way anybody's gonna bother to read this. Your heart is pounding so fast and you're ripping your hair out of your head wondering, what the fuck am I gonna have to fight now? I'm at the final boss. What is it? What is it? What? The fucking time limit? You think that after the cutscene the timer would start over. But no! You fight the 3 bosses, then it's the cutscene, then you fight 2 forms of the final boss. So that's basically 5 bosses in total, all on the same life bar and the same time limit. You get unlimited continues, so there's no excuse to shut off the game. You just keep playing and playing and playing. Eventually, you start to get good at it. You can blow through all these bosses, taking as little damage as possible, but then the time always runs out. So you do it real fast, but then you end up getting killed. Then you start to go through a phase where you get so frustrated that all the skill you've accumulated starts to weaken. So instead of getting better, you actually start to get worse because you've been playing the same fucking thing over and over. The final boss looks like a big blistering ball sack that swallowed Grimace. His only weak spot is the face. The ideal strategy is to climb onto the wall and keep shooting, but your beam doesn't reach. Not without full power-ups. You can try jumping off and shooting, but that takes too long. You don't have time. When you're plowing through the stage, you gotta stop and get all the power-ups. But that wastes time too. But you gotta do it. You gotta somehow make it all happen. You can't beat one boss flawlessly, but then fuck up a little on the next one. You gotta 1. Beat all the bosses without getting hurt too much. 2. Get all the power-ups. And 3. Do it fast as shit. All in one perfect run. But once you do it, man, you're on the fucking top of the world. Yeah, boom, boom. And that, my friends, is Street Fighter 2010. That's all I have to say. So Happy New Year, Happy New Decade. Am I forgetting anything? Yeah, forgot my fucking mail. Oh, hide lied. Just saying the name gives you a gag reflex like you're about to puke. Hide lied. Sounds so wretched and foul. Maybe it's pronounced hid lied, but who knows? And who even knows what the fuck it means?
It's a typical adventure game where you play as a guy with a sword who has to explore a fantasy world, fight monsters, collect treasures, and rescue a princess. Picking up a game like this in itself is like embarking on an adventure. You can stick to the familiar NES classics, or you could be a brave explorer in search of the unknown. You might uncover a gem or a turd covered in vomit. And this is the turd covered in vomit. While the concept isn't very unique, the first thing you see is a dragon that shoots fire at a princess, making her explode into 3 fairies. I've never seen that happen. As soon as you start playing the game, the first thing that comes to anybody's mind is Legend of Zelda. Now be prepared, we're going to reference Zelda an awful lot. It seems like Hydlide would have ripped off Zelda, but actually Hydlide came first on the PC-88, which was a home computer in Japan. It came out on the NES after, following in Zelda's wake. Imagine buying this game based on its cover, expecting something as good as Zelda, and then going home and playing it and finding out it's a piece of shit. If there's anything this game truly ripped off, it's the music.